Yes, it's another beautiful day that the good Lord has afforded us. I will lay me down to sleep and I will awake again because He sustains me. And I'm grateful that at least, yes, I've seen His sustenance as well. And another person who has seen His sustenance is in studio with us is Dr. Gituro Wanaina. Good morning, sir. Good to see you.
Morning.
How are you?
I didn't know you were that religious in a way or something.
We've got to appreciate the good Lord.
Absolutely.
Yeah, He's
so many people slept and never woke up. Yes.
So yeah, sometimes we just assume that life is warranted to have it.
Absolutely.
So we should be grateful that at least we have the roof on top of our heads. We have also clothes on our backs.
Absolutely.
We have food on our table.
And good health.
And our good health as well.
Absolutely.
So how have you been?
I've been well. Yes.
You've been following the development so far as in the market is concerned. What has really picked up your interest?
More of the global village because of the coronavirus.
Yes.
Probably that's something of a big concern with respect to how it's shaping in terms of the economy and how we are so much dependent on China. So this really raises a lot of questions about our preparedness for this kind of global kind of issues. And probably it's time we start thinking of institutions like WHO seriously. Because today is in China, God knows why it could be the next day.
It could be tomorrow.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, and this has really also rattled the market as it is. I think there's a new coinage that we've come up with now. They're calling it coronanomics. Yeah. And coronanomics, we can see the blowback of this is also that Apple as well.
Exactly.
Sales is slowing down
exactly.
Because of the market in China, where they have the manufacturing plants as well. So
Hyundai have also from South Korea. Hyundai. They are producing less because most of the parts come from China.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it seems, if you've not really bought out or bought your new model of the iPhone, so you better rush right now.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, so there's a lot. But here locally as well, we want to train our focus also on what is happening with NHIF, because I think majority of Kenyans are dependent on this. But what is really happening within NHIS? But more importantly also is the Unclaimed Assets Authority. We know that they came up with rapid initiative reports, right? That they were really going down on the ground to try and campaign and make Kenyans be aware. But yes, some of them, they have the assets they've not really claimed, and that is running into billions.
Correct.
So we shall be looking at that and a lot of other issues as well. And the budget supplications as well, the supplements.
Absolutely.
Right? That is also in Parliament. That will be the topic of the day, together with our other guests as well. But do you know only 7,000 individuals have sought to be reunited with their properties since the Unclaimed Assets Authority, that is UFA, was formed 6 years ago? According to official data, that is the grim reality. The individuals have lodged 500 million shillings claims with the agency, which is holding 13 billion shillings belonging to 2 million Kenyans. The claim rate translates to a paltry 0.35% of the targeted owners, which range from as low as 25 shillings to a maximum of 7 million shillings. Now, the assets are largely collected from mobile money and bank balances, as well as listed company dividends, mature insurance policies, and unpaid salaries. The authority is calling on Kenyans to disclose their whereabouts or whereabouts of their assets to their kin, saying many families were languishing in poverty since their breadwinner concealed information about various investments made during their working life. Now, the agency currently has 13 billion shillings in cash and further 555 million shillings in shares valued at roughly 25 billion shillings. So we shall be looking at that, the unclaimed assets. Our experts will be here also momentarily joining Dr. Gituro Wanaina as well. But for now, let's see what is headlining the front pages of the dailies today, fresh off the press, beginning with the Daily Nation. This is what you're waking up to today. That is 100,000 teachers get pay rise in New Deal. TSC has also lined up for promotion some 5,000 diploma holders. This is a good motivation there. That is how it looks. We have a sub-headline reading, major boost, the salary increase to be implemented in 2 phases. is a major boost to the teachers who were in 2017 moved to a higher grade following the signing of a collective bargaining agreement. This story continues on page 4 of the Business Daily, or not the Business, but the Daily Nation today. 5,000 diploma teachers in secondary schools lined up for promotion. We have grade B5. Teachers will now take home between 27,195 and 33,994. We have also 7 billion shillings amount set aside for annual salary increment, according to TAC boss, that is Dr. Nancy Macharia. The Daily Nation looks like this. Also, coronavirus, it's despair for those with kin in China amidst heightening anxiety. Relatives of students stranded in Wuhan, the Chinese city where the coronavirus broke out, say they're willing to meet the cost of bringing their loved ones to Kenya. The government said on Tuesday that it had not allocated funds for the evacuation. This story continues on page 9 of the Daily Nation today. Sonko scuttles plans by MCAs to impeach him. On day impeachment motion was expected in the chamber. Jubilee MCAs spent the day at governor's private offices while ODM leaders were divided. Also, Ruto meets staff over gun tender scandal. Detectives question 2 directors of firm reported to have received 11.5 million shillings as consultancy fees as the deputy president meets with his staff over fake tender scandal. That is a side-by story there, but you can follow the story on page 5 of the Daily Nation this morning. The Standard is up next. Let's see what is holding for us this morning, and this is what you're waking up to on the front page of the Standard. Seem to have disappeared quickly there, but I'll retrieve it for you just to see what it is holding for us this morning in the Standard. Well, it can be temperamental a bit, so I'll wait for it just to warm up to me. That is my touch screen. But I can head over now. It will be a bit haphazard to Tanzania, where we have also the Citizen for us. EAC states sitting on 8.7 billion shillings VAT claims. EAC states sitting on 8.7 billion shillings claims. This is the reality on the ground, and I know many have been crying foul about how the VAT refunds are not being remitted, and this is the reality. East African Community members countries have yet to refund $3.8 million levied on EAC institutions, with Tanzania alone accumulating $2.8 million, I should say, in 3 years. The East African Legislative Assembly has had, and the story continues on page 2 of the Citizen. In Tanzania, there is excess liquidity which is denying EAC organs and institutions access to requisite funds to implement their programs. This is what Dr. Ngwaru Magembe is saying, and it's broken down here for you as well. Let's just begin with Uganda, where Uganda unpaid tax refunds had accumulated to $430.238 in 3 years. Also, we have South Sudan unpaid tax refunds had accumulated to $1.897 in 3 years. And we're talking of $1 million here. And also Tanzania unpaid tax refunds had accumulated to $2.8 million in 3 years. And we have also Kenya unpaid tax refunds had accumulated to $403.363 million in 3 years. 400 is the number of employees of the 6-member East African communities, or community, I should say. So this also will be a point of discussion as far as the VAT refunds is concerned. We're talking about liquidity in the market that also it is adversely affecting the economy right now. People cannot really transact because many also of the government agencies are holding suppliers' money as it is. Government issues guidelines on game meat trade is another story here on the front page of the Citizen in Tanzania. Let me try and go back and see what could happen if I try and tinker with this a bit. It's acting up on me, but I'll be patient with it. All right, I'll just move behind it and try and tinker with it. Just bear with me. I know where to touch, right? We normally say just touch the tender places of the machine. Let's see if it will come up briefly. There we go. You got to see this because there's a lot that we'll be discussing as far as the economy is concerned, also what is in the Business Daily this morning. So I'll try and refresh that a bit. Challenges of technology a bit, bear with me. But here we go again. So I'll try and refresh that and see if I can do that again for you. Let's just begin with the Business Daily. There we go. We have the Business Daily where the rich crowd skies as aircraft numbers double. It's all about aviation. Airline industry regulator says it registered 87 new aircraft last year, implying there were more people and firms investing in their travel than in 2018. Registration of new aircraft owned by wealthy Kenyans and private aviation firms nearly doubled last year, in a mark of growing affluence that has been driving up demand for air travel. The Kenya Civil Aviation Authority of Kenya's super rich authority, I'm reading something else. It says the Kenya Civil Aviation Authority registered 87 new aircraft last year, up from 48 fresh listing in 2018. I was reading this. 73% is a proportion of Kenya's super rich who live in Nairobi, are pointed to the high inequality between the capital and other 46 countries. This is what the Business Daily is headlining for us today. Also, exports have hit 3-year low. This is according to CBK data. And Kenyan exports dropped to a 3-year low on lower tea and coffee earnings, reflecting the pain of reduced cash flow in the country's farming community, it says. Total exports fell to 595.28 billion shillings in the year to December, from a record 612 to 88.88 billion shillings on a year earlier. This is according to Central Bank. You can see also the Kenya trade balance is shown here. Trade deficit widened by 16 billion shillings to 1.16 trillion shillings last year as exports receipts contracted. This is from the CBK. And that is a story also you can follow on page 4 of the Business Daily. Nairobi Securities Exchange CEO Geoffrey Odundo can be seen here with senior ABSA bosses, that is Caroline Ndungu, Chairman Charles Munene, NSC Chairman Samuel Kimani, ABSA Group CEO Daniel Mnilele, ABSA Kenya MD Jeremy Awori, and NSC Vice Chairman Bob Karina during the bell-ringing ceremony to officially launch the ABSA ticker at the Nairobi Securities Exchange yesterday. The move marked the conclusion of the brand transition from Barclays Bank to ABSA Bank Kenya. And you can read the rest of the story inside the Business Daily this morning. Also, the story actually continues on page 4. ABSA raises competition as it offers 5% interest on mobile phone savings. This is a related story to this picture. You can follow the story also on page 4 of the Business Daily. KenGen 6 geothermal deals in Africa is another story that we have here. State-owned Kenya Electricity Generating Company is eyeing, I beg your pardon for the type of their lucrative geothermal infrastructure tenders in 9 African countries. Officials have said, you have this story continuing on page 5 of the Business Daily. 240 million shillings is today's digit, which is the debt that luxury hotel Westend was or has been unable to pay, leading to auction notice. And budget cuts, while Treasury faces uphill task. The state is pushing on with fiscal consolidation, but experts are unequivocal that only a radical plan will narrow the gaping budget hole. You have the story continuing on page 12 and 13 of the Business Daily. And Kenya Association of Manufacturers protest easing of strict import rules. Manufacturers saying lifting stringent conditions that outlaw the importation of uninspected goods will reverse gains made in blocking substandard and fake products into Kenya. The story continues on page 9 of the Business Daily this morning. Let's continue and see what we have also in other dailies. We go to the Standard and the Star as well, and this is what is on the front page of the Star today. 4 cops removed over HSA scandal is what is the splash on the front page of Star today. DP writes to IG Mutembai saying his life is in danger, calls for thorough probe. Senator Kipchumba Murkomen claims the investors could be mercenaries. The story continues on page 6 of the Star today. And the bell tolled yesterday, and here was the official launch of ABSA. Barclays transiting to the new brand. Outgrows Barclays, Income ABSA. ABSA Group Limited Deputy CEO and Executive Director Peter. ABSA Bank Kenya PLC CEO Jeremy and Chairman Charles, that is Moshene, and ABSA Group Limited CEO, that is Daniel, pressing the button to unveil the ABSA logo at the bank's headquarters of Waiyaki Way, Nairobi yesterday. That is how the Star looks today. Also, tough times ahead, economy to get worse. This is according to experts. Massive debt and underperformance revenues at the national and county governments means Kenyans face a bleak economic future. The Parliamentary Budget Office has warned there is a puncture in our aircraft wheels. The economy is growing, but it is not being felt on the ground. This is what PBO head Phyllis Macau had said. You have the story continuing on page 4 and 5 of the Star this morning. And Moses Kuria's rival nominated Kiambu Deputy Governor. Kiambu Governor James Nyoro yesterday nominated as his Deputy Governor Joyce Ngugi, a long-standing rival of Gatundu South MP Moses Kuria. Insiders say the nomination is, if approved, will be a way of watering down Kuria's political influence. The story continues on page 3 of the Star this morning. Right, that's how the Star looks this morning. We'll try and retrieve also the Taifa Leo for you, and this is what is on the front page of Taifa Leo this morning. Sonko agawanya ODM, it says. Mwenyekiti wa ODM jijini na katibu mkuu watafautiana vikali kuhusu pendekezo la madiwani kumng'oa Sonko kitini. That is what we have as a splash today. Also, uamuzi zaidi, kaunti 23 sasa zaathirika. This is the locust invasion, and you can see this picture which is really telling. Also, Matiang'i azima wa kufukuza wa China waliochapa raia wa Kenya viboko. The story continues on page 2 of Taifa Leo this morning. Let me take you back to Tanzania and see also what we have on the front page of Mwananchi in Tanzania. If I head there, the Standard, I think, is here. Yes, there we go. Politics of betrayal is a splash today. And it says that the country, or the country's political landscape, is littered with broken alliances as friends become foes in cutthroat competition for power. The jury is still out on the raging feud between Uhuru and Ruto. And you can see the faces here. Politics of betrayal from Mzee Jomo Kenyatta, Jaramogi Odinga Oginga, up to right now Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto. So make sure you grab a copy of the Standard to follow this story. Also, Ruto takes 39 billion shillings of fake guns war to Matiang'i. DP asks police chief to investigate the immigration status of the foreign arms dealers who visited his office with scammers. And you can follow the story on page 6. No cash for hiring teachers, expanding congested schools. This is from Matiang'i. You can follow the story on page 4, not Matiang'i, but Magoha on page 4 of the Standard today. Why public servants will wait longer for pay rise? There is a crisis there. This story continues on page 11 of the Standard today. Right, we head back now to Tanzania, pick up Mwananchi for you. And this is what is a splash, I should say. Gambo aibua mjadala, kibano cha watoa taarifa. I leave it for you to decipher. That is a splash today on the front page of Mwananchi in Tanzania. What is happening in Rwanda? Let's see. what is on the front page of the New Times today. Milk for All Students Initiative in Limbo. Milk for All Students Initiative in Limbo is a splash today, a year since all schools were instructed to start providing at least half a liter of milk to every student. Schools are yet to comply, citing shortage of funding. In February 2019, the Ministry of Education announced that each student should get at least half a liter of milk per day. However, the ministry said that adding milk to the menu must not increase feeding fees. You can follow the story on page 5 of the New Times. Also, Rwandans released from Uganda recount harrowing tales. This is what we have on this splash, or as a standalone picture, not the splash. Some of Rwandans who were handed over by the Ugandan government on trial at Gagitumba border post in the wee hours of Wednesday morning. Many of them recounted harrowing tales of torture during their illegal detention in the neighboring country. Remember also there will be a meeting between Museveni and also Kagame tomorrow over this particular row that is ongoing in the border there. I'll give you the details as we progress with the program, just to show you also what is on the front page of the Daily Monitor in Uganda. Radisson Blue registers 18% growth in profit. It continues on page 3 of the New Times this morning. Let's move on and see what we have also on the front page of the People Daily. And this is your splash today on the front page of the People Daily this morning. Quickly, why Maraga wants early retirement. Why Maraga wants early retirement. Budget cuts have frustrated his pet projects in Judiciary, and President's failure to approve new judges have taken the toll on CJ. The highlights are here. JSC sitting of commissioners was put off yesterday without explanation. Amadi also speaks. Registrar says nothing unusual about the sudden postponement. Implications are here as well. If Maraga leaves early, Supreme Court will face potential crisis of numbers. Remember also we have one of, that is Justice Ojwang, Jackton Ojwang also, who will be retiring soon as well. So that one also just adds another tipping wire to the challenges that the Supreme Court is facing right now. This is a splash. On top here we have the Ruto scam continuing. This is the military scam in his office. Now Ruto seeks police probe on arms dealers. DP has written to IG asking him to investigate how foreign directors of military supplies firm entered his office and the country, and whether they had or they have past criminal records. This story continues on page 6 of the People Daily this morning. We have the latest copy of The Economist, and this is how it looks. A united Ireland, could it really happen? Also, Germany's succession crisis on the road with Mike Bloomberg, that is Bloomberg, and America's real estate racket, and Coronanomics, the cause of fear. That is The Economist. You can grab a copy for yourself as well. Right, there we go. You can grab a copy of the Daily Nation, the copy of the Business Daily for these riveting stories as well. But laughter and levity is up next. Right, this is what we have today in the Star. Jubilees, that is a great rift. That is what we have in the Star today, according to Celeste. Right, we're missing an out there on the great, but I leave it for you to decipher as well what is inside the Star today as the editorial cartoon. Let's see what Stano has drawn for us this morning, and this is what we have as well. And the row that continues between the NAT and the TSC, Teachers Professional Development Module. It's walking on a tightrope here. I'll leave it for you to decipher that as well. Well, those are the two ones that I have this morning. I'll show you the others much later in the course of the program, including the Daily Monitor that I have promised you as well. Right, I want to hark you back to also our archives, if we have the museum as well, so that we can just give you a story of what we did actually 20 years back.
The four companies were delisted in February last year after London Motors and Regent Undervalued Asset Africa Fund were placed under receivership. Pearl Dry Cleaners and Theta Group failed to submit audited accounts.
We had many outstanding preference shares listed on the list, on the official list. And when we reorganized the market into main investment market, alternative investment market, and fixed income securities market, we realized that many of these preference shares did not fit in.
Delisted fixed income securities include Standard Newspapers Group, Marshalls Group, Kenya Orchards, Kenya Planters Cooperative Union, and Hutchings BMM. These fixed securities failed to fit in with a requirement for a minimum issue of 50 million shillings following reorganization of the MAT last year.
So we decided again to just tidy up that market by delisting those preference shares that really are anachronisms. They're just hangovers from a long time ago.
The delisting of the fixed income securities does not, however, mean delisting of the companies listed in the equity shares market. Investors of the preference shares have been asked to confer with the respective companies to redeem their investment.
We leave that up to the companies and their investors, purely because as it was, everybody was stuck legally. Everybody just couldn't move. So by delisting them, we now allow the company and its shareholders to come to an agreement as to how to redeem those preference shares.
Unlike ordinary shares, where investors earn a dividend once declared by the board of directors, depending on the performance of a company, preference shares attract an agreed fixed rate of income for shares held in spite of the performance of the company. Edward Mushai, Nation TV, Nairobi.
That was the state of play then in 2000. Right, we want to also just look at today's stories where the Ministry of Health could be behind the financial wars the National Health Insurer, NHIF, is going through. The ministry is alleged to have coerced the fund into spending large sums of the money towards the Universal Health Coverage Program expenditure NHIF had not budgeted for. Leila Mohammed has more on this.
On Tuesday, the National Hospital Insurance Fund Board was announcing plans to cut down on administration costs in a bid to save the agency from collapsing. Robert Duba, the board's vice chair, said the cuts would target advertising, salaries and accommodation, among other administrative costs, which constitute 14% of expenditure.
It is the responsibility of this board of management to put the situation right.
But details seen by NTV show that the parent ministry could be playing a key part in bleeding the health insurer dry. Sources within the ministry say that an estimated 5 billion shillings may have been channeled towards the Universal Health Program, including the printing of Afya cards used in the 4 counties of Kisumu, Machakos, Nyeri and Makueni, where UHC was piloted.
It would be sad if NHIF collapsed. Okay. It has really transformed the medical facilities. It has really helped a lot of people.
Already, NHIF has systems to register and print the cards used for insurance, but the ministry introduced the Afya Care cards, launched by the President on December 13, 2018 in Kisumu. Out of the 45 billion collected in 2018, 8.3 billion was spent on administration activities.
NHIF cannot survive in the current structure. It cannot survive in the current form of doing business. My proposal was NHIF should be run the way AAR is. They should have their own clinics, they should have their own chemists, they should employ their own doctors.
The Ministry of Health is said to have been advised against creating a parallel system to NHIF since UHC was sold collectively as a health system strengthening initiative. NHIF Acting Managing Director Nicodemus Odongo is denying claims that the parent ministry coerced them into engaging in any unplanned for expenditure. Leila Mohammed, NTV.
Absa Bank Kenya PLC has officially launched the Absa ticker at the Nairobi Securities Exchange. This comes 9 days after the official change in brand name from Barclays Bank Kenya to Absa Bank Kenya PLC. Alex Mwangi has more.
And with that, the BBK ticker is no longer at the Nairobi Securities Exchange. Instead, Absa has taken over.
I would like to assure all our shareholders that their investments in our business are sound and that they can look forward to even better returns as we continue to execute our strategy. In particular, I'd like to reassure our minority shareholders, and some of them might be present here, that the shareholding structure remains the same.
For us, as Africans, there can be no doubt that whilst others, Chairman, have sought to de-risk themselves and exited our markets, we're brave, we're passionate and committed to investing in our markets. We don't want simply to be prospects for others.
The history of Barclays Bank in Kenya dates back more than a century, and it's not easy to change such an established brand in people's minds. However, the Absa Group is more than equal to this task.
Many colleagues have also worked for the bank many years. We have colleagues who have worked 30, 40 years for the bank. So what we are doing is we're working closely with all the stakeholders. We celebrate the history, that 104-year history that we have here in Kenya. We have deep roots. We're systemically important in this economy. And I think now we're just moving into this new transition of Absa, where we're proud to be an African bank. We're proud to be a Kenyan bank.
We're very, very happy that we've gotten to this point where we now, across the continent, can now trade under one brand. So there is one Absa, one brand, one vision, one purpose, endless possibilities that we are looking to bring to life to all of you.
Coming home, I am coming home.
The change of name follows a decision in 2018 by the parent company, Absa Group Limited, to rebrand all its operations in 12 markets across Africa to Absa. It followed a decision by Barclays PLC to reduce its majority shareholding in Barclays Africa Group Limited to 14.9% and the subsequent renaming of Barclays Africa Group Limited to Absa Group Limited. Alex Mwangi, NTV.
Now, an estimated 5,000 young people converged at the Machakos People's Park in a bid to tap into the opportunities availed through the Youth Empowerment Conference. The conference brought together stakeholders from both public and private sectors seeking to play their part in addressing the twin challenges of unemployment among the youth and a shortage of specialized skills. Julian's Omboko has more.
How to circumvent the scarcity of new opportunities for gainful employment dominated discussion at the Youth Empowerment Conference in Machakos, with the forum bringing under the spotlight the youth unemployment crisis the country is facing.
Our government is supposed to open a place where vijana wanaweza fanya biashara.
Sasa tulikuwa tunataka pesa ile inaweza kutupea nguvu, pengine tupeleke soko kubwa.
Tarajio yangu ni kuona nikiwa nimepata job nje, nione mambo yangu ikiendelea mzuri nikirudi huko Kenya.
Machakos County Governor Dr. Alfred Mutua, on his part, urged the youth to shun divisive politics and focus more on enhancing their economic well-being.
Stories of Kenya to not be just about BBI, to be just about gaining position of power, sijui tanga, ueleweke. It should be about money and economics. How do we get our young people employed? Parents have spent money and yet they're just sitting at home.
Unemployment is biting in this country, particularly among the youthful population across the country. Now, the county government of Machakos says it will be organizing such kind of fora every year to ensure there are appropriate linkages between the youth and investors in the private sector. Julian's Amboko, NTV.
Savings and credit cooperatives should embrace technology and innovation, especially on the mobile phone platform, in order to stay abreast with the changing consumer trends, and stave off competition from digital lenders. At the ongoing 5th Annual SACCO Leaders Convention in Mombasa, the role of innovation in provision of financial services dominated deliberations about the future of the sector, which has amassed savings exceeding 1 trillion shillings the need for new and tougher regulations to protect the savings of an estimated 14 million Kenyans who are SACCO members also came up amid the growing number of cases of SACCOs collapsing with billions of shillings of members' savings. The convention, which has officially opened, ends on Friday, that is tomorrow.
Investing in business and farms, meeting daily needs and paying for education are the top uses for digital credit. As such, various startups are now betting on this approach to disrupt traditional models of lending. The onus is on SACCOs to innovate around this model to avoid losing members to other more convenient and fast financial service providers.
We should think of the plight of the many members and ask ourselves if there is anything else we can still do to salvage the savings of the members. Even when we are required to wind up a cooperative, then priority number one should be the member and not the creditors. Because 3/4 of the time, the creditors have actually colluded with management to fleece the SACCO.
Cement manufacturer Bamburi is banking on the effects of the removal of the interest rate cap, and cement demands for the government's affordable housing program to turn around the dwindling fortunes of the cement industry. Cement production and utilization in Kenya has been falling over the last 4 years, a drop attributed to a number of factors including sluggish economic growth as well as the reduced scale of development of the standard gauge railway project. Under the Big Four housing project, the Kenya government aims to hit a target of having 500,000 affordable housing units built by 2022.
We hope that in 2020, now that this interest rate is not capped anymore, that will, let's say, unleash all the full potential of Kenya, because we are convinced that there is a lot of potential in Kenya. There are a lot of needs. Just mentioning affordable housing and the Big Four agenda.
Now, the Kenya Union of Post-Primary Education Teachers says it supports the decision taken by the Teachers Service Commission to transfer non-local teachers from northeastern Kenya due to insecurity. TSC boss Nancy Macharia appeared before the Parliamentary Education Committee, where she was presenting this year's budget. She was tasked with ensuring the budget cover recruitment of teachers to be deployed in Wajir, Garissa and Mandera. Tuesday next week, Macharia Education Cabinet Secretary Professor Education Cabinet Secretary Professor George Magoha, the Chief Executive Officer of TSC Nancy Macharia, and Inspector General of Police Hilary Mutabai are expected to appear before the Parliamentary Education Committee to explain why the non-local teachers were transferred. The TSC says they have lost over 30 teachers to terrorism in the region.
We wish to see in this budget an affirmative budget for northern Kenya to recruit teachers.
We have asked for 15.4 billion for permanent and pensionable teachers. It's even less work for the commission because we recruit once these teachers go to school and we are now only left to manage them.
We must not wait until all teachers are killed. That is when we come to support Teacher Service Commission.
Right, remember you're watching In the Market, where you try and see what is happening or the current state of play of the market as it is today. We're also looking at what is happening at the divide between the rich and the poor in this country, with rich crowd skies as aircraft numbers double. This is just indicative of what is happening. Airlines industry regulator says it registered 87 new aircraft last year, implying there were more people and firms investing in air travel than 2018. But more particularly also is the unclaimed assets in the country, right? We have the authority here also who will tell us more what is happening in that particular sector as far as your assets are concerned. So there's need also to come up with wills in this country where we know we normally have bugbears and fears to do this. But let's see who are our guests today. Yeah, those are our guests. Some of them are not here, but we continue with the conversation nonetheless. We have what is on the front page of the Business Daily, just as an introductory remark from them as well, talking about the divide between the poor and the rich in this country, looking at the headlining story on the front page of the Business Daily. If we just have it up, and we can begin with you, Dr. Gichuru Wanaina. Looking at that, and also the exports that have hit a 3-year low, according to CBK, what will be your assessment?
I think the first thing which comes about the rich and poor, when
Yes.
you're talking about 73%, it really goes to demonstrate, and talk this before. When you look at issues like GDP, it really doesn't say much, but you look at the Gini coefficient. This is a very clear indication of the gap between the rich and the poor in terms of the Gini coefficient.
Yes.
So it's telling you a lot of wealth, you have a lot of wealth, but it's concentrated with a few. And that's, this is, say, 73 says a lot. And also, and I think when you also go to hear the exports, and it was interesting that Uganda for the first time had more exports to us than us, to them. But I want to take to page 13 of the Business Daily, perhaps.
Page 13?
The story is there.
Yes.
There's a page 13 of the Business Daily. The graph up there on your right. If you can get it.
Right, page 13?
Page 13 of the Business Daily.
Yes, there you go.
There's a graph there. If you look at that graph, which tells us the trends in budget allocations in billions from financial year 2016-17 up to 2019-20, this is where it is. This is why it tells you. Not the next one. You probably go to the same page, not that graph. It's on page 13.
This is 13.
No.
The physical deficit as a percentage of GDP?
No, I'm looking at
the last one.
trends in budget allocations.
Trends in budget allocation.
Is the next page.
Is the next, this is 12. Okay, this is
13 page.
13. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, that one. Expand that.
Okay, cool. There we go.
That tells it all. Look how much we are allocating for recurrent. Yeah?
It's
The
jumped
graph
again.
says more. And when you look at the Nation headline, where Macharia is talking about a pay rise, that is going to go up again. And it's a concern. See how much we are putting into development over the years. We've actually been, the one in the Muslim Karabrai, the green, I would suggest.
Yes.
16-17 was 861. We came down to 597. We are now at 6, and now we're talking about 7. This is where the the animal is. Because this is not sustainable at all. And therefore, you find that the recurrent, really we are saying we have so many people who are paying, but you don't see the investment productivity in terms of what you see in the country. You can also see what is being passed to the counties. It has been decreasing, really. And if I'm asked, counties is where really the action is. That's where the development projects are.
Yes.
That's why we're doing the work. So to me, if you look at this graph, then it explains what you're talking about. Exports have hit 3-year low. Then you can see actually this one. So this to me explains everything. If you can actually study this vis-a-vis what you're seeing in the headline,
yes,
and contradiction, not only the contradiction, when you look at saying here, you're talking about 1 billion going towards this, is to actually take this one out.
By a billion.
Sorry?
I'm saying by another billion, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, and then the other thing that you also, that is missing here, Debal, is that if you actually even put in the question of public debt as an additional variance into this, you will realize one thing, that with the rising public debt, now the impact on the transfer to the counties is going to go down, because the first charge to the consolidated fund is usually on, debt is one of the things that your first charge to the consolidated fund is going to be affected. And when you don't, you see the advantage of having an increased development spending is that over time now you start reaping the returns from the investments.
Correct.
And when you start reaping the returns to the investments, the level of redistribution goes higher. Let's just look at a good example of Thika Road. Between the CBD all the way to Thika is approximately 50 kilometers. When the road was done, it was estimated to be approximately 30 billion. The expansion of Thika Road. The impact of it in less than a decade, actually, because like 5 years.
5 years, yes.
The infrastructure, the land that have come as a result of that investment, it is a development expenditure that you can start seeing its outcomes. So I was just adding into what Professor was pointing out, that we are asking questions of why things are not going, yet the answers are really right before us, that a lot of money that we're getting as in forms of our taxes are going towards a few. Because when you just look at even how many people are employed within the civil service, less than let me say 1 million. So you have all these other people contributing to the till, but the people who are benefiting through now recurring expenditure are a few. So dependency.
This is the thing we need to address.
Yeah.
Probably, and I'm not for cutting people in terms of engagement, but how do we increase productivity so that we can pay them? It was worrying, I think this week, for Kenyatta University, a public university, if I may say that way, putting some in the papers that they want to borrow 450 million. Yeah? They're asking commercial bank to put their bids. And if you unpack that university, you can actually see how much is going to recurrent.
To recurrent expenditure, yes. Yeah.
I'll bet it's taking maybe 80% or so. So we have so many bodies, but probably these bodies are not even productive.
There was this discussion on parastatal reform. Okay.
Continue.
Sorry. There was the reform on parastatal reforms. That Prof is saying that productivity is really our problem as a country.
Productivity.
Yes.
All right. So the chasm between the rich and the poor, and we have the story also inside the Standard, or on the front page of the Standard, why public servants also will wait longer for pay rise. On page 11, just on top here, there's a crisis. Are we facing a cash crisis within government as it is? Because also we're given to understand this will also affect the pension. There's that debate about also
I think it's not.
Yes.
I don't know what my brother has, but I think it's not. It's mismanagement, if I probably put it that way. Because if you look in terms of the responsibilities we have in institutions like Kenya Revenue Authority, people are paying taxes. And something we shared about weeks ago, that we have development budget, but we don't see it going to the machinani, as it were. I don't see the entrepreneurs. I don't see the person who provides cement. And sorry to the guy from Baburi. are those people who supply food like Mama Bogas. So what we perhaps, it's we have raised whatever we raise, it can go an extra mile, but in my view, we probably are not managing it well.
Okay.
Yes. And that goes to the issues of pending bills.
Right.
So if Vincent here has applied something for our construction firm, and the president has come very strongly. And I like one of the county, I can't remember which county has been, the budget has been held because they have not cleared the pending bills. That's something we need to, because there are a lot of investors.
There are almost
who have
13
been,
counties. Actually,
absolutely,
yes, which have been,
absolutely.
Yes. Let's hear from Paul Moyo. Good morning.
Good morning, and thank you very much for the opportunity.
Yes.
My take is that there are several indicators in the papers, as we are saying. One of them is how institutions are unable to pay their debts. And we are seeing in the business daily today speaking about an institution unable to pay 240 million.
Yes.
And it's facing the auctioneer's hammer. Now, that has also to do with how are the markets performing. I was just looking through the numbers in the inside papers showing how the NSC is performing, and the numbers look depressed, and that has been the case over the past few months. Now, that tells you now generally how the market is performing, because there has been a story about many institutions unable to pay debt and therefore facing the hammer, including individuals who have taken up loans with the various credit institutions. And for that reason, then it tells you that at the micro level, at the household level, where economic development happens, therefore, there are an issue there. They are unable to make more money. Obviously, therefore, they are unable to have enough for doing what they are supposed to do, and more importantly, to make investment returns and earn profit out of it. And that tells you that generally, therefore, the country, from the micro level to the macro level, the country is not doing very well economically.
Yes, let me say something, Debal. You see, I'm sure you've seen agitation for pay rises and all that. It is usually an indication of a pain somewhere. When you have a problem in the commodities market, in terms of the cost of products, the consumables, and then you the other thing that will be transferred to the labor markets in terms of people starting to ask for a higher pay rises so that then they can afford the cost of living. And then, of course, if then the economy is not generally also performing very well, we'll start seeing the impact in the financial market. So, as Paul has alluded, the first thing we have to do is we have to get the economy working for everybody. I'm an economist, and we normally measure the performance of an economy using GDP. But in such a meeting, in such a platform, when we have to discuss, even quoting the central bank governor says, hey, we have to be careful as economists that people don't eat GDP. We might have very good figures, say 10% rise in the economy, but if that is not translating to improved welfare on the part of the populace, then we actually are not, GDP does not mean a lot. So I would want to say that I think it is good to have a broad conversation on how do we get an economy that is working. At the moment, there is a discussion about like the presumptive tax. I actually want to say that this is not a taxation that I would actually advise and go for, because it hits the local person and it hits them hard. And when the mamamboga, because those are the people who are driving and moving the economy. We have talked about productivity, Debal. Look at our GDP. 25% of our GDP comes from the agricultural sector. The agricultural sector employs 75% of the population. So in terms of what Prof was saying earlier, that our issue is productivity. When you have, can you imagine, 75% of your population is producing 25. So it means actually you have, I don't know if I'm allowed to use such a terminology. Is it laziness, or it's actually an inefficient economy? If you compare the French economy with the Kenyan economy, we work longer hours and producing less outputs. They work less hours and they produce a higher output because they've addressed the issue of efficiencies within the economy. Now, if we had time and just break down the investment of our development budgets into, is it going to facilitate these sectors that are going to actually help accelerate productivity? The answer is no. Look at the amount of money that we've been allocated to the agricultural and the livestock sectors, which actually have more people in them. You will realize a lot is not going to those sectors. And finally, is also, are we putting money in areas that we have a competitive advantage on, in terms of things that Kenya is only good at? Because we are in a competitive and a globally competitive economy. Prof, you alluded earlier that the exports from Uganda to Kenya are on the rise. There is something about productivity and competition they've addressed that we haven't. You have been on the, since you're in the media, there were headlines recently about increased eggs being imported from Uganda to the Kenyan. There was increased milk from Uganda coming to Kenya. It's a simple thing. If you are competitive in the market, what happens? The consumer is rational.
And now the investors are being lured into Ethiopia.
Yes. So anyway, I was just saying we don't require a magic bullet in terms of solutions. I was looking at the solutions that were put recently. You remember the ones that saying we want to buy prices of milk, increasing the prices of milk, increasing the prices of rice. You cannot solve an economy through direct transfers, because you are not addressing the core problem, which is efficiency and productivity.
Right. So we want to take a short break right now, unless you have just headlining thoughts on that. As we're looking if the government is cash strapped. We know also there's a tidy sum of money within the Unclaimed Assets Authority as well. And we want just to look at that, because we've heard, even from the previous CS, that yes, he alluded there is some good money there, but you cannot just, put your hands and try and grab these particular funds. There's a legal framework on how you can do it. So how, in light of what we are facing right now with the cash strapped government, and if there's money tucked away somewhere within, which is unclaimed, then how do we go about it? And what is the regulatory framework that actually we can navigate to try and come and, make useful of this money, right? We want to take a short break. When we circle back, we'll continue with that particular topic, which is the unclaimed assets. We continue with Opanis. I'm eagerly waiting to see if the other two will join us. And of course, we carry on with the conversation. Hit us on Twitter. Live NTV is a Twitter handle. Live NTV, our profile name on Facebook. And 20696, our SMS button. Don't go away.
Building tips for general construction should be bought from reliable sources, should not get dry before the specific curing time given for best results, must be kept certified. Exactly 50 kilograms guaranteed in each bag.
Adding strength to Kenya's landmarks, power for specialized constructions, cementing the nation's future. Simba Cement, the strength and pride of Kenya.
Now also produced in Nakuru and Mombasa.
Buy a fully serviced 8th-acre plot at 6.85 million shillings and build your dream villa. So book today with only 10% and get amazing fittings for your dream villa. Financing available from Stanbic Bank. 143 Brookview, a development by eBoss Investments Company Limited.
Welcome to our big family. You see, in this family, we have fun together and we look out for each other because we care. We share whatever we have. We protect and support each other. Welcome home, where we love and care for each other. We're so excited that you're joining us.
Welcome to the new member of our Nivea family. New Nivea Petroleum Jelly Essence, enriched with glycerin for long-lasting moisture and protection.
The three sides of Anna.
I promised my wife that during these 6 months I wouldn't see Ana Lucia, and I'm going to keep my word.
What about what you promised Ana Lucia? You made her believe that you were going to fight for her love, that you were going to leave your wife.
You ended up in prison for fraud. You've been conning other men like you did with me, and then you robbed them.
Who are you?
Ramiro, I'm only a woman who loves you.
Don't trust Ramiro. Do not make the same mistake as Gina. Loves me?
Gina wasn't always the best person. She left you at the most difficult time of your life.
I know your marriage is destined for absolute failure. Even though you don't want to accept it at the moment, it's alright.
The three sides of Anna.
This is Fact Finder from the BBC.
We hear from Ebola survivors on the impact of myths and misinformation about the viral disease 5 years on.
The people that they suffer, they survive and they suffer.
A BBC Africa Eye investigation uncovers shocking evidence that multiple Nigerian security forces are using a brutal ancient torture technique. We tell you how.
Swapping faces in videos through artificial intelligence is cool, but tech experts warn this could have a negative impact on political messaging.
And did an airline force a passenger to take a pregnancy test before boarding a plane?
I think it's false.
It's not true.
Sour Shower has never been better with the new look Sour. Now with a new formulation too that will leave you feeling fresh for longer, while the soap lasts even longer.
Welcome back. Now, only 7,000 individuals have sought to be reunited with their properties since the Unclaimed Financial Assets Authority was formed 6 years ago, I should say. According to official data, the individuals have lodged 500 million shillings claims with the agency, which is holding 13 billion shillings belonging to 2 million Kenyans. The claim rate translates to a paltry 0.35% of the targeted owners, which range from as low as 25 shillings to a maximum of 7 million shillings. Now, the assets are largely collected from mobile money and bank balances, as well as listed company dividends, mature insurance policies, and unpaid salaries. The authority is calling on Kenyans to disclose whereabouts of their assets to the kin, saying many families were languishing in poverty since their breadwinner concealed information about various investments made during their working life. UFA currently has 13 billion shillings in cash and a further 555 million shares valued at roughly 25 billion shillings. And this is what we want to slice and dice with our panelists this morning. We continue with the conversation, and it's good also to see Joe Gige has also joined us this morning. Sir, good to see you. Karibu sana.
Asante sana.
You are running late. What happened? You know, on this show, when people run late, they come and kneel down before us.
I'll make sure I do that the next time.
So we can just walk in and sit. You have come and kneel and apologize before the viewers why you're late.
My deepest apologies.
Good to see you. Good to see you. But let's just begin with Paul from UFA to just tell us the current state of play as it is. We know you had the Rapid Results Initiative campaign that went on. And you also to share your data with regional and county administration officers to help create awareness among Kenyans. It seems many Kenyans are still none the wiser as far as unclaimed assets is concerned in this country.
Fine, yes, to some extent, but there are a lot of traction that we are gaining on that count.
There's a lot of traction.
Certainly, yes, and I just want to update those numbers I've heard you talk about. We have grown significantly over the past few months. Remember, the compliance cycle was coming about in the month of November, of the 1st November of every other year. So 2019 just passed. And we have new numbers that currently the fund sits around 16.1 billion in cash.
Yes.
And we have upward of 830 million units of shares. So roughly we have about 50 billion worth of assets sitting with the authority.
Yes.
A lot of those have since been claimed. We have seen a lot of activities on the reunification counter. Remember, we have had a number of initiatives that we have deployed recently. Most significantly is our partnership with the Ministry of Interior, where we have mobilized the nation, courtesy of National Government Administration officers. First and foremost, capacity building them on the mandate that the authority have, and importantly, also how do they, have point of convergences with the services that we offer, so that members of the public do not necessarily therefore have to come to Nairobi or inquire with our offices about what assets and stuff, that these services are available at the office of the chief in their location. But also is our ability to dissect the database. Over the years, we have had this database available on our website. In fact, it is even to date. And we also deployed the USSD service, where more members of the public can, register and, search the data with their names and stuff. But importantly, recently, is that we are able now to map out the numbers of people we have with their names and ID numbers, and share the same with the various local administrators, so that we know Dibal come from this village, and therefore the local chief has your name and ID, and some information about who we are looking for, so that we trigger the local administrators to look for members of the public out there and to come and take up our services. The more reason I'm saying that there have been a lot of traction again on the reunification counter, owing to all this initiative that we have deployed recently, and a lot of other things that we'll be highlighting in the course of this discussion.
All right, so broadly as it is right now, how many Kenyans, because I know also you have a USSD, where they can try and key in and get the information from the mobile, or any, is it just the mobile phone or any other device? But is this particular intent for the mobile phone?
Yes, we appreciate that our services are largely offered through the digital platform. Looking at the numbers in the very recent times, we have seen a lot of traffic on our website, and we have been able to map the traction on that count alone. The USSD uptick that only began last year is now taking logging upward of about 600 million people already registered on that platform. So that's 600,000 rather. So that service again shows that there is a need for members of the public, to uptake the service that we offer. But importantly is how are we able to translate those numbers into reunification counter? There are all discussion, and I know Joe will be coming to this conversation shortly, about the national policy to unlock a number of things that have been impeding the reunification agenda. One being that as much as we are saying that a lot of people are uptaking our services through USSD, registering online through our website portal, that we have not been able to disclose the value. So that a lot of traffic, therefore, is also being translated to inquiries coming through our office, and also making inquiries through telephone calls. So that people ordinarily inquire, how much is it that I'm coming to claim? And we want to see how can we unlock that to ensure that members of the public can know in good time about what value is it that they are actually coming to claim. And a lot of conversation has been happening fairly recently in the development of national policy to unlock a number of those things.
All right, I just want you to run me by maybe what has been remitted from, because we know the bank, the listed companies as well, the telecoms, insurance companies, as of last year. If I may just put up that a bit. We have the banking sector with that particular, I know you have the info with you, and listed companies, up to SACCOs as well. Who in this particular sector do you think is not roped in as far as the Unclaimed Asset Authority is concerned?
Our biggest pain point has been how has the government also, because it is anticipated that our government is also a holder of unclaimed assets.
The government?
Yes. The government in its entirety, meaning therefore that institutions that are public has a responsibility to also remit unclaimed assets in their custody. And we would therefore say that institutions, particularly in the education sector, universities, high schools, all of them have an element of asset classes they hold that is anticipated and provided for in the Unclaimed Financial Asset Act. And the rate at which therefore these institutions have been limiting these assets has been wanting. Judiciary is the other, the pension sector, particularly within the National Social Security Fund. A lot of pension that are owed to members of the public who have since retired or departed service for one or the other reason, that is therefore due or anticipated to be due to be unclaimed assets as provided for in the Act, has also been a challenge. But what we have done fairly recently is to engage the Public Sector Accounting Standard Board that now provide for how does public institutions account for and provide for a statement of annual reports every other year. In respect to how do they disclose unclaimed assets in their custody without necessarily the institution going or the authority going to undertake audits, as much as we are doing a lot of audits in that count. So that by way of that disclosure, as provided for by the Public Service Accounting and Standard Boards, therefore, they are obligated to disclose and therefore surrender through the requisite provisions from the exchequer of the unclaimed assets in their custody.
All right. So we do hope that the policy we're talking about, because I'm given to understand also the National Treasury published a draft unclaimed financial assets policy, which it says will raise the bar of reporting requirements with regard to abandoned assets, such as also bank deposits as well. In this particular draft report, if you're privy to it, do you think it has captured your concerns about the judiciary and different government agencies that are not really remitting this unclaimed assets as it is? Let's just hear from Ngige and also Vincent on this. Let's just rope in Joe, because he's not spoken. Good morning.
Yes, morning. First of all, it's very nice to see my mwalimu, Dr. Wainaina. I left the university 35 years ago, so that's the last time he taught me. It's our anniversary.
How many years?
35 this year. So it's very nice. And of course, mwalimu was very involved when we were developing this.
Yes.
First of all, let me say, we have had, at least I have had a very serious rethink about what the problems of this industry are. And I think the problems of this industry is that when we were doing the law, we made the authority the regulator, we made the authority the trustee of the trust fund, and we made the authority the agent. So he's the regulator playing in the same area that he's regulating. And I think there is a very serious conflict in that particular circumstances. And I think, with all due respect, I think most of the failures of the authority are coming out of that conflict of interest. When you look at the central bank is not a commercial bank. They regulate. They don't play that role. Recently, Governor Joroge has finally managed to get rid of the Deposit Protection Fund, or what is called the Deposit Insurance Corporation. So I think when we wrote in the law that the authority may appoint reunification agents, we said may. Actually, we should have said shall. Because what they have done is that they have not appointed any reunification agents. And when you look at the caliber and the quality of the reunification agents that they are appointing, chiefs, I mean, I don't think that chiefs are the best agents, especially when we have people like the credit reference bureaus. Credit reference bureaus are holding data. The telcos are holding serious data in terms of tracing and tracking people. So I have had a rethink, and I think this is where the problem really lies, that the authority should be a regulator, and they should license service providers, and those service providers are completely separate from them. But you can't be a regulator and play in the same space. I think this conflict of interest is, I think, where the rain is starting to hit us. And the numbers you're talking about, the reunification,
but you've got yourself to blame.
Well, no, I'm not saying we're not to blame. Yes. But you see, we learn as we go along. At that time, that was the thinking. We thought that was what was correct. But we can go back to Parliament.
What really informed that thinking from the go-getting?
I beg your pardon?
What really informed the thinking?
No, initially we want of that. Law is a developing. It's a living thing. I mean, we are consulting with the financial service providers. Yes. We are consulting with the fund managers. We are consulting with the custody banks. We are consulting with the custodians, with the administrators. And the case he just mentioned of NSSF, actually, NSSF was exactly where they are. They were the collectors of the remittances, they were the investors, they were the administrators. So when RBA was formed, the first thing they did was to decouple. Was to decouple that and say that the industry should be run on separate lands, where you have got fund managers, you've got custodians, and you've got administrators. So everybody is doing what they're best at. And I think as a regulator, the Unclaimed Financial Assets Authority needs to stick as a regulator. The trust fund needs to be a separate body. And the reunification agents are licensed. by the regulator. But playing in all the fields, and Kimo, so perhaps you would probably agree with me.
Okay. I would love to shed light on that. First of all, I think Dibal at times have come to realize it's very possible to complain very fast before you celebrate success. So I want to agree on some issues Joe has raised, but I want to say that Joe we have been in this journey before the act passed, when the act was being implemented, and now in implementation. There are lessons we have to draw. I think for me, Paul, one of the things that we need to see the authority do is leadership in the thought space on the subject of unclaimed assets. What do I mean by leadership in the thought space? These issues that Joe has pointed out on what does it mean to play in the regulatory space? What does it mean to play in the agency space? That is why now you convene thought conferences and platforms for us to come and share our story. I would want to say that, Joe, if we were to move in that direction, look at NSSF. This is in the 60s, and RBA came in the 2000s. So we had a 40-year experience of the journey. I would want to say that maybe we can allow a 10-year implementation, like we've had with our constitution, for us to really appreciate what is the regulatory space. The central bank has just removed the deposit protection. There was a timeline on the experience we had in the 90s, the collapse in the banking sector, as in that there was a journey that has been traveled.
Yes.
I think I would be of the opinion, Joe, that we need to allow the authorities to travel a certain journey for the knowledge curve to ease out. What do I mean? We went to Malaysia for a learning visit together with New Zealand. And actually they have another challenge and experience on what does it mean to engage reunification agencies. One of them was the whole element of integrity. The other thing is also the experiences that the challenges they've had. On the issue of disclosures, Australia, if you go to the website of the Australian Security Commission, you will actually realize that they provide all the information, including the amounts. Paul has alluded that they've had a busy counter on the reunification platform. Majority of the people, actually, if we were to break down this data, you will realize somebody comes and says, by the way, how much do I have? 200 or 3,000 shillings. When they weigh the cost of reunification vis-a-vis the amount they would want, they say, I don't think it is worth the expense. So I think because it's good to take responsibility, when we made the decision to say we will only provide where the money has come from, the last address, and then where we will not provide the amounts, we were concerned about, is this going to be a possibility that, the privacy of people's information? But I think a time has come, on what say the policy, the authority should include the amounts. What happens? You cannot go to be reunified with 50 shillings when you see even the transport from CBD to Westlands and back is going to be 60. As I'm just talking the average person's language. So Safaricom, for example, gave over 500,000 number of their subscribers who had M-Pesa balances of less than 1 shillings. Cumulatively, 500,000 people, 1 shilling. From a quantum perspective, you have 500,000. But from a reunification perspective, to reunify 1 shilling, even the cost of an SMS is 2 shillings.
It's 2 shillings.
So now, why is the policy now the nexus to what Joe was pointing out? I am concerned about the leadership part. Number 2 is also the cost of reunification. I think, Paul, one of the things we may want to discuss, and I take responsibility for some of the decisions we took, is that we may have actually made also reunification more complex and a lot of documents bulky.
Right.
So I think for me those are the things of celebrating and taking responsibility.
Let's hear from Paul a bit.
No, sure. I'm liking the debate as it goes, and with all due respect to the acknowledgement of my former chair, who took leadership in the discussion that we're having here over the past couple of years.
Yes.
Now, coming back to a number of issues that have been raised by my colleagues on this table, in respect to why is it that we are going to ask chiefs to look for you. Now, were we to look at the database called Unclaimed Financial Asset Database in respect of how does that data sit, and how can we dissect it to understand the intricacies of the ownership of what we call now unclaimed financial assets, it's important to appreciate a number of things. One of them is the values at individual level. As we speak, in that database, it sits upward of 12 million or 13 million or thereabout entries, meaning that we would have Dibal with 3 or so, and then I have mine probably 1 or 2. Cumulatively, we have around 13 million entries in that database. We have Dibal 20 times, or Joe 2 times, Professor 1 time. Cumulatively, we are talking about 13 million entries. Out of this is that how institutions who are emitting these monies as the regulations so provide is that they could look for any identifier of the person owning an unclaimed asset. So they will throw in an SSF number, they will throw in an NHIF number, probably an ID, probably a passport number. So that if you are to ask therefore that who is this Dibal, who has an ID number here, an SSF number there, you cannot really link both, because probably the same person, yet we have not been able to know exactly whether this is the same Dibal we are looking for across the various entries that are available on our database. So what we have done is that we have done consolidation of that database to ensure that we at least identify Dibal with the various entries in that database. And this is the information we are saying that National Registration Bureau has been able to unpack that for us to identify who is this Dibal and how can we locate this Dibal. Because if you look at Section 33 of our Act, it provides that the authority must do every effort to locate and notify a Dibal in respect of the unclaimed assets available. So our engaging chief is not necessarily as agent per se, but importantly, for the very purpose of providing information, and importantly, that Dibal is made aware that there exist unclaimed assets with the custody of the authority. The other thing is that within the 13 million or so entries, how does that data sit in terms of value? So what we have done is not to attempt to understand how does the ownership of the so many billions we are talking about are sitting with the various numerous entries. And what we have been able to do is to categorize ownership from 0 shillings to 100 shillings and graduating that upward, because we have some information relating to about 15 million or so of somebody who has that unclaimed assets. So that we now know that upward of 60% of the data that we have has people who have 1,000 and below. Meaning therefore that we are looking for upward of 7 million people to come and claim 1,000 shillings, 2,000 shillings probably, 5 shillings, 1 bob. And the cost of looking for these people is equally the same with that of looking for somebody who has 15 million and more, or even a million. So then we are looking at, can we also identify what would be the incentive of a person looking for 1 million shilling available in the unclaimed financial assets vis-a-vis that of somebody who has a shilling. Therefore, as much as we are saying that we are creating awareness and people appreciate that we exist, they have been notified by their chief, and every other effort that we have done as an authority, then the incentive that a person with 1,000 shillings, like my former chairman has said, is not the same with that of 1 million shilling. And meaning therefore that we may be waiting for somebody to come and claim 1,000 shilling and they will never come. Yet they know that they have unclaimed assets with authority. But somebody with such a significant amount, not that any other amount is not, but they have every incentive, and we have other strategies beyond just notifying them, that we are also looking for them literally. Where are they? Because we have been able to map where they are, so that the chief can tell us that this person is in this village, and if it's not, therefore the family whom the chief can identify can notify this person that there exists some unclaimed assets with authority, and therefore you are at liberty at your convenient time to lodge a claim with it, and it will be paid to you.
Okay.
Let me come in, please.
Okay, let's hear from you, but let's hear from Professor before we come to you, Joe. Then we'll ask also issues to do with the reunification. We know also politicians that you've actually listed some of them as people who have unclaimed assets and they've not really come to claim these particular assets. What do we do with this particular tidy sum of money also they do have as unclaimed?
Maybe not much, because if you check away from Joe, and good to see you, Joe, for some time. You have very serious experts in that area, I remember, Joe, when you were starting this, I was involved in him. I was in government then, and our meetings here and there. But I think the discussion, Vincent, or the report, it's great. But I'll probably look at it from a different perspective in the sense that there we are with assets worth this much, 10 billion.
50 now.
15.
50
billion. Yeah. I think to me, it's how can we utilize that prudently to invest? As we are talking about in terms of creaming, that was also the idea, that this can be used productively so that we can actually even enable those people who are coming to cream. So probably I would look at it from the perspective, do we have credible, and I think, Vincent, you're right. If you try to look at the areas like we're talking agriculture, we're looking at manufacturing, we look at agro-processing, are those areas we can actually get this kind, invest in them. One, there will be returns in it. Secondly, you'll be having government agenda in terms of even looking at the agriculture sector and that. Yeah. But I think the point, Paul, you're raising is important. We have a lot of difficulties in the identification of our Kenyans. But I think I'm going for where we leverage with institutions like Safaricom. Because Safaricom nearly reaches everybody, the last mile. Can we use that platform, really? Most people, and even perhaps some of us here, we rarely go to the websites. And when you go to the websites, at times they're very nagging. At times it's very cumbersome. But why can't I get to my cell and sort of get that way of dealing with it? And I know the chief is important here in identification. And even leveraging on Huduma centers, leveraging on Huduma number we are coming with. And maybe something in this country we need to get rid of, because one day you have an NSSF, you have a whatever. And it comes and hits you at times. I've been having some communication with a bank, a serious bank in this country. We have an organization where you have Tanzanian and Kenyans. And they kept telling me the names don't tally. I'm like, hey, I have more time in my work. If the names, look at the name, it's just one, it's ABC, there's a name called Juma. The other one doesn't have a Juma. That's the whole thing to hurabaro by this bank. So like somewhere we make things complicated. How do we imagine there are certain ways to do things faster?
Let me give some data just on what you're pointing out. The state of Florida established the unclaimed assets regime in 1961. By the year 2010, they had, and them it is unclaimed assets, not just, we only do unclaimed financial assets. By the year 2010, they had raised $3.7 billion US. From their reunification efforts, they had reunified $1.6 billion US. So the net, which was 2.1 billion, I would say administratively, the 0.1 billion, they used it for reunification efforts. An entire $2 billion US was transferred to the Department of Education by the state of Florida. So what am I saying, so that Joe could allude? There exists an opportunity for unclaimed assets to not only to play a development role, particularly in the social sector, because this is money that came from people. And one of the cardinal principles in the unclaimed assets conversation is that the owners have a right in perpetuity of reunification. Now, because we have the principle of bone vacantia in terms of that the state is the only agency that will exist beyond all of us, if you put these resources towards social investment, for example, I expected the conversation on affordable housing, for example.
Yeah. We'll come to that. We'll come to that on how also we can deploy this particular money is also to, social development as it is right now. Yes. But the aspect of, before actually you interjected, I wanted to hear from Joe, then we try and broaden the discussions to this particular facet that we're talking about briefly before you lose track of
what I wanted to say is, if one regulatory bodies can learn from one another. The fact that the central bank took 40 years to divorce the deposit protection infrastructure does not mean that we need to take another 10 or 20 years as a learning experience for the Unclaimed Financial Assets Authority.
Right. But I think that is the tail end of or the sting in the tail as it is right now.
Yeah.
Let's try and see approach the authority or the agency from the head.
Yes.
Then we shall actually now finish with the tail at the end, because I think those are structural issues that we can discuss. We want to see in between what is really happening with UFA right now. Then we come to those issues about uncoupling to try and make sure it's not the regulator, the trustee as well at the same time. But tell me, especially people, because for the benefits of Wananchi who wants to know, You've alluded to the unification period, that it's in perpetuity. But is it not also from, I think, the law that the government has a leeway that within this particular, I don't know how many years, if it is turned unclaimed, then that becomes also the assets of the government?
That's not our law.
It is not our law.
That's not our law.
What was there before? Because I thought we have a window of a certain window of around 10, 12 years. It is not. Which law was this? Let's hear from Paul. That's why I need clarification.
Thank you very much for that. I know that has been a concern over time. And I remember in
there was a perception before.
No, even to date.
Even to date.
So that I think in year 2007 or thereabout, around the month of June, somebody created a WhatsApp message that secretary wrote, and it was alluding to the government is about to take up your money, you have to come and claim. And we saw people inquiring about, where would my money go to? Now, the point I wanted to make there is that the law as it is now, and obviously with a lot of insight provided for within the Constitution, that people have a right to property. That must be protected. So it doesn't matter whether they will stay with 10 years without having contact with that investment or not. It is still the property, and they have a right to it. And as much as they have a right, therefore they have obligations. And what, therefore, the unclaimed financial assets provide for, and what we have been doing, is to ensure that that right is protected, and protected to perpetuity. We are saying even somebody who has a sharing can come and claim, and we have paid somebody 17 sharings irrespective of whatever cost it is involved. What we are looking at is how can we ensure service delivery works better. I think that is a point that is important. And what we have seen, and I like the perspective that we need to also appreciate where is the authority coming from. Because only 6 years, actually 4 years to be precise, that we have been in operation. And only in beginning 2016 that we have begun paying people, because there were regulations that needed to be put in place before the process of reunification happens. And what we have done is that we have appreciated the customer journey, as it were, complete with the barriers to that reunification journey. And what are the impediments, what are the bottlenecks around it, so that we appreciate that the service that we offer, because we're only headquartered in Nairobi, we don't have as many offices like every other institution has. How can we ensure that we leverage on technology to ensure that we provide efficient service delivery? And one of the things that we are doing, besides notifying people wherever they are, is that within the next 1 week, we are deploying an online portal where people will be lodging claims, literally. So that you don't have to come to Nairobi or send your document via courier to the headquarters in Nairobi and await a verification of those documents before you are paid. That wherever you are, once we identify that you are listed on the database, that wherever you are, kindly enough, just scan your document, whatever you can, and ensure that that document are available on the portal, and that internally, therefore, that we are able to manage the process flows efficiently more than we have been doing, because we have been receiving manual document and processing those documents manually. That's important. And the other is that as we do that, how are we also capacity building up our services at the head office? So that if we receive 1,000 claims today, are we able to process that as quickly? And what we are doing is that we are engaging Treasury, and there have been a lot of these discussions over time, that the authority needs staff for it to be able to churn as many claims as possible. So that as much as we are doing the regulatory work, we are also processing claims as it should be. So that once we have these two coming together, the marriage of the people capacity and the money and the IT on the other, that we will have service delivered to the public efficiently and in an effective manner. And then we can guarantee members of the public that whatever claims that you lodge, that within this period of time, the turnaround time will be shorter, because we have this platform that you are leveraging on.
Paul, there's something I have to allow me to point out, with your permission.
Sure, but can I just read out a tweet, I think, which is important, because we're trying to help also the viewers to try, and this is a process of reunification as well. We have Frederick Ombeta who's saying, Dibal, my father was a teacher, Andrew Ombeta Muko, who died in 1997 while in service. We've tried to access NSSF funds, all in vain. Please assist. Paul will answer that.
So Paul will answer
yeah,
that.
yes.
There's something, Paul, we have to be careful in terms of this conversation on unclaimed assets. Let us remember that the reason why we have UFA is just the way we have the central bank. The central bank is the lender of last resort. UFA is the reunifier of last resort. The primary responsibility of reunification is not vested with the authority. It is actually with the holding institutions. So one thing that I would advise, or the theory and the thinking on the establishment of the unclaimed assets regime, was to enhance the obligation of reunifications on the part of the holding institutions. It is not success to have increased amounts of money being remitted to the UFA. Success is actually in increased reunifications first from the holding institutions. So one of the things that I would actually point out is that the big stick that a regulator should have is that is what UFA should have, so that reunification happens first within the holding institutions. When the holding institutions feel we have tried all options within the timelines that the law has provided, then that responsibility now is taken up by UFA. So that by the time you're even coming to the policy conversation on what do we use these resources that we have within our access, you have the time lag and you have the opportunity to be able to engage further. If the UFA invests massively in reunification, more than first establishing partnerships with holding institutions, it would have moved from the thinking and the primary reason why it was established. It will be like central bank taking up, you remember the problems that we had with NBK that then was bought. They facilitated that process. They did not take up that responsibility. So I just wanted to point out that from the holding institutions to the one thing that is should be consistent is the reunification. Today, Paul, I consult in this space. I have never found any institution in the financial sector, the different categories of the financial orders, giving a report of this is the effort we've done on reunification. What you have is a report from unclaimed financial assets. So we are departing from the original reasons why we had the regime.
Okay,
the other thing,
because I think also there is where we are getting the confusion. Does also, you know, these organizations, the listed companies that we do have here, make their due diligence to try and reunify?
That is their responsibility.
It is their responsibility. Yes. But solely, is it the responsibility? Okay, I know. That's why I'm saying there's a confusion.
There's no confusion.
Should them also be doing their part in trying to reunify?
No, you see the bar.
No, if you're holding my account, and I have not actually, you've not seen any activity on it for the last 20 good years, is it not just your honors to try and reach out? Because we have, why do we normally list our beneficiaries there? You as a company. Instead of UFA really coming first, I know they will be submitting this, but the responsibility lies also with the company itself, or whichever investments have made, for them to reach out before UFA really does that.
You see the bar, that is why we came up with this, because it's a conflict of interest. Because if a holding institution is making if a bank is holding on to 10 billion shillings worth of unclaimed assets, it's free money for them. So they are conflicted in terms of should we look for these people or continue holding on to it. So the reason why we came up with the Unclaimed Financial Authority is to defeat that conflict of interest. Because they have no motivation. What motivation do they have?
Of course, they want. They want actually for it to accrue interest, and of course, yes, at the end of the day.
But they have perverse incentives.
I thought the first concern is, could we have something which mandates them to do that?
It's in the law. And that's why I thought I requested for the opportunity was that it is okay for UFA to build capacity in terms of knowledge in the space, employees, and the ability to provide service. But if UFA then invests massively to take up a role, which primarily it should be first, they should be providing the supervisory role, what happened? We will have missed what the thinking that the law was provided. So I would actually point out that...
But you're posing also a very good question to Paul. Yeah, because they have all these companies, reporting to UFA.
Yes.
At the end of the day, October comes, you report that
November
this is November 1st, at the end of October. This is when the question arises on what due diligence have they done, or just saying this is what has been reported as not
capacity.
Unclaimed.
Can I
yeah.
say-
I think
That's what I'm asking. Does the authority also create a mechanism and for them to showcase that we've done our due diligence to try and you reunite before now you take the tab?
Actually, the conversation has been how has the reunification counter been performing? And I think over the couple of minutes that we have had this conversation, that was the conversation about. Now, we have the other hand of the authority's mandate is to ensure compliance. And perhaps I would want to shed light into a number of things that we have done around the compliance on part of the institutions. When the survey that informed the creation of the authority came about in year 2008 or thereabout, the estimation was that there could be about 50 billion or so, 200 billion or so in the market, and then we could estimate that these assets are sitting somewhere. Now, what we have done in year 2018 as an authority, we commissioned a study to appreciate, now that we're in this space, how does the market sit in terms of the holding of unclaimed financial assets, and who are these institutions that are anticipated by law as provided and spelled out from section 4 to 18 in respect to the various assets classes that they hold. And what we established is that we estimate to date, with a study that has been done fairly recently, that we are looking about 241 billion. And out of these, we are looking at upward of 500,000 institutions holding unclaimed assets. And they are sitting across various sectors. And the reports are available for anybody to consume. So that, what are we doing to ensure that compliance levels on the 500,000 or so institutions is happening? And what we have done is to bring about the understanding of where does this institution sit in terms of regulations. Because each bank in this country is regulated by the central bank. Every pension sector player is regulated by RBA. The same for insurance and SACCOs and etc.
Yes, yes.
And what we have done is that we have had conversations with these institutions that regulates the players in the market to also ensure that they understand the space that we are at and how they play a part in the compliance on the part of the institution, so that every institution that is seeking for a license from, say, CBK, that they also demonstrate to CBK that they have been able to comply with all other regulations and laws in this country, including compliance with unclaimed financial assets. That is one. Secondly, is that we are also doing compliance audits. And in fact, if you look at the numbers that came about in year 2015, when we did the first compliance with the institution in place, institution limited upward of 300 and something, 3 billion, 3.1 billion or thereabout.
Yes.
And the thinking in the market was that now this is the only asset that we have, and therefore let's dump all these monies with the authority, and we have complied, so we are good. And as we progressively educated them, they have been able to appreciate that unclaimed assets are historical, and it could go all the way to when they were established, irrespective of whether it was 1900 or whatever, that it goes that far. And there are other assets that are coming about to become unclaimed assets as years progressed.
Okay.
And what we have seen is that, and I shared this information with you, it shows that institutions, once they appreciate that, they have also been limiting unclaimed assets progressively. So we have been able to grow from 300,000 that were remitted in year 2014 to now what we are calling 50 billion or so across the various asset classes that we are holding.
Right, but we can actually latch on that a bit because also I think the essence of disclosure comes to bear. These particular figures that we see that are listed with you, or maybe they're fronted to you, how sure this is the concrete amount of, the unclaimed assets that this particular company is projecting to you?
Now, what we are doing is a compliance audits. Because the law anticipates that as much as institutions are remitting unclaimed assets and reporting them, that it is the responsibility of the authority to check on the correctness and the completeness of those reports. And we have commissioned audits, actually some of them are actually ongoing as we speak, to try and understand that company X reported 2 million, were they supposed to remit 2 million or probably 1 million or 200 million? And those audits are actually yielding a lot of report. What I can say, without fear of contradiction, that none of the institutions that we have audited to date have we not found any unclaimed assets that were not reported and that qualified as unclaimed assets as provided in the law.
Okay.
And now the conversation is, how do we ensure that every of the report that we have received from the audits that we are following through to ensure that those assets come to us, and more importantly, that we have another agenda on how does these monies eventually get to the owners.
All right. Let's say from Prof will come to you, Vincent, briefly. Yeah, Prof.
It's a very interesting aspect of it. And I think to me it's more of and Joe has a very personal experience in this, why we sat down with it. But I think it's more of a realization. And I think, Joe, in our conversation, we were even talking about somewhere in high school, I didn't claim my building fund, whatever it was, or something like that. I think to me there is something to be done, and I can hear Paul. And probably it's time we did leapfrog. I don't think we have to, and I hear you, Vincent and Joe, the institution which leapfrog. And I think it's time we actually can leapfrog the authority and claim as authority and do what needs to be done. In the sense that there are people there, seriously, who are actually, they know there's something and claim somewhere, and they're actually in poverty. And these are the areas probably they can leverage in. I would probably see there's opportunity. We have ILA, we have RBA, we have CMA. Let's see what they're doing. We have Central Bank, and push it forward.
I wanted to raise two things, Dibal. Number one is that this issue of unclaimed assets is a very emotive conversation. Like, there's a gentleman who's asked a question about NSSF.
Right. There's also Jamal. Let me just try and put up. This was also Jamal. I think it's just the same stuff.
Yes.
So we can piggyback also on Evans's question. We have Jamal asking, morning gentlemen, I lost a dad who was a civil servant. But up to now, NSSF are taking us in circles with many conmen in the buildings who take money from us, claiming to help us get the savings. Which route should we take, he asks. Right, so this is some of the concerns that also that are coming to the fore as well.
I think, Joe, you remember this conversation we had at some point. One of the things that when the authority was being established, or the thinking around the law, was that we do not want to establish another NSSF, in the sense that where all this money and all these experiences lie. So there is enough lessons, Paul, for the authority on playing in the regulatory, in the agency space, to facilitate a framework that works. In fact, even the opportunity of leveraging on technology. I want to say, I just want to raise two issues on this conversation around unclaimed assets. When we also remember the leadership role, there is no unclaimed asset regime in the entire continent. So, Paul, we have even a leadership responsibility as a country to provide clarity in thinking in the subject, even for the continent on the first. There are opportunities, low-hanging fruits. Look at recently, we've had mergers. Even, the announcement that went before, the move from ABSA to Barclays, all this. At times we can make the mistake of only focusing on the banks. Unclaimed assets does not only, we have a 13 cluster, section 19 of the Act, provide even the Cabinet Secretary the possibility of increasing the clusters. So if we limit also the conversation only to banks, we miss the bigger picture.
Yes, of course.
The judiciary, court fees and fines are part of the unclaimed financial assets. I do not recall any opportunity that I've had the judiciary reporting the unclaimed assets.
I think Paul really raised that, salaries. And that is where we were asking, can we come up down to the policy issues and the policy asks, the policy recommendations and interventions as we're moving forward, because also we are strapped for time as well.
I see.
We have now the policy as it is right now. Can we try and interrogate the policy, the draft policy as it is, and how does it also cure this malaise that we're having? Some of the government agencies not really also remitting, the unclaimed assets report as it is right now. Joe?
Well, like Vincent is pointing out, the law was very comprehensive. It did actually capture almost every institution. Plus, we even gave the Cabinet Secretary the powers to even rope in other people. And we even went back to the formation of companies, whether those unclaimed assets had been declared or not. So the policy really is there. I don't think that is where the challenge really lies.
Paul, what is the challenge? Because you alluded to it, Paul, that some of this, including the judiciary, they're not really...
The challenge has been the appreciation of the various institutions to be also able to comply with the Unclaimed Financial Assets Act. Because the assumption previously was that only banks have unclaimed assets. And therefore, banks also did a lot of good things. They have actually been reporting very well. But how do we also deepen compliance on a number of other institutions beyond the banking sector?
So the issue is compliance. Okay, we'll come back to it. Joe, continue.
Well, and of course, I appreciate that there's a question of capacity.
Capacity, yes.
Yeah, because Paul is saying that they need to write to the Treasury to possibly even head count. I don't know whether that is one of the things. But I think that we will provide, and we have provided in policy, that Kenya is one of the leading countries in IT. And I don't know whether Kenya is the leading country in Africa, but it's very close, it's very near the top in terms of IT. So the enhanced use of IT is one area that we want to see increasingly used. I think M-Pesa is a unique platform.
Exactly.
If Paul can't send 50 bob, I mean, sending it of non-Pesa would cost you what? It's almost zero. So if the majority is there, so we would want to see a policy whereby we are leveraging on our IT superiority to actually enhance the capacity of the authority. The other area is, of course, I think we need to see more outsourcing. Claims can be outsourced. Yeah, reunification is something you can outsource. Database management is something you can outsource. So I think these are areas that we would want to reflect in the law, that there's an increased use of third-party service providers. Of course, we need to be cautious. I know there are issues of fraud, but I think these are the areas that we need to empower the authority in terms of law, so that they can take advantage of that particular.
All right. We have Zaiku who says that I have followed up my late wife and dad's unclaimed assets for a long time, which have borne fruits, though it needs patience. How can I be a certified reunification agent? Iko kazi hapo.
It's a derivative. You know, in the US.
Yes.
I'm saying it's the recommend. You know, because when we come here, 5 years down the line, we should be able to give leadership. I think there is a possibility of the authority to actually contribute towards the growth of the unclaimed assets sector in the country, and the whole issue about reunification agency. So, and we have the, like, you see the agency, if the agency banking in Kenya is working, where today you can go to a shop, deposit M-Pesa, you know, all that, there is definitely a framework that unclaimed financial assets, that by the time we were leaving, we could not have established the knowledge. So they exist. That's why I would recommend.
But they are working.
Yes.
There are not so many tiny kind of script there, what. It's delivered. And you point a very good point. The service delivery works.
Yes, it is like I would say the Huduma centers provide a good framework for UFA, for example, for them to deliver. Let's not rule out the chief, because I have received calls for not less than like close to 10 people who are telling me that they've been called by their chiefs in the village to ask about unclaimed assets. Now, these are colleagues we went to school, and then the first question, instead of calling the authority, they would ask, how do I go about it? So, Paul, I want to tell you that the chiefs, even with their limited capacity, they are also working. I would, because the advantage is that we've never walked this path. So there is also the element of allowing the UFA to test and to grow in the process. So I would say we look Central Bank as a public institution. If when they are paying to public entities, they actually do not charge. So that helps in reducing the cost of reunification. Right. I think for me, two things: we need to relook at the regulations to make the reunification faster and quicker. The whole element of how do we engage these agencies that the agencies that are giving money. The same banks that are using these agencies, remember, they have a first responsibility of doing what? Of reunification. Yes. So working with them to use those agencies as reunification platforms that can work.
Thank you.
Finally, the survey from FinAccess the report, Financial Services Access, it actually shows that the leading source of financial services in the country is not the bank, is not the SACCO, it is the shopkeeper. Meaning that the shopkeeper in your estates, in your villages, knows a lot more about your financial performance more than all these other agencies.
Thank you.
So there is a lot that we can do, Debal,
yes,
to make these things work.
I know this conversation is getting sweeter, but also time is not really on our side as well. But the issue of deployment, now that we have this money and we have a government which is cash-strapped, and yet that's why UFA needs to hold less and less money. Then we'll know you're really working effectively. But if you say still that we have 500 or 50 billion, which is not really unclaimed, it seems then that effectiveness is not really working as far as reunification is concerned. Then the government says, oh, there's 50 billion. Because, no, just a moment. Because if we have 13 billion held, they said that like 13 billion shilling held by you in a trust account at Central Bank is enough to turn Nairobi, Nakuru, Mau Summit Highway into a 6-lane superhighway. 13 billion. 2.85 billion is enough to build a 22-floor twin tower owned by University of Nairobi that cost 2.3 billion shillings and furnish it. And we know what is really happening with universities as far. Look, you're talking about KU also seeking assistance as well, right? So the lesser money you're holding, can we talk about deployment?
Even the mechanism, even the bridge in Mombasa.
Even the bridge.
It's about 4B.
It's 4B.
Yeah, the one being done.
Oh, you have 50.
No,
from the World Bank.
From the World Bank.
Yeah, but I think then the better thing to do is to have that trust fund play in the hands of fund managers, and it can then find its way. Capital is going to be allocated, I think, in a fairer manner.
I think there have been a lot of thoughts process around how monies that we hold is actually deployed and invested. I just want to make it known that the monies that we have, it does not sit with the authority. In fact, the authority is a trustee, and directors and management is just but a prayer in ensuring that this money is safe and guaranteeing the owner of this money, whenever they come, that this money is available to them, if they so wish. And we are making every effort to ensure that they come. Now, what we have done is that there have been investment policy paper around how does this money get deployed and invested.
Yes.
So what Treasury has done, and ourselves, of course, because we are part of that that household, is to ensure that investment is made on a counter that is free of risks, what we call the risk-free investment. And what we know is that we have put all these monies in government securities, so that government has all the monies to do all what they do and invest in all the areas they want and ensure that they guarantee this money whenever we need it for purposes of reunification.
I'll be remiss if we don't answer those questions briefly from the viewers who was asking for your assistance. Zufa, briefly.
In terms of, sorry, I didn't get that.
Reunification. We had Evans asking you about NSSF. The dad died. They cannot really access. They're frustrated also. We had also Evans saying he lost his dad while as a civil servant. Also the same story. They cannot really access some of these funds.
There are scope that we cannot get into, and perhaps it will be important for members of the public to appreciate that we are only in control of unclaimed assets that have been reported, and every effort towards ensuring that that money is reported if it is due. If there is any conversation between the owner of the asset and the institution holding it, that asset does not become unclaimed and therefore does not fall within the purview of the unclaimed assets. What we are saying is that institutions that are holding unclaimed assets, they have every responsibility, because it's a property right to members of the public, that it must be reported if it is due as such.
Thank you. Let's leave it at that because of time, and as we are just winding up, Governor is saying establishing the modalities for reporting and dealing with unclaimed financial assets. Information is still scanty on the processes and channels of reclaiming such assets. He continues to say that in developed countries, the key to success in the management of unclaimed financial assets can be attributed to comprehensive laws governing the management of the assets, stringency in implementation of the same law or laws, and transparency on utilization.
And also giving. And I thought I would say something. This guy of Amazon.
No. Let's not go to it right now. I know we can go because of time. We need to wind up on this. Right, we want to just give also a bearing on today's True North, just show you what activities will be happening and where. The Council of Governors and the National Development Implementation and Communication Cabinet Committee, that is NDICCC, will hold a consultative meeting today. Also, the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee will this morning meet with the agencies under the purview of the committee to consider the Budget Policy Statement 2020. Also, remember the British High Commissioner, Jane Marriott, and DCI Director George Kinoti will today preside over the official opening of a new UK-supported anti-human trafficking and child protection unit in Mombasa. And Janssen Pharmaceutical companies of Johnson & Johnson will today launch a new drug for maintenance treatment of schizophrenia. That is what we have on our True North today. I'll leave you with today's also quarter of the day, just to make sure you have something to pause and think about. This is from Robert Kiyosaki. He says, quote unquote, assets put money in your pocket, whether you work or not, and liabilities take money from your pocket. Right, thank you very much for your valued company. I want to just thank our panelists as well for that delectable discussion that we've had this morning. And this is a conversation that continues because of, yes, many people need to know about these unclaimed assets. Even if it's 2 shillings, that remains yours in perpetuity, according to UFA as well. Well, we want to hand over also the program to Gladys Gashanja. Live Plus continues, and of course today is all about health with Gladys Gashanja. Good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen. Well, it was good to hear about, government expenditure if we are running out of cash, because the NHIF is top on the agenda in as far as how we're going to maintain that going into the universal health coverage. But today, as you know, NTV is back on the road. We are in county number 12, that is Meru County, and we shall be looking at a certain mountain run that put together and whose proceeds will actually be going to finance mitigation of cancer in that county. Now, Meru County has its own burden. As you remember, the National Cancer Registry actually did a mapping of cancer, and Meru came out to have almost the highest burden of cervical cancer. So we'll be talking about that and much more from that county.
Interesting. And I think also next time, Dr. Kirinyaga, Nyeri, what is happening with the, the rate of cancer cases as well. Thank you, Gladys.
Eating the wrong food.
Okay. Right, we'll take a short break right now. When we circle back, Gladys continues.
Mam, hiyo avocado unauza pesa ngapi? Namwambia ni 30 bob. 30 bob. Huwezi punguza? Namwambia siwezi. Na ukitoa mbegu?
Ama Kenya tuko blessed na corruption juu 10% waga inaenda kwa kanisa, na badala pasta kusema rudisha mali umetoa, anasema zidisha mali imetoka.
Watu wengine wanatoa 10%. Wengine wanauliza hizo pesa zinaenda wapi? Nilikuwa nakuuliza ile mjengo inaendelea biguni, unadhani mafudi wanalipwa na nini?
Hello 999, how can we help you? Yeah, I think I am being attacked. Can you please speak loudly?
If you are just tuning in, we are going to breaking news out of Washington.
This is John Kale. I'm in the White House.
They've taken the building and they're holding hostages,
including my daughter.
Alpha 1, do you have the target? Roger that. We're holding the president in the library.
That's the library. My little girl is counting on me right now, and I am not going to disappear on her.
The explosive used at the Capitol was a diversion.
There's got to be a bigger play.
Like what? There's only one way to find out.
Sonia yampenda Jabali kiasi
yale wayaita mapenzi, ule wake ni wivu. Sasa mambo ya kumpenda Jabali na kumchukia huyu Fadhili yaingilia napi kwa pisini, mambo mawili tofauti.
Baba, simu yangu yenyewe ni ile wejua. Nitakesha nayo vipi na kuchaji mpaka kazini?
Jamani, mwana mrongo yuwauzwa wapi muuze mimi angalau mpate pesa za kuondoa hizi dhiki.
Mara nyingine najiuliza kati ya wewe na huyu fidhuli wako Jabali, nani bingwa wa kuudhi?
Kwani ulikuwa haulizi kuhusu sausage kuungua?
Nilikuwa nimekuulizia kuwa mvua ikinyesha huwa ardhi yatota.
Nimekuja kuongea na wewe.
Siongei na maadui zangu. Nishatangaza vita na wewe ni adui. Toka.
Hatutakuwa tukipotezeana muda rafiki yangu.
Akili yangu ina mambo mengi bwana. Sasa hiyo akili yenye mambo mengi ndio ingefanya kazi haraka haraka iyapunguze na kuyaondoa.
The three sides of Anna.
I promised my wife that during these 6 months I wouldn't see Ana Lucia, and I'm going to keep my word.
What about what you promised Ana Lucia? You made her believe that you were going to fight for her love, that you were going to leave your wife.
You ended up in prison for fraud. You've been conning other men like you did with me, and then you robbed them. Who are you?
Ramiro, I'm only a woman who loves you.
Don't trust Ramiro. Do not make the same mistake as Gina.
Loves me?
Gina wasn't always the best person. She left you at the most difficult time of your life.
I know your marriage is destined for absolute failure. Even though you don't want to accept it at the moment, it's all right.
The three sides of Anna. The Nation Media Group, in partnership with Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, will hold its first SMEs Conference and Expo on 24th and 25th February 2020 at KICC Savo Ballroom, Nairobi. SMEs will showcase their brands, products and services. Be part of eye-opening conversations with experts and peers. Watch it live on NTV on the 24th of February from 9:30 a.m.
I'm a dangerous man with some money in my pocket.
Trend.
It's going down, cause I'm around.
Trend.
Everybody knows I'm unstoppable. Let me make one thing clear.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Trend.
Nothing can stop me, I'm all the way.
The Trend, in association with Maybelline New York.
Fit Me Foundation from Maybelline New York. Fits your unique tone and texture. Blurs pores, stops shine. For your most natural matte. Fit Me Matte and Poreless, only from Maybelline New York.
All aboard! NTV on the road heads eastwards of the great Mount Kenya to county number 12.
Kuma gatumbika Mount Kenya kwena maniana muro gwita mwito nejo mutheru jwa gatune gukurukira muro nejo kadita Meru tuichonjo.
From here we will tell you stories about development and hear the voices of the people.
NTV bukukaribishwa Meru mono.
Tutapata ya mlimani yaliyo moto na ya kupoza, bila kusahau nasaha kutoka kwa wazee wa Njuri Ncheke.
Tutaangazia sekta mbalimbali kuanzia mhimili wa uchumi wa eneo hili, miraa, utalii na baada ya kazi.
Hata kamera iko hapa.
Just move into the weekend where there's something for everyone. For relationship, financial, and travel information, grab the Saturday Magazine. For trendy farming practices and the latest in agricultural technology, read Seeds of Gold every Saturday. Get your gossip and entertainment news in The Buzz every Sunday. For updates on lifestyle hacks, read Lifestyle every Sunday. To keep your child entertained, get Young Nation every Sunday, covering your needs.
This is Fact Finder from the BBC.
We hear from Ebola survivors on the impact of myths and misinformation about the viral disease 5 years on.
The people that they suffer, they survive and they suffer.
A BBC Africa Eye investigation uncovers shocking evidence that multiple Nigerian security forces are using a brutal ancient torture technique. We tell you how.
Swapping faces in videos through artificial intelligence is cool, but tech experts warn this could have a negative impact on political messaging.
And did an airline force a passenger to take a pregnancy test before boarding a plane?
I think it's false.
It's not true.
Sour Shower has never been better with the new look Sour. Now with a new formulation too that will leave you feeling fresh for longer, while the soap lasts even longer.
Sonia yampenda Jabali kiasi
yale wayaita mapenzi, ule wake ni wivu. Sasa mambo ya kumpenda Jabali na kumchukia huyu Fadhili yaingilia nao kwa wapi? Si mambo mawili tofauti.
Baba, simu yangu yenyewe ni ile wejua. Nitakesha nayo vipi na kuchaji mpaka kazini?
Jamani, mwana mrongo yuwauzwa wapi muuze mimi angalau mpate pesa za kuondoa hizi dhiki.
Mara nyingine najiuliza kati ya wewe na huyu fidhuli wako Jabali, nani bingwa wa kuudhi?
Kwani ulikuwa haulizi kuhusu sausage kuungua?
Nilikuwa nimekuulizia kuwa mvua ikinyesha huwa ardhi ya tota.
Nimekuja kuongea nawe.
Siongei na maadui zangu. Nishatangaza vita na wewe ni adui. Toka.
Hatutakuwa tukipotezeana muda rafiki yangu.
Akili yangu ina mambo mengi bwana.
Sasa hiyo akili yenye mambo mengi ndio ingefanya kazi haraka haraka iyapunguze na kuyaondoa.
Good morning. Thank you for making time for AM Live Plus. My name is Gladys Gashanja, hoping you're having a lovely 20th day of February. Now, as always, this is your one-stop shop for all matters current affairs, both within and without the country. And my colleagues across the country are actually working to ensure that you are kept up to date on stories that are making headlines in their regions. And speaking of which, I will be joined by Janet Nyamwamu, who's be coming to us from Kisii County, Kevin Mutai from Mombasa County, and Kennedy Mureithi from Meru County. And speaking of which, NTV is back on the road. We shall be in county number 12, that is 012. And in this county, a lot is going on in as far as tourism and of course agriculture, but also what is top of mind is the cancer burden in that county. And speaking of which, Kennedy Mureithi now joins us to give us a perspective of something that will be launched today, a first ever of its kind in Meru County. Kennedy?
Well, a very good morning to you, Gladys, there in Nairobi. And NTV on the road has already hit the ground running here in Meru. Well, we expected that from today all the way to Sunday, we'll be documenting stories that make an impact here in Meru County and what the people would really want to know from their government and holding the county government accountable for what has it been doing for the last 2 years since the government or the governor came into office. And all this we'll be listening to make sure just that we show, but also as you've mentioned, and which is also in respect to the topic that you're having today, is that we'll be relooking and looking at the cancer burden, which is quite something here in the whole of Meru County, and the county government is actually doing something with that regards to make sure that it is well taken care of, and if possible reduce those trips that people with this particular disease have to go all the way to Nairobi, and how are they able to treat it in this county. Then there are those efforts that have been made, including a mountain running in an effort to raise over 50 million shillings that they seem or they look forward to, will be able to set up a cancer institute. And all this will be looked up into from today, as we also look into the fact that there are 9 ambassadors who've come to pay a courtesy call on the governor and also help him in this particular journey that he started to set up a cancer center. This cancer center, we'll be talking about it later on in this particular bulletin, where we'll be looking at what will be going into it, We'll also be talking to a cancer survivor to know how have they been able to do it. Is it early screening and all these questions that we'll be asking with regards to cancer and all other issues that pertain Meru County in this bulletin and in the whole time that we'll be here in Meru County from today to Sunday on the NTV On the Road edition. Back to you, Gladys.
Thank you, Kennedy Murithi. Definitely will be crossing over to you to get more details on the same. And in studio, I actually have the CEC for Sports, that is Kombe Miriti from Meru County, who will be giving us more details about that run that will actually be raising the funds that will go to support that cancer institute in Meru County. But before we get to it, let's cross over to Kisii County, where Janet Nyamwamu now joins us.
Good morning, Gladys. I'm here in Kisii County. It's a good morning, it's a sunny morning. The rains have gone down and the people are up and down and they're vending for their families. What we are following up today is that the U.S. government, through the USAID, yesterday signed a memorandum of understanding with the Kisii County. And this signifies a joint understanding that signifies that Kenya-led development in Kisii County, that it will be working together with the USAID and the US government. The MOU reflects their shared vision of devolution in the county that meets the needs of its residents. In the devolution goal to increase private sector growth, Kisii has been selected as one of the focus counties under the US government's Prosper Africa initiative to increase its two-way trade and investment between the U.S. and Kenya at the county level. The MOU provides a framework to guide the new way that the U.S. and the Kisii County government will do business together, including aligning activities, planning and budget, designing new programs and priorities together. So that's the MOU the Kisii County and the USAID signed yesterday, and jointly monitoring and evaluating programs and working together to counter corruption and project beneficiaries. USAID past investments in the country includes programs in the areas of agriculture, education, democracy, and manual security, health and youth workforce development. Its aim is that together the American and the Kenyans will accelerate the country's or the county's journey to self-reliance. Gladys, that's one of the stories we are following from this region in Kisii.
Thank you, Janet Nyamwamu, coming to us from Kisii County. USAID signed an MOU with the county government on matters county and development in as far as the residents of that county are concerned. Now we shift gears to the coastal region and we are joined by Kevin Mutai, who is in Mombasa County. Kevin?
Well, good morning to you, Gladys. Today is a very sunny morning here in Mombasa, and we're expecting a couple of stories to dominate the headlines here in the coast region. And on top of our list today is we're expecting the DCI, George Kinoti, who will be accompanied by the UK High Commissioner here in the country, Jane Marriott, who will be opening the first child protection and anti-human trafficking unit here in the center, here in Mombasa. And the center is expected to protect vulnerable children from sexual predators, as well as the officers who will be manning that particular station will also be dealing with cases of human trafficking here in the region. Remember also the issue of human trafficking dominated yesterday's export and import conference here in Mombasa, where Interior Cabinet Secretary Fred Matiang'i also took issue with that particular concern, saying that several reports have been made concerning human trafficking here in the region, and of course called on the relevant government agencies to vet afresh all the private jetties and landing sites here in Mombasa, with the CS complaining that those particular places are currently being used for human trafficking, and of course also trafficking of narcotics here in Mombasa. And of course also another story that we're expecting to cover is that human rights organizations will be making a peaceful procession in Mishomoroni, that is here in Mombasa. And of course one of the key issues that they will be advocating for is calling for criminal criminal gangs in Mishomoroni and the affected areas to surrender their weapons and, of course, report cases of those people who have been behind cases of terrorizing residents to report to the police station. And, of course, they'll be together with the authorities and law enforcement agencies as they will be marching. And, of course, we will be speaking to some of them and will be able to gather what will be able to transpire from that peaceful procession. But for now, we are just on standby at the Uhuru Nakazi, that is near the police headquarters here in Mombasa, waiting for Jane Marriott, that is UK Commissioner, and the DCI Kinoti. And of course, we will be giving you more details on what they will be able to do here in Mombasa. Back to you.
Thank you, Kevin Mutai, speaking to us from Mombasa County, where the British High Commissioner, that is Jane Marriott, and DCI Director George Kinoti will today preside over the official opening of the new UK-supported anti-human trafficking and child protection unit in Mombasa. Excuse me. And now Matters Health, something that is headlining our diary. We are now joined by Eunice Omolo, who is at Afia House, and this is because the Ministry of Health is today set to release the Kenya population-based HIV Impact Assessment Kenfears Survey Preliminary Report. Eunice, what can you tell us about this report?
Good morning, Gladys Gashanja. I'm at Afia House at the grounds, and you're still waiting. The guests are coming in, they're streaming in. As we wait the launch of the preliminary Kenfear results by NASCOP, which is still under the Ministry of Health. So what we are expecting is to get the data, especially where we are in the country, the fight against HIV and AIDS, that is prevention of mother-to-child transmission of the virus, HIV prevalence among the teenagers, HIV prevalence among the adolescents, and the outspread or the increase or the progress that Kenya has made in terms of the use of antiretroviral therapy or treatment. And at the moment, Kenya ranks 5th in the world in terms of the persons living with HIV. And then we're also expecting to see where we stand in terms of mortality rates, in terms of AIDS. The last data showed that 29% of deaths among adults is through, I think I can get you clearly from the studio. There's some interference. From the studio. I can't get you clearly.
Okay, Eunice Omolo, we shall be speaking to her a bit later on. We seem to be having a technical hitch as far as her sound is concerned, but she is at Afia House, where the Ministry of Health is set to release the Kenya population-based HIV Impact Assessment Kenfears Survey Preliminary Report. And remember, this survey is focusing on the estimates of the national HIV incidence in the country, determining viral load suppression and assessing HIV prevalence in the country. Now, a look at some of the other stories that are making the list on our diary today. The Committee on Appointments is this morning expected to conduct the approval hearing of former Nyeri Senator Mutahi Kagwe and former Environment Principal Secretary Betty Chemutai Minor as nominees for appointment as Cabinet Secretaries for the Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Industrialization, Trade and Enterprise Development, respectively. Something else we are pursuing, the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee will this morning meet with all the agencies under the purview of the committee to consider the Budget Policy Statement 2020. The BPS sets out the broad strategic priorities and policy goals that will guide the national government and county governments in preparing their budgets for the following financial year and the medium term. This comes as the country gears up for the reading of the fiscal budget for the financial year 2020-2021 in June. Now, Hansen Pharmaceutical Companies of Johnson & Johnson will today launch a new drug for maintenance treatment of schizophrenia. Schizophrenia is a chronic and severe mental disorder that affects how a person thinks, feels, and behaves. And definitely to those stories that we know are going to be developing into the day, and we're keeping an eye on them. Now, on NTV's extensive coverage dubbed Judiciary on Trial last night, where we sought to understand why the wheels of justice move faster, seemingly for those with means, and barely, if at all, favors the poor. This has elicited a lot of reactions from you, the viewer, as you continue to share your experiences with the justice system. We shall keep an eye on those reactions and others coming from other legal stakeholders. Still on matters health, we are still keeping an eye on the COVID-19 effects, or whose effects continue to be felt across the world. Here in Kenya, the families of Kenyan students caught up in the COVID-19 outbreak in China and now asking the president to intervene and have the students brought home immediately. The families say their children are surviving under extreme conditions as the lockdown in Wuhan in China persists. And still keeping an eye on that shooting of a 24-year-old border operator by a police officer manning the gates of the Mama Lucy Hospital in Kayole. The killing that has been condemned and likened to a hit-and-run incident. And this is from the Border Association and Amnesty International, who on Wednesday pointed to the fact that the officer involved has still not been brought to justice and threatened to resort to protests. The Independent Oversight Policing Authority has maintained that they are looking into the matter to investigate why the killing happened. So let's take a walk down memory lane. And on this day in 2013, Malawi was forced to shut all of its airports as civil service workers went on strike over wages. Both domestic and international flights had to be cancelled on that day. Also, on this day in 1986, the Soviet Union launched the world's biggest space station, Mir. It was intended to provide a base for permanently manned space complex orbiting the Earth. Well, it is Rihanna's birthday today. She is one of the most successful singers of all time, and her records have sold over 230 million copies worldwide. Her many hit singles include Umbrella, Disturbia, and Don't Stop the Music, and Love the Way You Lie. And Rihanna has won 8 Grammys and had 14 #1 singles on the US Billboard Hot 100, and she actually turns 31 years old today. Well, as I had alluded earlier on before we started off the broadcast, is that we shall be in county number 0122, and that is county number 12, Meru County, even as we understand what this county has to offer, and also as we focus on the cancer burden in that country. Now, this is such a very integral part of this conversation, and just to bring to you some of the reasons why we need to have this conversation, as we all know that cancer is the third leading cause of death in Kenya, with an estimated 131 new cases and 90 deaths every day. Now, this translates to 6 new cases and 4 deaths every hour, or a Kenyan is diagnosed actually with cancer every 10 minutes. Now, what you're seeing on your screen is a burden in Meru County, and this came from the mapping of cancer across 12 counties by the National Population-Based Cancer Registry of Kenya in 2018, that actually revealed that the top 5 leading cancers in men in Meru County are prostate, esophagus, stomach, mouth and pharynx, and liver. And for the ladies, it's breast, cervix, esophagus and stomach, and also colorectal cancers. So we focus on this scourge that has touched on all parts of the country, but each county seems to be carrying its own burden. Now, Meru County has taken it up upon themselves to actually do something about it, and that's why they have organized actually a mountain run whose proceeds will go a long way in raising the necessary awareness and supporting the research behind cancer, and also helping diagnostic and treatment for those living with this condition. Now, let me bring into this conversation somebody who will be part and parcel of this run, and also who understands why it is important to merge those two departments, that is sports and of course health. And with me in studio, the CEC for Youth Affairs, Sport and Culture, Meru County Kome Miriti. Thank you for making time. And of course, we'll be talking to an oncologist from that county, Helena Musau, who is in Meru County, standing by with my colleague Kennedy Mureithi. But before we get to matters medical, let's talk about this run. We've heard of marathons and even triathlons for those that understand athletics. Why a mountain run in this case?
Well, thank you, Gladys. In Meru, under the leadership of Governor Kiraitu, we have the dream and the vision of making Meru great. Now, making Meru great calls for us to think without the box, not just outside the box. And therefore, we looked aloud, and with the advice of the governor, this is the Mount Kenya, of which 40% is in Meru County. 40% of the mountain is on Meru County, on the side of Meru County. And therefore, we thought, how can we make good use of this mountain to attract tourism, but also to contribute to that dream of making Meru great. And looking at our challenges as a county, here is the burden of cancer. You know very well, Meru is one of the most affected counties. So we thought, how can we use sports to contribute to the fight against cancer?
Okay, now before we break it down to that, now the theme of this race is challenging the heights. Explain.
Challenging the heights. You know, Mount Kenya is the highest mountain in the country and second highest on the continent. So it's a height, yeah. And for anyone to run through that height, it's a challenge, yeah, because it's not a smooth run in any way. And therefore, we thought this is a befitting title for the race, challenging the heights to the mountains, but also the height of the challenge of cancer, the cancer monster. It's also a height. So how do we link these two?
Excellent. Now, to the point you alluded to earlier, this is Kenya's first mountain running event, right?
True.
And it will be held annually going forward, and these funds will be used to fight against the scourge of cancer in Meru. Now, what is the connection again between the run and cancer?
Yes, we intend to raise funds basically. That's the intention of the run. But in addition to that, attract tourism and investors, people interested in sightseeing and all that. So the connection is that when we bring international athletes, because it's an international championship, it's already in the calendar of the World Athletics calendar, and with the assistance of the Athletics Kenya, we've been able to attract international athletes, mountain athletes, very many local athletes, and of course very many corporate sponsors. So the money that will be raised from there will be our contribution as sports fraternity to the cancer scourge, to the fight against the cancer scourge.
Okay, and you keep talking about tourist destinations. You've talked about also attracting investors in Meru County. Give us a tidbit. Apart from the mountain, what else does Meru County have to offer?
Meru County has a lot to offer. Talking of tourism and investment, we have the Meru National Park, which is more or less equal in size to the Masai Mara, but with a wider variety of animals, less congested and all that. We have, on the mountain itself, we have Lake Eris, where we proudly see Prince William's proposed from that Lake Eris. It's a very attractive site. We have very many, very soon we're introducing cable cars on the mountain as another form of tourism, tourist attraction. Agriculture-wise, Meru is, I would say, the food basket of the region. Very many varieties of food crops, of course, including our own Mira, found nowhere else. And therefore, we have a lot to offer as a county that will can spur investment and, of course, tourism as a benefit that comes along with that.
Okay, now you have emphasized on the importance of this run and its connection in trying to mitigate the cancer burden in that county. And speaking of which, let's cross over to Meru County, where my colleague Kennedy Murithi is standing by with the oncologist based in that county. And as we've heard, the monies that will be raised from this Mount Kenya run will actually go to support the first ever Cancer Institute in Meru Level 5, which will be used to do research on cancer, create awareness about this scourge, advice on preventative measures, offer diagnosis and treatment options for those that live in this county. Definitely, this is a first of its kind, and it goes a long, long way in ensuring that Kenyans along all walks of life, as long as wherever they are, they can actually be able to access quality medical care. And now I'm told that Kennedy Murithi is standing by for us with a bit more information from that end. Kennedy?
Well, a very good morning to you again. Gladys there in Nairobi. And here we just want to find out all these matters with regards to this scourge that is actually taking Meru by storm. It is rated among one of the counties with the most prevalence of cancer, and there are efforts that the county government is actually putting in place to make sure that this scourge does not go beyond, or it is managed. And we have two people who will be talking to. One of them is an oncologist here at the Meru General Hospital, and also the CO, the chief officer in charge of sports, and also a cancer survivor. And she'll be telling us the benefits of early screening and all that, so that we do know when do we do it, what are these things that you should be able to look at, and what is it in her case that she was able to do it. But turning to Daktari, she's called Dr. Helena Musau, is that there are efforts that are being put in place, and these efforts with regards to combating cancer. And what is it that you, as a hospital and also as a profession, you're looking out to to make sure that this prevalence is either combated or managed?
Thank you very much for your question. So we are looking to manage the entire cancer spectrum. So we're starting from screening, where we have a screening center in the hospital, and also run screening camps within the county every 2 weeks, where we look at mass screening for the population here. We also have diagnostic services available at the county referral hospital. We have treatment options available for patients, which includes chemotherapy and some targeted agents. We, however, have to refer our patients to Nairobi for radiotherapy. And then we have palliative care services within the hospital and also in some of the sub-county hospitals. And we are lucky in Meru that we have Meru Hospice, that is available to the patients where they visit the patients at home. So we try to combat patients at different stages within their cancer and ensure that they get timely treatment and timely referrals for treatment as well.
Well, also, there is this other word that I'm looking at, and I do not know whether it's a cliche. Is it true that there is a high prevalence of cancer in this particular area? And how many patients probably are diagnosed or are you able to see in a week?
So we do have a high incidence of cancer within Meru County. We are not able to ascertain 100% what the true figures are, because we are still working to get that information through the cancer registry that we have started. We have both a facility-based cancer registry and also a population-based cancer registry for the wider Meru County. We, at the Meru Teaching and Referral Hospital, see approximately 50 new cancer cases, an average of about 50 new cancer cases, both in the outpatient setting and in the inpatient setting. That is not a true figure of what is represented, because that is only one facility. There are many other hospitals that are also recording cancer cases, some of which do not end up at the Teaching and Referral Hospital. So the numbers are higher than what we have actually recorded. But we need time to be able to get that information so that we can give the true picture of what is happening in Meru County.
What are these cases that are most prevalent? I know there are different types of or strains of cancer, but which ones are these most prevalent here in Meru County?
So from our statistics in 2019, we found that the highest cancer for females has been breast cancer, and for males has been prostate cancer. but we also have other cancers like cervical cancer, a lot of head and neck cancers. We've got esophageal cancer, stomach cancer, lymphomas, sarcomas also presenting. So we have a varied mix of cancers, but the top 10 cancers are still similar to what we see across the country.
Well, also, with that regard, Gladys, is that we have a survivor, and she says, or she, in the conversation we had before this interview, she told us that she has, or she had, breast cancer. And how were you able to know this?
Thank you very much. I was able actually to know that I had a lump in my breast through my partner. So it is very easy for the person who knows you to discover the changes that there are in your body of your partner. It's very easy to be able to detect early. And this was early enough because when the lump was removed, they said that it was at 0 stage, which means it had not spread. This, after the first treatment was in 2012, together with my mother. My mother lost her breast. Of course, it was removed, but she went through chemotherapy, she went through radiotherapy. But for me, because it was at that early stage, I didn't go through all that. But later, after that, in 2017, it recurred. Same breast, but a different kind of a symptom that actually told me that there was a problem. It is good for people to know the changes also, because that one I discovered because I felt the breast was becoming heavier than the other one, and I would just squeeze it at the tip and get some fluid, and that's why I rushed to the hospital to ask what was happening. And after that, all the milk ducts were removed. And when they tested, they said there was still cancer, but at the earliest stage. So I would wish to appeal to everybody in this country, everybody in this county, Meru, to make sure that you go for early screening. It saves life.
Well, also, you're talking about early screening and all this, but is there anything that probably in your course of treatment the doctor was able to pinpoint and say that this is actually what you did and this is what has been causing or the reoccurrence of this cancer?
It wasn't actually clear why it had recurred, and I was not explained why it had recurred because even the symptoms were different. So it's a bit hard to know why something recurs, and for any reason, one will not tell you this was not done or this was done. So we said that what we need to do is to do thorough check and early checks so that we are able to arrest the cancer or this disease early enough. It is also less expensive because when you go through chemotherapy, it's an expense. When you go through radiotherapy, it's an expense, and other medications. So for me, I went, the second time I went through radiotherapy. Of course, it's good money. And after that, I was put on a hormonal drug for the next 5 to 10 years. I was told after 5 years, they'll be able to tell whether I'll continue or I'll have to stop taking it. I take a tablet every day.
How has this actually been able to change your lifestyle? Some of the things that you are doing, what is it that you can't do right now in the course of taking this medication, which you have to take for 5 to 10 years?
Nothing much has changed, but I am keen on what I eat because there is a lot of talk on what causes cancer. It's our eating habit. It's our lifestyle. It's a lifestyle disease. So I've tried to observe that I avoid so many things that are going to actually detoxify my system. So I avoid that, and I do a lot of exercises. I take a lot of water to flush out anything that is in the body so that your body remains healthy.
Well, Dr. you have been here for quite some time, and there must be some tests, or what is it called? There's something that you must have done to realize. And what is it that is causing too much of this cancer in this particular area?
I think that's why we want to have the Meru Cancer Institute, because it will ensure that we do research looking to risk factors and the causes for cancer in this particular population. We cannot actually attribute cancer to one particular thing. We do know there are various risk factors for different types of cancers, and some of our patients have them, others don't have them. We are seeing some familial cancers as well. So we need the institute to be able to do research into this population and hopefully even other surrounding counties, so that we can be able to ascertain what exactly it is that is causing an increased burden of cancer in Meru County.
Well, how is the reception to screening? Are people coming out to get the screening, or is it that people are actually noticing it at a later stage? I know that even in the interview you say that you're even discovering about 50 cases per week. Is that the same number of people who are coming here, or it's a bigger number?
So we have intensified screening efforts in Meru County, where we have a screening camp, mass screening camps every 2 weeks in the different sub-county hospitals. So when we started last year, the reception was not so good. We'd have about maybe 300 people showing up for a screening camp, 400 people. But in the last 2 weeks, when we had our last screening camp in Kangeta, we had over 3,000 people coming for screening. And we would not just screen for cancer, we would also screen for for just generally non-communicable diseases. So we'd also look at diabetes and hypertension. This just goes to show that people are willing to access healthcare. And through some of these screening efforts, we've been able to get patients with early breast cancer. In the last 2 weeks, we've had 2 patients with stage 1 breast cancer. So we are using these efforts to be able to diagnose the patients early. And by diagnosing them early, then we ensure that they get timely treatment and that we cure them of this disease.
And just probably the last question to you is, what are we looking forward to when this cancer center is set up in totality? What are we looking at in terms of help when it comes to the patient, when it comes to screening, and then when it comes to the issue of arresting it when it's early?
So we hope that through the Meru Cancer Institute, we shall be able to work more towards prevention. So identifying risk factors and trying to mitigate those risk factors so that patients do not actually develop cancer. And then when it comes to treatment, we want to be a center of excellence. We want everyone to look to Meru County for quality healthcare, especially when it comes to cancer treatment. And we hope that through this, we'll be able to show that we have good outcomes, even when we have patients probably with a little bit more of advanced tumors. So we want to ensure that with the care that we give, we end up having good outcomes so that patients do not succumb to this illness.
Well, just before I let you go, there is also the aspect, and my colleague Melita Oletenges will be doing a story later, is that there is a village here in Meru that is actually even said to have one of the highest prevalences when it comes to cancer. Have you heard of it, and is there any research that you've been able to do as oncologists in that particular area?
I've heard of it. At present, we don't have good data or good research that is actually looking at identifiable factors to why there is an increased incidence of cancer in that particular village. We are doing plans to at least look at the people we already know have had cancer in that village and then go backwards, sort of like a retrospective review, and look at what it is that could have been their risk factors. But ultimately, it's something that will need a lot of manpower to be able to go back in and look at the different risk factors in that community so that we can be able to know why it is that they have cancer. So we are hoping that, with funding, we can be able to do better research, and particularly for that community, because a lot of the times you're not sure whether it's, folklore that is coming into play as well, but we definitely do have an increased number of cancer cases within that community.
Well, thank you. But also on Saturday, there is going to be a mountain running that is being organized, and Mercy has been very instrumental in trying to bring everybody together with this regards. And the question is, how important will this mountain running event be in creating awareness and moving forward in combating cancer?
Thank you very much. Mountain running is an event that we have actually organized. That is, there is a steering committee from MCIDC and Sports Council of Meru and the county government. So we aim at having a successful event that will raise funds so that we can be able to actually come up with the Cancer Institute that Daktari has just talked about. So we are appealing to everybody in this country and even outside the country. Those who are able to come on Saturday, come and join us, register. We are closing registration today, the online registration, but for manual registration will go on up to tomorrow. So come to the county headquarters, do registration. We are there waiting for you so that we can be able to raise funds to start this Cancer Institute, to lessen the burden of our people who are streaming, or we have a very high traffic going to Nairobi to seek medical attention because of that. So we want to lessen that. We want also to make it cheaper.
Thank you very much. And the First Lady of County number 12, that is Meru County, has been very instrumental with regards to creating awareness on cancer. Actually, when we came in here with my colleagues Charlo and Kieru, is that we were able to see so many posters bearing the photo of the First Lady, calling on people to come out and have that particular screening so as to get this and arrest this cancer at an early stage. As Marcia is saying that she was able to realize it when it was at stage 0, and it is through the partner. So also partners are being called into question. How well do you know the body of that person that you're with, and how well are you able to point out some of these things when they do occur at an early stage? So this is a conversation that is just starting, and I know Gladys in studio are going to have a lengthier conversation with the CEC. But here in Meru, we want to look at this question and how well is it going to be combated, and the Cancer Institute that they are looking to build, how well is it going to go on? This mountain running is going to be an annual event where they hope to raise about 50 million. There are development partners that are coming in. The county government in itself is putting in money. The national government is also in itself putting money so as to make sure that it is a smooth one. And as Dr. Musau says, they are looking into making sure that they reduce those trips for people who are going to Nairobi and have it taken care of here in Meru. It's a conversation we are starting, Gladys, and we are hopeful that when they do get with it, they are going to make sure that they reduce. I'm also a victim. I've lost 2 aunties to this cancer, and it is actually a big question here in Meru. Back to you, Gladys, in Nairobi.
Thank you, Kennedy Murithi, speaking to us from Meru County, county number 12. And as you've heard, the cancer burden in that county is real. And back in studio with the CC Youth Affairs, Sports and Culture, that is Kome Miriti. And let's talk about preventative medicine. We've heard the oncologist and, of course, the survivor talking about the importance of screening. I understand the screening is still ongoing in the county, right?
Very true. Today we have screening for the area around the mountain, specifically Kisii Hospital. Meru Level 5 and a team of medics will be screening today and tomorrow as a precursor to the mountain run, ahead of the mountain run on Saturday. So we call upon the community around then, basically people around Meru County, to come out in large numbers to be screened today and tomorrow to take advantage of the screening sessions, and also to participate in the mountain run, which will help to raise money, as you've had, to help the battle against cancer.
All right. Now, we know that the burden of breast cancer, prostate cancer, and cervical cancer, the ones that are headlining in Meru County, and screening is really pivotal in catching some of these cancers at an early age, and no one needs to die of the same. How and what are you doing to attract the men who have been known to really have bad health-seeking behavior?
Thank you. The main thing really to do is sensitization. We've intensified, as a county government, we've intensified efforts to sensitize our people to come out and seek, early attention, medical attention, or be screened. As we've heard from the doctor, from the oncologist, every 2 weeks there's screening around the county. We hope to intensify this, and we pray that when the Cancer Institute is in place very soon, hopefully, we shall be able to do more of that screening, more of research related to cancer. But the bottom line, let's sensitize our people, let's call upon our people to seek medical attention as early as possible.
And your department deals with the youth, and also, of course, sports is alluded to men. Yes. How is that department working to ensure that you tap into this community?
Thank you. In Meru County, we work as a team. All departments work as a team. We try to collaborate as much as possible to build synergies as much as possible. Sports attracts a lot of young people, and especially men, as you said. And therefore, what we've been doing and we intend to intensify is to link our sporting activities to medical camps and screening, so that we don't just have, say, a football match. We also have an example of oncologists or medical practitioners on the ground to screen and sensitize our people, to help them seek, to have health-seeking behavior.
Okay, so back to the race, and the event is expected to feature 6 race categories. Talk about the categories.
Yes, thank you. We have 6 categories, as you said. The first is a 12-kilometer race for elite, the professionals. Yeah, and the prize money there is 500,000 for the winner. There's also the 12-kilometer race for amateurs, those of us who feel strong enough to go the 12 kilometers, but this is on a mountain, mind you. Very cold, very strenuous, and so there are those of us who want to dare, Then there's the 8 category race. We are calling it the junior category, for both the elites and amateurs as well. Then we have 6-kilometer race, both men and women. Then we have what we are calling Keep the Doctor Away, a 2-kilometer race for the wazers and those perhaps who don't feel very strong to go up the mountain. So we have a 2-kilometer race for those as well.
Okay. All right. So even as we look forward to the race that will be this Saturday, and many people looking forward to be part and parcel of it, maybe what you can let us know is how we will ensure that this is something that will go on and will sustain the resources that will be going into the Cancer Institute.
Thank you. As you said earlier, this will be an annual event. The mountain run will be an annual event. As I said, it's already in the calendar of Athletics Kenya and World Athletics Championships. And therefore, we intend to retain that run throughout for the coming very many years. But also around the county, we want to ask the people of Meru to keep, participating in the race. We want to make it much better every year to improve on it. This is the first one, actually, not just in Kenya, but on the continent. We haven't had any other mountain championship in Africa, and therefore this is the first one. In terms of sustainability, of course, we're looking at our own resources as a county government, but also resources from our partners within and outside the county. For example, as we speak, we have a total of 12 ambassadors from the European Union who are already in the country, in the county since yesterday. They are all participating in the race, in the mountain run on Saturday, but they say they want to come early and understand the community, be part of the development projects of the community. But, for example, Meru Vision 2040, which our governor launched the other day. And we want to have many other avenues to ensure that the funds or the raising of funds for cancer is a sustainable effort. Of course, starting with the county government. We are happy, just the other day, the National Treasury, the national government, expressed a lot of interest in being part of this. They came to the ground, they visited and understood the ideas we have around the Cancer Institute. So we hope then that partnership with the national government, as well as the corporates that have already sponsored us and many others, will make it sustainable for the county.
Okay, I love the fact that I'm hearing you're prioritizing health in Meru County. Thank you so much for your time. That is Kome Miriti, CC Youth Affairs, Sports and Gender and Culture rather in Meru County. Thank you for your time. As we have mentioned, we shall be live from county number 12, Meru County, even as we take in what the county has to offer and also spotlight on the burden of cancer in that county. Kennedy Murithi and the entire team will be in that county up until Sunday to give you a better perspective of this county. Well, my name is Gladys Gashanja. This has been AM Live Plus. A lot more coming your way in our broadcast. And of course, NTV Sasa will be coming your way at 11 a.m. Well, see you at 1 p.m.
Panadol Extra relieves multiple types of pain. Panadol Extra, now with new Optizorb technology to fight multiple tough pains with 3 times more pain-relieving medicine in the first 30 minutes when you need it most.
Molfix breathable surface developed with Airsoft technology is very soft and provides the best Molfix skincare.
I found the best diaper for my baby's sensitive skin.
All babies deserve a high-quality diaper. You should also try Molfix.
My friend, how dare you try to park that toy car in the only remaining parking space? Where did you expect me to park my beast? You should know people and respect their worth.
Na kila room ukiingia, fanya usafi kabisa, kung'are.
Sawa. Akia nani mzee yako single.
You're trending on social media. Ko number 3.
That's not enough. Pass me that phone. I need to call that young boy called ex-Christian Deal. He can use his fake followers to make me the #1 trending topic.
With Lipa na M-Pesa, you get more. Every 100 shillings spent on Lipa na M-Pesa earns you an entry into the draw. Do more with Lipa na M-Pesa.
This is Fact Finder from the BBC.
We hear from Ebola survivors on the impact of myths and misinformation about the viral disease 5 years on.
The people that they suffer, they survive and they suffer.
A BBC Africa Eye investigation uncovers shocking evidence that multiple Nigerian security forces are using a brutal ancient torture technique. We tell you how.
Swapping faces in videos through artificial intelligence is cool, but tech experts warn this could have a negative impact on political messaging.
And did an airline force a passenger to take a pregnancy test before boarding a plane?
I think it's false.
It's not true.
Sour Shower has never been better with the new look Sour. Now with a new formulation too that will leave you feeling fresh for longer, while the soap lasts even longer.
Just move into the weekend where there's something for everyone. For relationship, financial, and travel information, grab the Saturday Magazine. For trendy farming practices and the latest in agricultural technology, read Seeds of Gold every Saturday. Get your gossip and entertainment news in The Buzz every Sunday. For updates on lifestyle hacks, read Lifestyle every Sunday. To keep your child entertained, get Young Nation every Sunday, covering your needs.
The Nation Media Group, in partnership with Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, will hold its first SMEs Conference and Expo on 24th and 25th February 2020 at KICC Savo Ballroom, Nairobi. SMEs will showcase their brands, products and services. Be part of eye-opening conversations with experts and peers. Watch it live on NTV on the 24th of February from 9:30 a.m.
NTV, turning on your world.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Living with Us. I'm Sharon Mundia, and today we are back at the beautiful, stunning 88 showroom in Upper Hill. It really is something to look at. If you have a few moments to spare, I'd highly recommend coming here and checking it out. For now, though, I want us to dive into our conversation, and today's show is all about women in the energy industry, in the petroleum business. And my guest today has left her mark in this industry as a woman who's owned this space. Her name is Njoki Karingi, and she's the CEO and founder of Abraham Energy Limited. Hello and welcome, Njoki.
Thank you for having me, Sharon.
Oh, it's my pleasure. It's my pleasure. I love any show that kind of helps establish or dismantle ideas that we might have on a certain topic. Mm-hmm. And I'd like to say, and I'm sure many people would agree, that when it comes to the petroleum, energy, oil and gas space, we kind of have this assumption, or at least I kind of have this assumption that it's a male-dominated space. Am I correct?
Yeah, you're right.
So there are it's skewed to more men than there are women.
Yeah, that's a perception that is out there.
Yeah, but is it reality though on ground?
It is reality, yes. There are more men than women.
Oh, wow. Okay, so before we even dive into, your company, I would like to get to understand a little bit about your background. Mm-hmm. So did you study, or did you kind of, growing up, did you have any interest in the petroleum or energy industry?
Not at all.
Okay.
Not at all.
Yeah.
Actually studied human resource management and law. So I never did anything to do with petroleum.
Yeah. And I think it's always good to start it from this perspective, because sometimes it may seem like, oh, no, if I haven't dedicated 10 years to it, studied it, then there's no space for me to enter the market. But I like that. Okay, so how did you wind up in this industry?
Okay. I used to work for an oil marketing company as the human resource and office administrator. And I used to sit at the head office. And then one day my boss decided to take me to the depot where everything happens, the actual work happens. And when I got to the depot, I really liked it. It wasn't too formal. In the head office, you have to dress a certain way. It's very official. And at the depot, you just need to deliver. So when I went to the depot, I liked what I saw. I liked what was happening.
So describe what was happening for people who've never been and don't really know much about your industry. What happens at a depot?
The depot is where you have the product, that is diesel, petrol, kerosene, and jet fuel.
Okay.
So that is where the trucks load. That's where the orders are processed. And that's where basically everything happens.
Right, that's where it starts.
Yeah, that's where it starts.
So when you went to the depot that first time and you realized, actually, this is where my heart is, this is where my passion is, because things are moving, people are moving, and you're interacting more with people, what was the next step for you? Did you hand in your resignation the next day, or did you kind of observe and learn?
That's what I did. I observed and I learned, and I asked the Those truck drivers have a lot of information actually about the petroleum sector and also the customers that I was serving. So I interacted with them because I was at the depot for 2 weeks. So during that time I got to ask a lot of questions. I didn't quit immediately. Yeah, so I went back to the head office, but that experience never left my mind. And I kept on saying, no, I think I can do this, I think I can do this, because the customers I was serving didn't make it seem difficult. Didn't make it seem difficult. So as they were explaining how the process is, I thought this is something I can do, it's not so hard.
Yeah.
So 1 year later is when I decided to hand in my resignation letter.
Yeah. Oh, wow. So before that, during that 1 year, was there someone who was kind of holding your hand, acting as a mentor in this space?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. My former boss was big on encouraging us to be entrepreneurs. He used to say, if you work for me for 5 years, then you're a failure.
Wow.
Yeah,
you do not get that a lot. People who are telling you, nope, I want my turnover, like, come on, find something.
Yeah, he was different. He was different. So, and he used to tell us, if you have any idea, if you have any business, you can share with him and he's going to support you. So I told him.
Who is this man? No, he just seems like, I mean, it's very rare to come across someone who's open and willing to share, because a lot of times people are holding on to their secrets, their trade secrets.
Absolutely.
I've learned how to do this, I will not share it with anyone.
You know, he was a young man, he was below 35 years. Yeah, so I think he had that spirit in him of wanting people to be entrepreneurs and not just sit in the office and work for him. Of course, the results mattered, but he was keen on helping us grow. And he encouraged me. I think I was the first one amongst all the employees to quit and say, this is what I want to do. And he encouraged me and he helped me out where I needed his help.
Oh, bless him. Okay, so after that 1 year, you hand in your resignation. What was the first thing you did?
The first thing I did was to register a company.
Okay.
Which is Abraham Energy Limited.
Okay, so you hadn't registered it before.
No, I hadn't.
Did you have, so I'm so curious to really understand the nitty-gritties of this. Did you have savings or how did you have capital to start?
I did. For 1 year, from the time the thought struck in my mind, I have been saving. I have been saving for 1 year. So I had to adjust my life. I had to cut down on a lot of expenses. I wasn't going out. I wasn't buying things. I really had to change my lifestyle. Yeah, I remember reducing going out. I wasn't on weekends, I was just in the house and doing more research so that when I start, I wouldn't have financial challenges. Although I did need help from my parents.
Yeah.
But I had some of my own, so it was easy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. So you register the business and you call it Abraham Energy Limited.
Yeah.
Why Abraham?
That's a good question. Why Abraham? I got Abraham from the Bible, basically. Yeah. I like his story. His story is of faith. And I'm a Christian. And as a Christian, you walk by faith and not by sight. So I wanted a name that would help me remember something. So anytime I read or I see Abraham Energy Limited, I just remember faith, like just do it by faith.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Got it. So so you register the business, you call it Abraham Energy Limited. Did you struggle to find contracts or even contacts in the industry? How did you start to negotiate, kind of earn your space, and get the business in this industry?
My first customer, I remember, I was in the house and I got a call from a friend of mine who introduced me to a lady who needed diesel. Let me tell you, from that lady, that's how I have grown my contacts. That's how I've grown the business, is through referrals. From her, she referred me to so many other people. And basically, I am where I am through referrals.
Oh, wow. Yeah. So you've got to really make sure you're delivering. Whatever you promise, you have to keep it.
I have to deliver. I have to deliver, Cheryl, because in business, your customers are the ones that make you grow. If you don't do a good job, you won't get another order tomorrow. So I made sure from the very first I did my best. Yeah, and that's what I rely on, referrals.
And you have everything to prove in that moment as a young company. So what year was this that you registered?
2018.
2018.
Yeah.
Interesting that your first customer was a woman. Has that been the case? Have majority of your customers or clients been women?
Women, actually no. But it was just a weird coincidence that she was a woman who has a quarry by herself. She's been doing it for, I think, 4 years now.
Oh, wow. Is that an anomaly also, to have a woman who, is that a rare thing, to have a woman who owns her quarry?
Yeah, it's a rare thing. It's a rare thing. I was impressed as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. You don't find a lot of women in the construction business and owning a quarry.
Yeah.
And selling stones, it's not common.
Okay.
Yeah.
What are some of the challenges that you encountered in the first year of running your business?
Delayed payments.
Oh.
Delayed payments. Yeah, you deliver the product and people take time to pay you.
How much time would you say?
Up to now, there's some payments I haven't received.
From 2018?
Yeah.
Is that normal in the industry?
Oh yeah, the people who haven't been paid for years.
How does that work? How do you eat? How do you feed? Like, so how do you overcome such a challenge?
You try to source for customers who will pay you cash, or those who will pay part of the full payment. Yeah, that's how I try to maneuver through that.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So it's normal to wait years?
No, it's not normal to wait years.
Okay.
Because every month the price changes. So that could affect your business. If you're not careful, you'll actually make a loss, because if the price goes down or up, that can really affect your margins, because this is a margin business. Yeah, it's not normal.
So, oh wow! And I thought, like, because creatives and artists, whether it's photographers or videographers, they often will complain, oh no, the clients just take months to pay. Years? I don't think I've ever heard. I don't think I've ever heard that. Wow. So, delayed payment. Was there something else that
the road sometimes can be challenging, like the road to delivering the product. The roads are not so good.
And how does that affect your business if infrastructure isn't
the
up
road?
to par?
The tank can slip.
Has that happened?
No, thank God, it has never happened.
Okay.
But if the road is not good, the tank can slide.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it takes longer as well, or is that catered to as you're considering how long it takes to deliver? If the road is bad, that it takes longer to deliver.
Oh,
is
yeah,
that an
it
issue
does.
or no?
Yeah. It's an issue. It's an issue. But normally, to overcome that, we try to assess the road before the product is delivered. We try to ask the people, like, how is the road? But that's a very minor issue. Yeah. Another challenge that I encountered was being bullied by the big guys. Yeah.
Being bullied by the big. Of course, I want to know a little bit more about that. But first, before we dive into that, can you explain to me, what does your day-to-day look like? What is it exactly that you do? And you can pretend you're talking to a 3-year-old. What would you say that you do on a day-to-day basis?
So what happens every month, there's a company that wins a tender to supply kerosene, diesel, petrol, or jet fuel. Whoever wins the tender will supply for the whole country. That is for every oil marketer.
Okay.
Yeah. So
and that happens every month?
Every month.
Okay.
Yeah. So the bidders will submit their price to EPRA, and then EPRA will choose the lowest.
So you don't know what I've said, and you don't want to go too low, because then you're not making a profit.
Yeah.
So you just have to hope that this is the price.
Yeah.
And that's what they do they simply just look at the lowest price, or are there other factors that they consider when selecting?
I think in tendering, price is usually the main the main thing that they look at.
Okay.
Yeah, so whoever wins the tender will get the product, kerosene, diesel, petrol, or jet fuel, and bring it into the country by ship.
And only one person?
Yeah, one person will win for kerosene, one person will win for diesel, the other one will win for petrol, the other one for jet fuel. Different companies.
Wow.
Yeah. It can't be given to one person.
Yeah. And so you've entered this market as one of the people who's offering to do this, to bring so that's not the part.
No.
Okay.
That's not where
that's not where you come in.
Those who ship in, those who are eligible to win the tenders and to supply, they're called oil marketers.
Okay.
They basically bring in the product into the country.
Okay. So that's the first part,
and
that changes every month.
Yeah.
So where do you, or what happens next, and where do you
what
come in?
happens once the product gets in the country, it's stored at Kipevu or VTTI. That's like the storage facility. And then Kenya Pipeline pumps to either the depot at Eldoret, Konza, Nairobi, Nakuru. In this case, it's going to, if you have customers in Mombasa, it's going to pump to Mombasa. If you have customers at Konza, it's going to pump at Konza. In this case, normally I get it from Nairobi. Yeah, because it's easier for me. So my former boss, what he used to do, because he's an oil marketer, so he would request Kenya Pipeline to pump the product to him. And every oil marketer is allocated a certain quantity. For example, my boss, let's say 1 million liters. So that's what he has. Another company, maybe 5 million liters. Another one, maybe 200,000 liters. So you request Kenya Pipeline to pump for you.
And this is where you come in.
No, after it is pumped, that's where I come in.
So that's where you buy it from them.
I buy from the oil marketers, yes. And I need to have an account with them. You need to be licensed by EPRA.
So you buy from them and sell to
manufacturing companies. People in construction.
Wow. All right. Thank you.
So we are called wholesalers or resellers.
Resellers
or wholesalers because we sell the product in bulk.
Thank you for my little one-on-one class.
You're welcome.
We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be back and then we'll dive into the bullying story. I'm so curious to know what that's about. We'll be back in a moment.
All aboard! NTV on the road heads eastwards of the great Mount Kenya to county number 12.
Kuma gatombeka Mount Kenya kwenamania na muro gwita mwito nejo mutheru jwa gatune gukurukira muro nejwa kadita Meru tuichonjo.
From here we will tell you stories about development and hear the voices of the people.
NTV kukaribishwa Meru mono.
Tutapata ya mlimani yaliyo moto na ya kupoza bila kusahau nasaha kutoka kwa wazee wa Njuri Ncheke.
Tutaangazia sekta mbalimbali kuanzia mhimili wa uchumi wa eneo hili, miraa, utalii na baada ya kazi.
NTV hata kamera iko hapa.
Just move to the next level with the Daily Nation. Every day, every Monday, Junior Sport will move you to the top of your class with KCPE revision papers. To move to a healthier, fitter, and more conscious you, read The Healthy Nation every Tuesday. My network will inspire your career, your passion, your biashara, and your network every Friday. Just move to the truth.
Top Sport no mwanzo tu.
So much football.
It is a chance to enjoy Kenyan football.
Crunch time for the Kenya Sevens rugby team. Why Formula 1?
I'm interested in cars.
The speeds that those cars attain is crazy.
But I'm supposed to be a fan.
Asante sana Kigogo. Karibu, sijapata vizuri sana. Lugha gani hiyo ya Kimayai? But good to see you there.
The three sides of Anna.
I promised my wife that during these 6 months I wouldn't see Ana Lucia, and I'm going to keep my word.
What about what you promised Ana Lucia? You made her believe that you were going to fight for her love, that you were going to leave your wife.
You ended up in prison for fraud. You've been conning other men like you did with me, and then you robbed them. Who are you?
Ramiro, I'm only a woman who loves you.
Don't trust Ramiro. Do not make the same mistake as Gina. Loves me?
Gina wasn't always the best person. She left you at the most difficult time of your life.
I know your marriage is destined for absolute failure. Even though you don't want to accept it at the moment, it's all right.
The three sides of Anna.
For inspiring and engaging lifestyle shows, just move to NTV.
DJ, whoa. See them let them say.
This coming Saturday, maze kama kawaida, catch me live on your radio 96.3 alongside NCK Watching, giving you nothing but the best of roots, lovers and dancehall music. Alafu saa 4, 10 p.m.
Buda. Yes. From 10 p.m. up until midnight, tunakupatia the best of everything. So the only thing you need to do is stay on your remote and stay on your TV. Check it. DJ Katiwa and my co-host
DJ Mo right here. This is Jam Down on NTV.
With Lipa na M-Pesa, you get more.
Lipa na M-Pesa.
Every 100 shillings spent on Lipa na M-Pesa earns you an entry into the draw. Do more with Lipa na M-Pesa.
Pop, it's showtime. Guess who's back again? I'm a dangerous man with some money in my pocket. Keep up.
Trend.
It's going down, cause I'm around.
Trend.
Everybody knows I'm a motherfucking star.
Let me make one thing clear.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Trend. Nothing can stop me, I'm all the way.
The Trend, in association with Maybelline New York.
Fit Me Foundation from Maybelline New York. Fits your unique tone and texture. Blurs pores. Stop shine. For your most natural matte. Fit Me Matte and Poreless, only from Maybelline New York.
Welcome back, everybody. We are at 88 Nairobi, the showroom, and I've got Njoki Karingi, who's the CEO and founder of Abraham Energy Limited. Before the break, you did so well to break down this process for me because I had no clue. I imagine there's a number of people also watching who did not have any idea of how it works. And you've also established where you are in this chain, right? As a wholesaler or a reseller. Yeah. So one of the challenges you mentioned earlier was that there was a little bit of bullying that took place. Tell me about that.
The big guys see a girl, or rather they see me and they think I'm just a pretty face. I cannot do this job, or how did I get into the field? So they try to bully me.
How exactly? Can you give me an example? Or
they can talk down on you.
So they start to talk at you?
Yeah.
In person, or is it that you hear in the industry that it's happening?
Some in person. Some in person.
Okay.
Yeah. And some think that I have it easy.
How so?
Because, I don't know, they feel like it's a male-dominated field, so for me to be there, someone has made a way for me. And they feel like maybe I'm taking opportunities for them, which is far from the truth.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is far from the truth. I have no one who's like made it easy for me. The opportunity is there.
Yeah.
So can you deliver? It doesn't matter whether you're a female or a male. Opportunity knows no gender.
Yeah.
But there's some who have set the perception like, no, this is a male dominated and you're coming here to take our business because you're a pretty girl.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, Sharon, nobody's going to risk their 20 million machine because I'm pretty. I deliver diesel which is not clean. Nobody's going to do that. Yeah.
Oh, wow. So how do you handle that? How do you respond to that? Someone said something much older male, which I can imagine must be quite intimidating. Just even being in that space with someone who's saying something and kind of. So how do you handle that?
I focus on my goal. I focus on the customer. I completely choose to ignore, because if I focus on that, that will distract me. That will make me not deliver. So I just ignore. I just ignore. And when I started this business, that's one thing I always say. I didn't look at whether I'm a girl or a boy. I didn't look at my gender. And I didn't look for that person's opinion or approval, you know. I didn't look for him to cheer me on. So I just remember why I started it, and I kept doing it. And these things, Sharon, they make me stronger. Because if you have a business, or if you go through life without challenges, then it becomes boring sometimes. And really, whatever doesn't kill you makes you stronger. When they see you don't back down, they gain respect for you.
Have you experienced that some of the people who, you know, talked at you have now changed their tone, and they're oh, this one is here to stay, let's just welcome her in.
And we end up working together. We end up working together. Yeah.
Wow. Have you met other women in this industry? And what are some of the other challenges that you've kind of, you know, been able to hear from them? Have they also experienced that intimidation?
Yes, they have.
Okay.
They have. It's a common thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And how many women have you come across
that are doing this? Over 10.
10. To give it perspective, how big an industry are there? How many people are there in this industry? I just want to gauge how many men there are to women, if it really is male dominated, or if it's maybe, if it's changing perhaps even.
Well, of course it's a male dominated field, but that is changing. It's hard to know how many people, we are so many, we are so many. So it's hard to know how many we are. But of course in terms of gender, there are more men, but there are still women, yeah.
More and more women coming out.
Yes.
So I know that you also founded the Association of Young Women in Petroleum that in 2019. That's a year after you started.
Yeah.
You founded your company. What was the reasoning behind that?
I started the Association of Young Women in Petroleum to raise awareness of the opportunities in the petroleum sector. And I realized, because I get asked a lot, like, how did you venture into this market? Like, it sounds so big. How did you start? And it's lack of information is what makes people not do things. So I had to, I felt like if I have this association, it's going to expose women to knowledge and to opportunities that are there in the petroleum field. Yeah.
How many women are part of the association?
11 so far.
Oh,
yeah,
and are they women who were already in the industry, or are some of them people who heard about it, got curious, joined, and want to kind of explore?
Both.
Oh.
Both. Some are in the industry, and others are just business people who want to join, who want to make money.
Yeah. So you see, you've said want to make money, and I'm just curious.
Yeah.
And without getting too personal, and asking for like specific figures, is this a lucrative business? You'd say, is it worth getting into, or does it take long before you start to make money?
It takes long, especially now.
Right.
It takes long.
And
to
why
make
especially
money.
now?
Especially now, it takes long because the orders have reduced. Unlike before you used to get so many orders. So right now the orders have reduced. But that's a challenge like any other business. There's no business without a challenge.
Oh yeah.
And this is going to pass. Things will get better.
So is it because of the economy? Because of there's not that many people in construction or or manufacturing
because of the
right
economy.
Now? Okay.
So the orders have gone down. This is a business of volume. So if you don't move a lot of volumes, you don't make money.
Got it. Okay, got it. I thought for a second that it might have to do with the conversations around climate change and it affecting. But now that we're here, and there is now more than ever a lot of conversations around renewable energy and what we could do to conserve the environment and just climate change taking precedence in our actions in manufacturing industry. Does this have any impact in your business? Have you found conversations around climate change?
Yeah. Petroleum does affect the climate. It does affect the climate, but they're trying to reduce the emissions, to make it less harmful.
Right.
Yeah.
But have you, as someone in the industry, in the business, because there's also conversations around like using more like of the fossil fuels, or using more, even like electric cars. I think there's some countries who are considering banning cars by a certain time, by I think 2030s or 2040s, just having electric cars, conversations like those. Do you think it would have a significant impact in your sphere, in your industry, to the point where it's like, oof, we've got to think of supplying a different kind of energy?
Of course, it's going to affect the business, but you're talking about 20 years from now.
Okay.
And I don't think the whole world can be green 100%. I don't think there'll be a time where you won't need diesel, like 100%. I don't see how that, I don't see that happening. The consumption can reduce, of course, but I still think at the end of the day, in one way or another, we'll still need the fossil fuels. Or it can even be cleaner energy with less harmful emissions. Yeah, and when that time comes, we're going to adjust. We just won't like quit and say like, oh, we're out of business. No, we're going to adjust with the changing times.
Yeah, I think, I mean, I don't know much about it, but I do know, like as I was researching on this, I think I read an article that was saying they're considering how wood can be used as a replacement for petroleum, and I guess they're trying to explore just all the different options there are, because if there's one thing that's just become obviously worse with time, it's climate, it's Mother Earth, and you can see it even in like the weather. Yeah, I was just talking to a friend recently, and how it, you know, when they came to the country 10 years ago, they were able to tell the rains would start here and it would last 6 weeks and end here, and now I don't know that to wear a sweater or a raincoat.
Exactly.
So things are changing.
They're changing. They're also getting fuel from plants. Was reading. It's happening in Brazil. Yeah.
So I guess there are those options, and eventually when they come here, we'd have to adjust.
We have to adjust, true.
So going back to the conversation about you know, the intimidation tactics from some of the men, I have to say I recently got conned at a petrol station.
Oh no.
I know, I recently got conned, and I went in, I ended up talking to the owner of the petrol station, and he was so apologetic that the attendant did that. But he also kind of gave me a quick crash course on how not to get conned. And he also said that this is an area where a lot of women, especially women, just kind of, you know, end up being the victims, because there's an, you know, sorry to say, but there's a kind of,
they don't care to
ignorance.
know.
Yeah, ignorance. And I'll say I was ignorant about that. Not anymore. But have you, do you ever get conned? Have you kind of, you know, found people who are like, this one doesn't quite understand this, so let's just sell it to her at this price? Or have you encountered any of that?
No, I've never been conned. Thank God.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I guess it helps to know the business.
Yeah, you have to know the business, Sharon. Before you get into it, you have to be very careful. Yeah. And I ensure I don't get conned by, one, ensuring that I'm dealing with reputable companies. I have accounts with reputable companies, and I make sure that my customers are like people I know and I trust, and that's why it's very good to get customer through referral. Yeah, because a friend wouldn't normally refer you to another bad friend, so referrals work. Rather than me just getting a random person and supplying them. Right. Yeah, chances of being conned there are high than through referral. Yeah, but still through referral you can get conned. You just need to be careful. Yeah, but I've never been conned, thank God. Oh, okay. Yeah.
I wish I could say that, but
sorry about that.
Yeah, it's okay. I'm the wiser now. Definitely not going to be ignorant about that. So going back into the young women in petroleum, the association that you formed. So what are some of the benefits of being a part of this association? How do the members kind of get to expand or grow or learn?
In future, we are going to partner with organizations that are in the petroleum sector. And if you're a member of this association, you'll have access to events that expose you to opportunities, to knowledge in the petroleum field. So that's what they get. And also networking. Because if you have a business, your network is your net worth. So you need to have great networks to help you out. And that's one of the major benefit is networks. You get to network and to know other people in the industry and grow your business. Yeah, they'll also receive training with the help of the government. There's a training levy that is given to the State Department of Petroleum. So hopefully you're going to partner with the government in that, and the women in this association can get to learn more about petroleum. Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
All right.
And something else about petroleum. I didn't say this, but I'm not sure if you saw, but petroleum is divided into 3 segments. There is upstream, middle, and downstream. Upstream involves exploration, like what Tullow does. That is upstream. Middle involves the separation of the product, because when it is drilled, it's crude oil. So it has to be like separated into different components. Yeah, so the process, the process of separation, that is metal, trying to have the different products, the diesel, the kerosene, the petrol, that is metal.
Okay.
And then we have downstream, which involves storage and transportation.
Which is where you are.
Which is where I am. So the closer you are to the customer, the more downstream you are.
Yeah. And is that where you focus as this association?
Yes, yes, on downstream.
About downstream.
Yeah. Not upstream, not middle.
Okay.
Down.
Okay, we're going to take a quick break, but we'll be back. Don't go anywhere.
Je, maumivu ya kichwa na kukosesha amani? Kaluma Strong hutuliza maumivu ya kichwa, maumivu ya mwili na hata huondoa joto jingi mwilini. Kaluma Strong ina aspirin kama kiungo. Maumivu yakizidi, muone daktari.
Do your gums hurt?
Yeah.
Does your toothpaste contain sage, eucalyptus, myrrh, chamomile?
All that in one toothpaste?
Yes, try Colgate Herbal. Colgate Herbal contains nature's best herbs and Colgate's fluoride technology to give you strong teeth and healthy gums.
Ah, Colgate Herbal.
Let's go. Colgate Herbal for strong teeth and healthy gums naturally.
New Blue Band Peanut Butter. Made with 100% pure peanuts. And a good source of omega-6. Grow healthy and happy kids with new Blue Band Peanut Butter.
Being a mother shouldn't invalidate our dreams. Being a single mother, we don't have to be labeled. That's why I always have my mantra, moms are girls too.
That's true.
And my desires are still the same.
You said you moved around a lot as a child.
Yes.
Did that affect you in any way?
I felt at some point like I was a burden. At the same time, my father had long rejected me. I almost took my life twice. Yes. And each time, God was like, what do you think you're doing?
With Lipa na M-Pesa, you get more.
Lipa na M-Pesa.
Every 100 shillings spent on Lipa na M-Pesa earns you an entry into the draw. Do more with Lipa na M-Pesa.
Just move to the next level with the Daily Nation. Every day, every Monday, Junior Sport will move you to the top of your class with KCPE revision papers. To move to a healthier, fitter, and more conscious you, read The Healthy Nation every Tuesday. My network will inspire your career, your passion, your biashara, and your network every Friday. Just move to the truth.
All aboard! NTV on the road heads eastwards of the great Mount Kenya to county number 12.
Kuma gatombeka Mount Kenya kwena maniana muro gwita mwito nejo mutheru jwa gatune gukurukira muro nejo kadita Meru tuichonjo.
From here we will tell you stories about development and hear the voices of the people.
NTV bukukaribishwa Meru mono.
Tutapata ya mlimani yaliyo moto na ya kupoza, bila kusahau nasaha kutoka kwa wazee wa Njuri.
Tutaangazia sekta mbalimbali kuanzia mhimili wa uchumi wa eneo hili, miraa, utalii na baada ya kazi.
NTV Meru. Hata kama unaiko hapa.
There is one God in the whole.
She sees cheese. She sees cheese.
She cheese. Nasikia uko na kipara smooth hadi nyuki inakuja kuslide nasema zui. Nasikia una masikio kubwa hadi ukipita Somalia una block jua.
So do you use minced meat for burgers?
Yes, they use minced meat for burgers.
and to outline the stem of the tree.
Here, the search
Gary! Have you seen Gary?
No.
Nope.
Nope.
Gary's been snail mapped.
With Lipa na M-Pesa, you get more.
Lipa na M-Pesa.
Every 100 shillings spent on Lipa na M-Pesa earns you an entry into the draw. Do more with Lipa na M-Pesa.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. So, Jockey, you've been your own boss, right, for 2 years now. What does your morning routine look like? From the very moment, from the, like, what time do you wake up? Like, if you could really break down what your morning routine looks like as a CEO and founder, what is that?
So I wake up at 5. But of course, I'll set my alarm at 4:45.
Okay. So you
And
give yourself a 15-minute snooze?
Yeah. And then at 5, I get up. And the first thing I do is I drink hot water with lemon and green tea. And then I pray. I read the Bible. I meditate. And I stretch. I don't work out, but I do stretches. So that will take me like 1 hour. So from 5 to 6, that's what I'll be doing.
Wow.
And then 6 to 7, I'll be getting ready to leave the house. There's some days when I leave slightly earlier. The days when I have meetings as early as 6:30. Yeah. So
6:30 a.m.
At 6:30 a.m. Yeah, the early morning meetings.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you eat breakfast, or is it just green tea that you have?
No, in the morning, that's the first thing I take so that I can give it time to be absorbed in the body. And then from 6 to 7, that's when I'm having my breakfast.
Okay, as
I get ready.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what does your day-to-day look like? Is every day the same? Are you kind of structured in that sense?
No.
Okay.
No, each day is different. Days when I have meetings, the days when I have meetings the whole day, that's when I'll glam and dress up for the meetings.
Okay.
And the days when I have to be in the field the whole day and I won't be in heels,
Yeah.
I won't be in dresses, those are the days you'll find me in jeans and t-shirts.
And when you say field, are you talking about like the construction, manufacturing space? And when you're in the field, what are you doing? What are you assisting with at that point?
At that point, I'm with the driver who has the truck. I just want to make sure like the delivery is done well. There's no siphoning of fuel, so I'll follow the truck.
Yeah. Is that something that happens a lot in the industry? A kind of, you know, again, going back to the story where I was conned, the gentleman who was taking me through this said he'd been in the petrol industry for 25 years, and the whole stealing, trying to just kind of take things here and there is something that he's seen over, and he feels it's almost impossible to get rid of in this industry. Is there that? You know, people stealing and
it is there. It is there.
And
people can siphon out the product.
Yeah.
But I ensure that doesn't happen by following the truck. I do follow the truck from the depot to the site, and if I'm not able to follow, I send somebody that I trust to follow. Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
So it does happen.
Yeah. So you mentioned a little earlier that that there is some ways in which the government kind of shows up for you, or kind of, I think it's the levy. What program did you talk about? That
it was a training. There's a training
program that the government does to kind of support either individuals. I don't know if it's specifically for women, but are there ways in which the government tries to support women to join this industry, or even maybe not even just women, but young people with an interest in the energy space to understand more? And have you made the most of that? Have you kind of taken any of the training sessions?
Okay. The government has been very supportive, not just in the energy sector, the women, youth, and people with disabilities. Yeah, the government has that. I'm not sure if that's, but there's a certificate as a lady you're supposed to get. It's called ACPO. That one gives you access to do business with the government. And every parastatal is allocated money just for that. I remember last year I went for a seminar with Kenya Pipeline, and those guys were like literally begging us to do business with them because they've been given a couple of billions. And at the end of the year, they're asked, why hasn't this money been used? And so they took it upon themselves to teach us. And they still do those trainings. I think it's every Wednesday or weekly, but Kenya Pipeline does that to train people how they can work with them, and they do get paid. So the government has been very supportive. I don't think there's any parastatal which doesn't have the 30% funds allocation. Yeah, to help support women, youth, and people with disabilities.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So we talked about some of the challenges in the industry. What are some of the highlights in the last 2 years that you've been running Abraham Energy Limited?
Wow, actually, I have never thought about that, the highlights.
I guess when you're running and you're just doing your own business, you're just like, this isn't working, this needs to be fixed, move faster here, pick up this track, follow up on that. But
yeah,
I think
you don't really
to
stop.
Pause and think, oh, but this year, wow, this has been such an incredible moment for me in my career. So now is a time, I'm asking that you like kind of pause and just think, what are some of those moments that you look back and think, oh, this was such a turning point for my business, or this completely shifted things for Abraham Energy.
When I did my first delivery, I couldn't believe it. I was pinching myself. So that was a highlight, because sometimes, you see, establishing a company and doing the actual work, those are two different things. When you actually do the work and you get feedback from the client, and then the client refers you to somebody else. So when I did my first delivery and it was successful, that was a highlight for me. And the fact that I'm still here. Yeah. But I don't think I've achieved what I want to achieve yet. So I don't think so much about.
Oh, but I mean, I would say, just from speaking to you for the last 45 minutes or so, I would say that the Association of Young Women in Petrol is an accomplishment, because you're creating a space in which other women can learn, grow, expand, avoid making mistakes, anticipate some of the things that you've encountered, whether it's the bullying. I would say that's an accomplishment. No?
It is. You mentioning it, I think it's an accomplishment.
Yeah, I think sometimes we're just like, this needs to be done, that we don't.
Yeah, it's just going. You need to get more orders. You need to make sure the business is running. You actually don't stop and think what you have done. Yeah, but you mentioning it actually makes me realize, it's an accomplishment.
Yeah, it is.
Thank you.
So what would be your encouragement to women who want to join the petroleum or the energy industry?
It's a business It's a business like any other. You need to be a salesperson to begin with. If you have to do any business and let it be successful, you have to be a salesperson.
Yeah.
And two, you need to have knowledge of the product. Yeah. So I would encourage women to join. It's not hard. You just need to learn the process.
And where would they get to learn? Like, if they wanted to have, you were lucky to have your former boss kind of hold your hand and support you. But if someone is watching and they're like, I think I'm a good salesperson, I think I can be in this industry, but they want to learn the basics, where would you advise them to go?
I think they can reach out to me, and they can help, because there is no specific place that you can go and get all the information. But I have gathered information over time. And apart from my boss, I've also been helped by other good men who have been in the industry. Some see me and they're so excited. They're like, we're happy that you're doing this, and they show me the way. Yeah, so I've learned through the few years that I've been in the industry, I've gathered knowledge, which I think and I know can help other women who would like to join.
And that's great that you're offering that. I think that's incredible. How many people make up your team? Do you have to have like a 50-person staff to be able to do this? So what does it take?
I have less than 5 employees.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. But
I have less than 5 employees. Yeah.
So you don't have to have like vast numbers to be able to manage this.
No, not at all. Not at all.
This feels like It feels like you can consider getting in, but you just need capital. Be a good. How much capital would you say you need? Actually, if you could give it a range.
Capital. It's hard to give a figure.
Yeah.
But let me say, anything below 5 million, you can get in the business. Yeah.
So if you have capital, anything below 5 million, if you're good in sales, and
you need to have product knowledge. And something else, Sharon, in this industry, you need to be dedicated. It's not a job that you can that you can rely on somebody else to do it for you if you really want to keep it going, if you really want to be in the industry. Many bosses or many business people, they delegate the work. I'm not saying you don't delegate, but in this one you have to be really, really hands-on, because one simple mistake can cost you a lot of money. Simple mistake can make you be out of business, because once the word goes round that your product is not good, that's it. Nobody will want to order from you. So you have to be very hands-on. That's why I'll follow the track, and I make sure more often than not I'm the one who's following it. Yeah, just make sure it gets to the destination safe with no siphoning of fuel.
What are your hours like? Do you start very early and end very late?
No, I don't start early.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's not that you have to like completely cancel your life fully.
No, not at all.
But you just have to be hands-on.
Yeah.
Okay. Got it. What are your future plans for Abraham Energy? What would you like to achieve this year and the next couple of years?
Okay. Since currently I'm doing wholesaling, I would love to go into retail.
Okay.
And also I would love to export.
So what would retail mean in this case?
Petrol stations.
Oh, so you supplying petrol stations?
I do supply petrol station. It could be owning or just running a petrol station. Yeah.
So currently you do supply petrol stations as well?
Yeah, the private ones, the ones that are owned by individuals.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you supply those ones. But when you say retail, what you meant was running a petrol station.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh wow, that would be great. And are there many women in that space?
Yeah, there's some women who are running petrol stations. I'd want to do that, but that means I have to first own one with an existing company.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Kind of take it on as a franchise, you mean?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah. And also export. And especially know that I would love to export to South Sudan, especially know that there is space. Yeah.
Okay. Look at you thinking big. Okay.
Thank you.
My last question would be...
and also something else, Elsie.
go on.
I would love to be an oil marketer as well, but that's in another how many years? I don't know, but it's something that I'm looking
into.
Yeah, that's like the big picture, to be an oil marketer. Yeah.
Because is that where the main money is, or is that where your interest is?
I'm curious. That would be the ultimate.
That would be the ultimate.
Yeah.
And from how you explained it, oil marketer is where it kind of starts, where you're kind of trying to get the tender.
Yeah.
Tenders,
Yeah, and hopefully maybe one day I'll win a tender.
Oh, amen, girl. I can't wait. I can't wait. And are there women in that space that you've met?
No.
That you've heard of?
No.
Oh wow.
Being oil marketers?
Yeah.
No. A company that is like fully owned by a woman doing oil marketing.
Yeah.
No, not in Kenya.
That you've heard of at least. I say take it up, Njoki.
Thank you.
I 100% say take it up.
Thank you.
Okay, so events. I know that there's something that you said was coming up that might be of interest to people who want to learn more about this space. Can you tell me about that?
Yeah, there's a summit that is coming up, East Africa Oil and Gas Summit and Exhibition, that will be happening on 18th to 19th of March at Intercontinental Hotel. And this summit is good because it exposes anybody who's interested in that field to opportunities, not just in Kenya, but in East Africa.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon.
And I wish you all the best, and congratulations on starting the association and creating a space for women to gather in this industry. And may your dreams of being that oil marketer come true.
Thank you.
Oh,
thank you.
Thanks for watching, everybody. We were at the beautiful 88 Nairobi showroom in Upper Hill, and we'll be back tomorrow at 9 a.m. So I'll see you there. But for now, have a great rest of the day and take care. Bye.
Panadol Extra relieves multiple types of pain. Panadol Extra, now with new Optizorb technology to fight multiple tough pains with 3 times more pain-relieving medicine in the first 30 minutes when you need it most.
DJ, whoa. See them, let them say.
This coming Saturday, Maze kama kawaida, catch me live on your radio 96.3 alongside NTV, giving you nothing but the best of roots, lovers and dancehall music. Alafu saa 4, 10 p.m.
Buda. Yes. From 10 p.m. up until midnight, tunakupatia the best of everything. So the only thing you need to do is stay on your remote and stay on your TV. Check it. DJ Katiwa and my co-host
DJ Mo right here. This is Jam Down on NTV.
With Lipa na M-Pesa, you get more.
Lipa na M-Pesa.
Every 100 shillings spent on Lipa na M-Pesa earns you an entry into the draw. Do more with Lipa na M-Pesa.
All aboard! NTV on the road heads eastwards of the great Mount Kenya to county number 12.
Kuma gatombeka Mount Kenya kwena maniana muro gweta mwito nejo mutheru jwa gatune gukorokera muro nejo kadita Meru tuichonjo.
From here we will tell you stories about development and hear the voices of the people.
NTV bukukaribishwa Meru mono.
Tutapata ya mlimani yaliyo moto na ya kupoza, bila kusahau nasaha kutoka kwa wazee wa Njuri.
Tutaangazia sekta mbalimbali kuanzia mhimili wa uchumi wa eneo hili, miraa, utalii na baada ya kazi.
NTV Meru, hata kama iko hapa.
This is Fact Finder from the BBC.
We hear from Ebola survivors on the impact of myths and misinformation about the viral disease 5 years on.
The people that they suffer, they survive and they suffer.
A BBC Africa Eye investigation uncovers shocking evidence that multiple Nigerian security forces are using a brutal ancient torture technique. We tell you how.
Swapping faces in videos through artificial intelligence is cool, but tech experts warn this could have a negative impact on political messaging.
And did an airline force a passenger to take a pregnancy test before boarding a plane?
I think it's false.
It's not true.
Sour Shower has never been better with the new look Sour. Now with a new formulation too that will leave you feeling fresh for longer, while the soap lasts even longer.
Sonia yampenda Jabali kiasi. Yale wayaita mapenzi, ule wake ni wivu. Sasa mambo ya kumpenda Jabali na kumchukia huyu Fadhili yaingilia napi kwa pisini, mambo mawili tofauti.
Baba, simu yangu yenyewe ni ile wejua. Nitakesha nayo vipi na kuchaji mpaka kazini?
Jamani, mwana mrongo yuwauzwa wapi muuze mimi angalau mpate pesa za kuondoa hizi dhiki.
Mara nyingine najiuliza kati ya wewe na huyu Fidhuli wako Jabali, nani bingwa wa kuudhi?
Kwani ulikuwa haulizi kuhusu sausage kuungua?
Nilikuwa nimekuulizia kuwa mvua ikinyesha huwa ardhi yatota.
Nimekuja kuongea na wewe.
Siongei na maadui zangu. Nishatangaza vita na wewe ni adui. Toka.
Hatutakuwa tukipotezeana muda rafiki yangu.
Akili yangu ina mambo mengi bwana.
Sasa hiyo akili yenye mambo mengi ndio ingefanya kazi haraka iyapunguze na kuyaondoa.
NTV, turning on your world. The following program has been rated PG. It may contain scenes unsuitable for children under the age of 10.
Hi there, welcome to Unscripted. Special thanks to Grammar Suits for hosting us. Allow me to start the show with a quote. I want beliefs that have been strengthened by skepticism, that have gone through the crucible of confrontation, experience, and acquire that doesn't always echo each other. I want truth that will keep me through darkness. I need a faith full of doubt to make it through the hardest valley. I want resilience born of grit and growth. That quote is a conversation I'll be having with my guest today. A lady who's not afraid to find herself, to test all she's ever known to be true, and is owning every part of her journey. Unscripted has begun. Stay tuned and let's meet her. Welcome. And welcome to Unscripted. I'm excited about this particular show because I haven't seen this lady in too long.
It's been too long.
Too long. I just see you doing big things abroad. Well done.
Thanks, sis.
And congratulations.
Thank you.
When I last saw you, we called you Nema.
You did call me Nema Silayo.
Why the change?
It was 2015.
Yeah.
I was a worship pastor at Mavuno Church, a place I love very, very dearly.
Yeah.
Still do.
Till today?
Yes,
Okay.
till today. I have this Dutch career, so I was always here and I was back and forth between the two. And my Dutch manager, who's also a good friend of mine, called me and told me about her sister who was planning to take her life. And they had found all this, emails and stuff and her plans and, And so she called me to lament. And I am a person who's struggled with mental health issues, and I've had suicidal tendencies, and so it broke my heart immediately. So I prayed and I fasted. I made my family pray and fast. I made my workmates pray and fast. And she's a girl who grew up in an atheist family. She was lesbian as well. And according to what I had learned or what I knew about faith, and my faith was very black and white.
Got it.
Previously,
yes,
was
this is right, this is wrong.
This is right, this is wrong. She was prime candidate for eternal damnation. But because she grew up in an atheist family, I remember having the conversation with God at the time, saying, it's going to have to be you to reach out, because she doesn't know how to call your name. She's never been a Christian. She has no idea.
To start.
It's got to be you. It has to be you to reach out.
So what did you do?
I didn't do anything. I was here, and she was there. So I prayed and prayed and prayed and prayed and prayed. And then I was leaving. Her death date was the 8th of October. I was leaving the 4th of October here to go on tour. I got there, had dinner with her family the day before. Long story short, she went ahead with it the next morning. And I remember my initial reaction was complete. I was very confused, because I knew the world was shaped in a particular way. I knew God was shaped in a particular way. God acted in a particular way.
And you were praying about it.
And I was praying about it. And I was convinced. I was convinced there's no way you're going to because then she's going to...
Exactly.
And so when she died, something cracked in the foundations of my faith and of how I believed and of how I perceived and accepted what is truth and what is not truth. And so that crack, I pursued the crack. I kept asking the questions.
You kept seeking.
I kept seeking. I mean, the entire time I'm praying desperately. I'm terrified. I'm a girl who was born into a Christian family. I'm one of those. My dad is a reverend. My grandfather is a reverend.
Ministries in the family.
Ministries like in the blood for all of us. My brother-in-law is a reverend. My brother was trained as a pastor. Like it's all over my life, and so I've never known anything outside of it. And that
you've never had to question anything.
I mean, I did. You cannot question. But then, because there really isn't room in the shape of religion in Kenya today, in most spaces, there really isn't room for questioning. And questioning is kind of like blasphemous or scandalous, which I think is such a terrible representation of the faith, because I feel like all the Jews did was discuss all the time about everything. It was all discourse and going back and forth. But we don't do that here. Having come through that entire experience, because I could talk about it forever, it's my favorite thing to talk about, and the conversation and evolving faith. But coming out of that entire experience, and when I started to heal and started to forgive myself or release myself from guilt, because I kept feeling like I did something wrong and I'm the bad person. And when I started to be okay with my questions and with my journey, and to understand that God is bigger than 6,000 years. God is unfathomable. I went to science and I started obsessively, reading about the cosmos and just the size of everything we know about our planet, and I just realized how
small you
are. My gosh, what a small God I was engaging with before. And this new discovery, this new faith, at the beginning of it, I felt completely different. I felt like a different person I would look at myself in the mirror
It's not the same
and I would
person.
see Nema and I'd feel odd. I'd see the hair, the gait, the aura, the name.
You didn't
I didn't recognize it. It felt like I was wearing something old. And I'm a Maasai, so we have names. I have 3 of my own names.
So Silayo was still
Silayo is
in-
my name. It's in my birth certificate. Yeah, I see. I'm Nema Silayo. I see. And then Kelelo is my dad, and Kisii is my grandfather.
Oh wow, those are many names.
Those are many names. You know, those are many names, but they're all mine. So all I did was just pick up Silayo.
I see.
And give Nema rest. And people ask me, do you hate it when people call you Nema? I don't hate it. I don't hate the name. I don't hate my history. I don't hate my past. I feel like I was authentically pursuing what I believed to be true at the time. And I was honest with it. And I'm proud of that. I'm also proud of this place I'm in now.
You just said goodbye to an old self.
I just said goodbye to an old self.
You're reintroducing yourself.
Yes, I'm reintroducing myself. And the name has more to do with me than with my audiences or with my...
It's just you.
It's more how I feel. I felt like the color of my soul changed, and I really wanted that reflected.
So as you were seeking and asking questions, I think as we always do, but sometimes maybe we're too afraid to vocalize it or share it with others, and it's a very personal journey as it should. How deep did that journey go? What does Silayo believe now?
It is tough to be on the journey at home because we are a Christian community.
Yes.
And I come from a very Christian family. And so to journey honestly outside of the institution is very hard.
So what do you mean? If you could be black and white, what do you mean? Did you walk away from Christianity? Or
I did. I definitely walked away from Christianity. Especially just after it happened, the first maybe week I was like, because I remember the questions that led to me dropping it. I thought there are a couple of options here. Either Christians are completely wrong about who God is, or my version of Christianity is completely wrong. It definitely is, because I was sure that this girl wouldn't die and this would work. It didn't work. So something about how I believe is not true.
Need to revisit.
Or the Christians have part of the truth, don't have the whole truth, or the whole thing is poppycock, and religion is actually opium for the masses, and we have created this thing in pursuit of understanding our origins. So I had all of these, but then because the knee-jerk reaction to the pain especially was to drop the whole thing.
I see.
So but I was an atheist for 3 days. It didn't last long.
You had to believe in something.
It didn't last long because I felt like that same certainty of saying there is nothing.
It's even harder.
I'm like, it
requires the same commitment.
I don't have enough information to say that there is nothing out there. And so I'm in a very big fat I don't know much space. Okay. I have few truths. One is I definitely believe in God. Okay. I definitely believe in source, in where we came from, but in where we all came from.
Yes.
I love people. I feel like that's the thing that's worthwhile in the journey of life. But those are the two things. That's it.
Love.
Those are my big life truths right now that I'm leaning on.
Having grown up in a very Christian setting and not having the space, opportunity to find God for yourself, do you feel like this is that journey? Because I think we only get so close to Him until it's personal.
I feel like I've done it in stages.
I see.
Because I did grow up in a Christian family. I even went to a Christian university, the full thing. And then started my career and had a huge ass fall immediately in my career. I was 20 at the time, 21. That's the time I think the faith of my parents was questioned. And I feel like the faith I've had since then, since I was 21, has mostly been my own.
I see.
My version of...
So the journey started then?
The journey started then. Yeah, the journey of personalizing my faith completely and my spirituality. It started when I was about 20 or 21. Because I had to confront my own weakness, I was certain that I was this perfect angel, mission, purpose, prophet of God.
I know. and then life happens.
And then life happened and I fell flat on my face, which was very good because I needed to learn compassion. That's what that was for me. I mean, when I remember being in college, and my college friends tell me that I used to be arrogant, you know, because I remember being in college, look at people messing up, and I'm like, come on, guys.
Get yourself together.
Get yourself together. What's the problem? What's the problem? Yeah, it took me 2 years, but I'm like, the problem
is let's be humble.
Human, let's be humble, because it can happen to me as well.
Before we go on a break, how did you handle all of that? And how did the church take you and your family? Was there a church hurt? Were they there for you in those moments?
That was a tough time. It was a tough time, especially for my family. I'm a firstborn, very close-knit family. My parents are community leaders. I was the first girl. I mean, I had a lot of responsibility, given my background. Yeah. I'm a village girl. I did not grow up in the city. Yeah. I grew up half in the city and half in Shags. I was the first girl in my, group ranch, this whole huge thousands of acres of space, not to be circumcised, not to go through FGM. And so I sort of had this role to play in my community.
People are looking up to
People are looking up to me. That's what hurt, you know, because here, church was very kind to me. They were. And I know that a lot of people have had
different experiences
and very painful experiences when they have fallen. But Mavuno was wonderful to me, and they did not overlook my missteps. Yeah. You know, I remember that there was a period of chastisement, and it hurt for them to do. Like, for example, they did the Mavuno worship project, and I couldn't be part of it, even though I wrote music for it, and so it hurt. Also, there were a lot of things that it cost me. Okay. But as a whole, I was loved. Okay. I was forgiven. By the congregation, by the staff.
Very powerful.
Yes,
for someone listening to at home.
Yeah, the people walk up, forgiveness, and it changed my faith. And I feel like I don't even know which camera to look at. But I want to say this, especially to pastors, how you treat people when they fall communicates Jesus to them. And so you're either presenting a really terrible guy, or you're presenting a God who is love, and that will change the journey of their. I mean, I have a friend who had the same experience, but because of their experience in the church, how the church treated them, they left the faith completely, immediately, with bitterness and anger. But because I was handled with grace, I stayed, I grew, I evolved, I became a better person. A lot of the stuff that I've learned, I owe a lot to that institution. I'm very grateful for my experience, and I wish more churches would do that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Mavuno, thank you. Like you said, I think in low moments, when life happens, what we show to others as Christ in terms of love and grace goes a long way. So thank you. Thank you so much for doing that. We'll be right back as we continue with this conversation. You can see it's
awesome.
Yes. Awesome. So stay tuned.
Inspiring and engaging lifestyle shows, just move to NTV. Just move into the weekend where there's something for everyone. For relationship, financial, and travel information, grab the Saturday magazine. For trendy farming practices and the latest in agricultural technology, read Seeds of Gold every Saturday. Get your gossip and entertainment news in The Buzz every Sunday. For updates on lifestyle hacks, read Lifestyle every Sunday. To keep your child entertained, get Young Nation every Sunday, covering your needs.
Pop, it's showtime. Guess who's I'm a dangerous man with some money in my pocket. Keep up.
Trend.
It's going down, cause I'm around.
Trend.
Everybody knows I'm a motherfucking. Let me make one thing clear.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Trend.
Nothing can stop me. I'm all the way.
The Trend, in association with Maybelline New York.
Fit Me Foundation from Maybelline New York. Fits your unique tone and texture. Blurs pores. Stop shine. For your most natural matte. Fit Me Matte and Poreless, only from Maybelline New York.
The three sides of Anna.
I promised my wife that during these 6 months I wouldn't see Ana Lucia, and I'm going to keep my word.
What about what you promised Ana Lucia? You made her believe that you were going to fight for her love, that you were going to leave your wife.
You ended up in prison for fraud. You've been conning other men like you did with me, and then you robbed them. Who are you?
Ramiro, I'm only a woman who loves you.
Don't trust Ramiro. Do not make the same mistake as Gina.
Loves me?
Gina wasn't always the best person. She left you at the most difficult time of your life.
I know your marriage is destined for absolute failure. Even though you don't want to accept it at the moment, it's alright.
The three sides of Anna.
With Lipa na M-Pesa, you get more. Every 100 shillings spent on Lipa na M-Pesa earns you an entry into the draw. Do more with Lipa na M-Pesa.
Rib-cracking comedy. Just move to NTV. The three sides of Anna.
I promised my wife that during these 6 months I wouldn't see Ana Lucia, and I'm going to keep my word.
What about what you promised Ana Lucia? You made her believe that you were going to fight for her love, that you were going to leave your wife.
You ended up in prison for fraud. You've been conning other men like you did with me, and then you robbed them. Who are you?
Ramiro, I'm only a woman who loves you.
Don't trust Ramiro. Do not make the same mistake as Gina.
Loves me?
Gina wasn't always the best person. She left you at the most difficult time of your life.
I know your marriage is destined for absolute failure. Even though you don't want to accept it at the moment, it's alright.
The three sides of Anna. The Nation Media Group, in partnership with Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, will hold its first SMEs Conference and Expo on 24th and 25th February 2020 at KICC Savo Ballroom, Nairobi. SMEs will showcase their brands, products and services. Be part of eye-opening conversations with experts and peers. Watch it live on NTV on the 24th of February from 9:30 a.m.
See them, let them say. This coming Saturday, Maze kama kawaida, catch me live on your radio 96.3 alongside NTV, giving you nothing but the best of roots, lovers and dancehall music. Alafu saa 4, 10 p.m.
Huda. Saa 4 from 10 p.m. up until midnight. Tunakupatia the best of everything. So the only thing you need to do is stay on your remote and stay on your TV. Check it. Nite Katiwa and my co-host
DJ Mo right here. This is Jam Down on NTV.
With Lipa na M-Pesa, you get more.
Lipa na M-Pesa.
Every 100 shillings spent on Lipa na M-Pesa earns you an entry into the draw. Do more with Lipa na M-Pesa.
All aboard! NTV on the road heads eastwards of the great Mount Kenya to county number 12.
Kuma gatombeka Mount Kenya kwena maniana muro gwita mwito nejo mutheru jwa gatune gukurukira muro nejo kadita Meru tuichonjo.
From here, we will tell you stories about development and hear the voices of the people.
NTV kukaribishwa Meru mono.
Tutapata ya mlimani yaliyo moto na ya kupoza, bila kusahau nasaha kutoka kwa wazee wa Njuri Ncheke.
Tutaangazia sekta mbalimbali kuanzia mhimili wa uchumi wa eneo hili, miraa, utalii na baada ya kazi. NTV Meru. Hata kama iko hapa.
Welcome back to Unscripted. We're here with Silayo. Silayo, thank you for reminding us that indeed a church is a place where we're meant to receive healing.
It is.
Support.
It is.
Like when we mess up,
it is.
That's a place you should feel safe.
Yeah.
So thank you for pointing that out.
Yeah.
But I must ask, even with considering who you are and who your family was, and if they say fallen to that extent, and then it didn't end there. You lost the baby.
I did. It was
dealing with all of that. Paint that picture.
Yeah. You know what I felt like? I remember feeling like David. I remember feeling like, oh, okay, that's what's happening to me right now.
Really?
Yeah.
Tell to those who may not know David.
Who don't know the story of David. Well, David, he was like, he's the superhero of the Bible.
Isn't he?
To me,
David and
just a big fan of him and his story. I feel like he was just a broken guy who really wanted to know God. And I'm like, that's me, bro.
I get it.
But me, I'm just a broken girl, just looking for this life source. And so what happened to David was, he lay with Bathsheba. Yes. I use the word lay because we're talking about the Bible. With Bathsheba.
Thank you for being PG. Well done.
Being PG.
Well played.
And then she got pregnant. Yeah. And the prophet Nathan came and told him, man, what are you doing? This is not your stuff. Yeah. So the baby will not live. Yeah, I mean, that's how the story goes in the Bible. Yeah. And so the baby died, even though he prayed and he fasted. And I remember feeling, before I got pregnant, I slid into a depression. This is how it started, yes. And this is a part of the story I think a lot of people don't know. Yeah. I won the Cora the year before. Okay. And then everything that happened. It was wonderful, it was exciting, it was. But I think, in hindsight, and I still am working on that now, I feel like I did not have the character foundation, let me say.
To handle all of that.
To support, yes. To handle all of it.
The fame, the spotlight. The
attention, I had never been the pretty girl. I was always the tough girl, the leader, and all of a sudden I was shiny. And everybody was attracted to the shininess, and I didn't know what to do with the attention. And boys were now looking at me like I was shiny. I'd never been the shiny girl, And so 19-year-old me, I just took it all in. I just drank all the attention. Yes, I was quite young. I was 19. I just drank in all the attention, but then I got depressed, and it's taken me a few years to figure that out because it happened after The Voice again, and we can talk about it.
Okay.
Yeah, it took me a few years to figure out. But what happened? So I dropped, collapsed, and then got pregnant in that period of time. Very unhappy. And feeling completely purposeless for some reason. Yeah. And then also because I'd always been like a stiff, like completely, I'd never misbehaved at all.
Like life was black and white.
Like everything was black and white.
Areas.
Ever. And so because now I've kissed a boy, I was like, I've seen that this is it. Oh, wow. I can never go back. And so I cowered from God and I cowered from church and I just went into this hole. Yeah. And in the hole, I just kept getting worse, So by the end of that year, when I found out that I was pregnant, I was happy because I felt like I'm useless now. My life's bogus. Yeah. I've gone the furthest anybody can possibly go from God, but this is a new life. And I can live for this. I have a chance to sort of rewrite my story through
the baby.
So that was my hope, that was my plan, so I was clinging onto this little life and put everything into this little life.
So you were looking forward to it?
I was looking forward to having a child. I was.
I'm sorry.
I was, And And also my background, like abortion was never a part of the discussion. And so every time I've heard people talk about it and as a rumor that's, I'm like, man.
That's not even close to the truth.
Ouch, bros. Like, please no. So anyhow, so I told the newspapers, did all the interviews. And then one Sunday I was in church and then I started bleeding at Mavuno when we were at the club. I remember walking out of the bathroom and the first person I saw was Kanji. Yeah. And I was like, Chief, I'm bleeding. And they rushed me to hospital. And I have, to this day, it's another thing I want to say about Mavuno. To this day, I have no idea who paid that hospital bill. Anyhow, so then I lost the baby. And I remember waking up from the procedure at the hospital and just wailing and telling my best friends, because they were seated at the foot of my bed, I'm like, my baby's in the trash, my baby's in the trash. That was hard. And I can talk about it now because it's been a lot of years, you know, and I've...
but it's not been easy.
No, it was not easy. It was not easy. It wasn't easy at all. It was a tough thing to deal with because it was a loss. And it made me understand that grief has... We put brackets on grief and define what it should be and what it should be and what it looks like.
But it changes you completely.
But it changes you completely. And grieving an unborn child is weird because there wasn't really like a relationship, but there was a relationship.
Yes.
There was a relationship, there were hopes, there were dreams, there was a whole basket of life planned and prepared for. So yeah, that was tough. But it fades also, I can say that. I don't feel now what I felt then at all.
But also your faith journey started then.
Yes, my faith journey definitely started then. It started then. Because I feel like I was torn down completely.
To pieces.
To pieces.
And putting yourself back
together.
together.
And then growing again and discovering that I was still lovable and I was still gifted and I was still, I don't know. You know, when you fall and when you have such huge breaks in life, it makes you almost convinced that you've changed and you should not be seen anymore. My parents should not talk to me.
You're not worthy.
You're not worthy. It's worth. You're not worthy. But to stand up from all of that drama and to be regarded with kindness, especially for my family as well, yeah, it was very healing. It was. It reintroduced God to me. It reintroduced God to my life.
And just recently, we're now in June, but just last month was Mental Health Awareness Month. And I know you've been very vocal on the importance of just good mental health. For you with a depression journey, first, how was it being a believer, realizing you're depressed?
Well, I don't know if I'm out of it. I wouldn't even say that I'm out of it at all. I say that I'm living with it and learning how to live with it in a healthy way.
I see.
But I've had depression. I was diagnosed last year with bipolar 2. I see. And what bipolar 2 is, bipolar 1 is ups and downs. Yes, you have the extremes. Bipolar 2 is just you're more prone to the downs. So and when the doctor told me about it and described it, I was like, oh, you just described my entire life. You know, my entire adult life. And
do you know your triggers?
Now I do. Okay. Before I didn't. Before, especially when I was squarely in my fundamentalist black and white faith, I only felt like a bad Christian. I always felt like a bad Christian. I always felt weak. I always felt like I didn't believe the right things, or I'm not reading my Bible enough.
Correctly, I'm
because
not praying enough.
Everybody else seems to be
okay.
Like, I feel like there's a secret memo. I have it in my journal. I read it so many times. I feel like there's something other people know that I don't know that's making them live. And then me, I just keep, I'm up for 1 second and then I drop. I'm up for 1 second and then I drop. Now I'm like, it's bipolar. That's what it is. And having a mental health issue in church is tough.
So the church has a long way to go.
The church has a long way to go.
Having that conversation at least.
Yeah, it has a long way to go. And I always feel like the church, especially in a country like Kenya, has such a big responsibility because most people regard the church as an authority. Yes. You know? But I'm ashamed of the church right now. Oh no. I am. I'm ashamed of the church. I see them on the news. I see them talking about money and politics. And I'm like, yo, which Jesus? I'm so confused by your version of Jesus. I'm like, I mean, it's okay to do your thing. You can take all the money, but then separate your activities from the name of Christ.
That's true.
exiting church for me, because I have been outside of church for maybe, 2 or 3 years, like not working there and not being a consistent, as I used to be. What I'm doing now more is reading, and thinking about Jesus away
from the church,
from the institution. Because I also feel like this institution has been built over thousands of years. It has a lot of authoritarianism. It has a lot of white culture in it. It has a lot of politics in it. It has a lot of patriarchy in it. You know what I mean? I am like, I want to wash it off. It hurts me physically when I see them, treat people like this or speak about it. Can get me all started.
I understand.
Yeah.
I understand.
So yeah, we do have a long way to go.
But I'm sure it wasn't easy exiting the church. As we wrap this part, how did your ministry family take this?
Oh man, they're still having a hard time. They really are. It's the truth. It's not easy, and I understand it. I understand their concern. Understand even their fear. I get it. But the thing I say to them, and I say to myself, which is how I calm my own fear,
what do you say?
is there's a phrase or a verse in the scripture.
What does it say?
Even though I struggle with the Bible in itself as well, but there's a phrase that says, "You will seek me and find me when you seek me with all your heart." And I feel like there is nothing in my journey, in my questioning, that is unauthentic and untrue. I'm not playing. I'm not doing it for attention. I'm not getting any attention. I've lost a lot by losing my faith, So I'm trusting, and this is, I guess, my faith part of it. I'm trusting that God, if there is a God who listens and speaks and interacts and engages with humanity, that God sees me and knows that I am desperately seeking that God. That's the God I'm looking for. I've had some of the most painful moments in the last 3 years, but I've also had, honestly, some of the most exhilarating, liberating, peaceful moments in my life in the last 3 years.
Okay. When we come back, I want to hear about those moments.
Okay.
Stay tuned on Unscripted.
Get an 8 acre plot at Kenya shillings 150,000 for cash buyers or 175,000 for installment buyers. Welcome to our open day on 15th February 2020. SMS plot to 21595.
My friend, how dare you try to park that toy car in the only remaining parking space? Where did you expect me to park my beast? You should know people and respect their worth.
Na kila room ukiingia, fanya usafi kabisa, kung'are.
Sawa. Akia nani mzee yako single.
You're trending on social media. Ko number 3.
That's not enough. Pass me that phone. I need to call that young boy called ex-Christian Deal. He can use his fake followers to make me the #1 trending topic.
With Lipa na M-Pesa, you get more. Every 100 shillings spent on Lipa na M-Pesa earns you an entry into the draw. Do more with Lipa na M-Pesa.
All aboard! NTV on the road heads eastwards of the great Mount Kenya to county number 12.
Kuma gatombeka Mount Kenya kwena maniana muro gwita mwito nejo mutheru jwa gatune gukurukira muro nejo kadita Meru tuichonjo.
From here we will tell you stories about development and hear the voices of the people.
NTV kukaribishwa Meru mono.
Tutapata ya mlimani yaliyo moto na ya kupoza, bila kusahau nasaha kutoka kwa wazee wa Njurincheke.
Tutaangazia sekta mbalimbali kuanzia mhimili wa uchumi wa eneo hili, miraa, utalii na baada ya kazi.
NTV hata kama iko hapa.
Sonia yampenda Jabali kiasi
yale wayaita mapenzi, ule wake ni wivu. Sasa mambo ya kumpenda Jabali na kumchukia huyu Fadhili yaingilia napi kwa pisini, mambo mawili tofauti.
Baba, simu yangu yenyewe ni ile wejua. Nitakesha nayo vipi na kuchaji mpaka kazini?
Jamani, mwana mrongo yuwauzwa wapi muuze mimi angalau mpate pesa za kuondoa hizi dhiki.
Mara nyingine najiuliza kati ya wewe na huyu Fidhuli wako Jabali, nani bingwa wa kuudhi?
Kwani ulikuwa haulizi kuhusu sausage kuungua?
Nilikuwa nimekuulizia kuwa mvua ikinyesha huwa ardhi ya tota.
Nimekuja kuongea na wewe.
Siongei na maadui zangu. Nishatangaza vita na wewe ni adui. Toka.
Hatutakuwa tukipotezeana muda rafiki yangu.
Akili yangu ina mambo mengi bwana.
Sasa hiyo akili yenye mambo mengi ndio ingefanya kazi haraka haraka iyapunguze na kuyaondoa.
Being a mother shouldn't invalidate our dreams. Being a single mother, we don't have to be labeled. That's why I always have my mantra, moms are girls too.
That's true.
And my desires are still the same.
You said you moved around a lot as a child.
Yes.
Did that affect you in any way?
I felt at some point like I was a burden. At the same time, my father had long rejected me. I almost took my life twice. Yes. And each time, God was like, what do you think you're doing?
With Lipa na M-Pesa, you get more.
Lipa na M-Pesa.
Every 100 shillings spent on Lipa na M-Pesa earns you an entry into the draw. Do more with Lipa na M-Pesa.
Top spot ndo mwanzo tu.
So much football.
It is a chance to enjoy Kenyan football.
Crunch time for the Kenya Sevens rugby team. Why Formula 1?
I'm interested in cars.
The speeds that those cars attain is crazy.
But I'm supposed to be a fan.
Asante sana Kigogo. Karibu, sijapata vizuri sana. Lugha gani hiyo ya Kimayai? But good to see you there.
This is Fact Finder from the BBC.
We hear from Ebola survivors on the impact of myths and misinformation about the viral disease 5 years on.
The people that they suffer, they survive and they suffer.
A BBC Africa Eye investigation uncovers shocking evidence that multiple Nigerian security forces are using a brutal ancient torture technique. We tell you how.
Swapping faces in videos through artificial intelligence is cool, but tech experts warn this could have a negative impact on political messaging.
And did an airline force a passenger to take a pregnancy test before boarding a plane?
I think it's false.
It's not true.
Sour Shower has never been better with the new look Sour. Now with a new formulation too that will leave you feeling fresh for longer while the soap lasts even longer.
Pop, pop, it's showtime. Showtime. Guess who's back again? I'm a dangerous man with some money in my pocket. Keep up.
Trend.
It's going down, cause I'm around.
Trend.
Everybody knows I'm a motherfucking. Let me make one thing clear.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Trend.
Nothing can stop me, I'm all the way.
The Trend, in association with Maybelline New York.
Fit Me Foundation from Maybelline New York. Fits your unique tone and texture. Blurs pores, stops shine. For your most natural matte. Fit Me Matte and Poreless, only from Maybelline New York.
Welcome back. Thank you for staying tuned. You're now moving a seat. Silayo, your story is, I like the fact that you are brave enough to discover your own journey for yourself, which I think is a very empowering place to be. And like you said, even though the last couple of years have been hard and filled with lessons, you've had your highs, and you've
I
had
really
great
have.
moments. And like I said earlier, one of the great moments, we were all here cheering you on back home as you were representing Kenya on the Voice stage in Netherlands.
Yeah.
How did that happen?
I was out there for another tour.
Okay.
With another artist. I was there for about 4 months. And then, and this is the part I can only tell on Kenyan TV. I can never have this conversation on Dutch TV. My contract stays there. Okay. But on Kenyan TV, I can tell you that they called me.
I see.
So I was on another show.
Okay.
And
What show?
Someone else's show, a big star.
A gig.
Yeah, a gig.
Got it.
By show I mean a gig.
Okay.
And the star of the show used to be a coach on The Voice. And so I sang with her, and it was super cool, and it was like a moment.
I see.
And she posted it and was very excited about it, and then the guys at The Voice picked it up. So then they called my manager.
Well done.
And then she called me and said, dude, I was like, yeah, I got a call from The Voice. It's like, what do you mean? What do you mean by The Voice? Like The Voice of Holland, yes.
They want you.
That was very exciting.
That's
It
humbling.
was so exciting. It was very affirming. You know, stuff like
Wasn't
that is so affirming. It's like, oh, I have a nice voice. And so, yeah, that's how that happened.
Okay. And you had to relocate there for some time.
I was there for some time. Okay. But I always, and this is what I always say to people, I'm a back and forth girl.
Okay.
I've never moved.
So you were still coming back?
I was always coming back. Like during the period of The Voice, I would leave for 3 months and then come back home for 3 weeks, come back home for a month, leave for another 3 months, leave for another 4 months, and then come back home. It was back and forth.
And you did well. You got to the final stages, didn't you?
I got to the final. I got the further than any international contestant ever has.
Good job.
So that was really cool.
Good job.
Yeah, that was very special. I'm very grateful for the experience. It had its tough moments.
What are your big lessons? I mean, coming from being a musician here in Kenya, then going to a stage like that, what were your big takeaways from it?
One very personal takeaway, especially in hindsight, is the same thing I said about the Kora, is to fortify your foundations.
I see.
Fortify your mind. I don't think, I'm 34 and still learning these things, honestly. Fortify your emotional life, fortify your where your worth is from, how you feel about yourself before you step into spaces like those.
Why? What happened when you were there?
I mean, nothing terrible happened. Luckily, I was doing The Voice at the age of 33, so I was a little bit old, you know. So I was comfortable, but I watching even around me, I would get insecure in moments, you know. They're young, everybody's younger, they're pop stars, I'm not a pop star, I'm like, I want to rock, I want to sing loudly and feel the feelings. But then when you look around, everybody's small and lithe, and the cute girls and the makeup and and you have to start. It still happens. It still happens, and I have to talk myself down into
pep talk yourself.
You have to pep talk yourself. So I learned how to pep talk myself better in those spaces.
Got it.
I also learned what I am and what I definitely don't want to do.
So who is Nema now musically?
Silayo.
Silayo, you see?
Yes,
Forgive me.
It's okay. It's okay. Musically, I am open, happy. It's fusion, a lot of it.
What inspires you?
I was always inspired by my life. I'm still very inspired by my life. A lot of the music I'm writing is still from my own experiences and it's just, I feel like it's a deeper well. There's a deeper well where my art's coming from now. And I feel like for artists especially, with every hurt, with every crack, with every rock bottom, with every you mine something new. Yeah. And I feel I love my music right now. I don't think I've ever loved my music. Wow. You know, I've always been very critical of it.
Okay.
But now I sing my songs with the girls in the band and I'm proud of it. And I'm excited to be making a record. I can't wait to share it with you guys.
So we're getting new music.
You're getting new music this year.
Fantastic.
Yeah. So that's where we are.
Okay. So if I could do like a quick fire of sorts.
Go.
Ready?
Ready.
What does music mean to you?
Everything.
Everything?
Healing.
Yeah,
music is healing.
Starting over or new beginnings?
New beginnings. I'm grateful that new beginnings exist. yeah, I feel like I've spent my entire life always beginning anew, you know.
Really?
I do.
I sense you really are in that space right now. I can
Yeah,
feel it in
I
your
am.
spirit as
Oh,
you
this
as you
is-
walk into a room.
Yeah.
Silayo is in the room.
This is definitely like a whole new sunrise, I feel.
I feel it as
yeah.
well.
I'm glad that I exist in a universe where days are things, where the sun sets and then rises again tomorrow and you get another shot, you know? And I feel like sometimes we forget that you can start again. We really do. You get lost inside your drama, inside a terrible marriage or a hard job, and you're 2 years in and it just
You
feels...
think it's over.
Yeah, I feel it's like it's over. I'm stuck in this thing, I'm stuck in this way, and I can never start again. But I'm 34 and starting my career again.
Imagine.
And it's hard as
High
nails.
five. High five that story.
You know?
Well done.
It's tough, but it's so worth it.
It is.
A lot of people think, like I've had record labels change their minds because I had a record label deal break. Because they wanted me to keep my name.
And you were willing to walk away from it?
Oh, yeah, I did. I walked away immediately. It was one meeting. It didn't even take 2 meetings.
Good job.
And it seems very foolish to a lot of people, you know.
But you're being true to yourself.
But yeah, but I've just figured out what matters to me. And then I'm pursuing that.
So what's your definition of success?
To be seen for who I am, to be able to communicate exactly who I am, and to love from as big a stage as I possibly could. I don't have an end like, I would say Grammy, and they're like, that's the definition of sex, but it really isn't. Okay. I want to spend, I feel like I have the potential to live a successful, I've been living a successful life if I define it.
Yes.
The way I define success, which is to love as many people from as many stages as possible, as consistently as possible. That's the stuff that makes me happy. You know, I love it. I love being a worship leader. I miss that stuff, you know. I love being on stage and loving on people.
Beautiful.
Yeah, and so I hope I get to do that every day
Every single
for the
day.
rest of my life. And that's the definition of success for me, you know. Yeah.
So I want to hear you sing.
Ah!
I really do. But before I ask you to sing as you rap,
yes.
If there is one lesson or one thing you could tell your younger self, what would that be?
Oh, man.
And you can speak to the girl at home who is, you know, impressionable, who
Yeah.
is doubting herself, who
Yeah.
is doubting everything she's ever thought she knew was
Yeah.
this way, but
Yeah.
she's realizing, hang on, I have some questions.
Yeah.
What would you tell that girl?
I would say, first of all, don't be afraid of change. Don't be afraid of evolving. It's a good thing. It's a good thing to evolve. It means you're growing. Embrace it. Just like throw yourself headfirst into the things that your life puts before you. Because I definitely feel like the fear and the shame kept me from doing a lot of things in my life that I could have been doing when I was, 24. But now I'm doing them now, Fear is your number one enemy.
It is.
It's your number one enemy. To be afraid to pursue what you want, to be afraid to speak the words that you feel like you speak, to be afraid to fight for yourself, to be afraid to dream, to be afraid to pursue wild dreams because you feel like,
I can do that.
Me, I can't do that, Honestly, if I show you guys pictures of me from when I was a child, taking care of goats.
Please, we'll show them on the screen.
But I'll give it to you. A picture of me from my shags, and then you show a picture of the voice. Then I would never have projected that trajectory.
Imagine, dreams are valid.
I couldn't have, They really are. And so, toss your fear aside, and then just go for it.
Go after it.
Yeah,
Faith over
blindly, just like decide what you want, and then just blindly pursue it.
I love it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for having me.
Thank
It was
you,
a great
Nema.
conversation.
Thank you so much for being honest, being raw.
Mhm.
And like I said, she has to sing. So before she sings, I have to say thank you so much for watching. This has been Unscripted. Thank you so much to Grammar Suits for hosting us yet again. If you want to reach us, our handles are right below. If you want us to link you with Nema, we're happy to do that. But before we say goodbye and God bless and have a great week, Nema, I'd like to hear something new, or it could be one of your favorite songs, whatever it is.
Turn up the radio and roll your window down. It's a long, long ride to where we're gonna be. I hope you're comfortable, sitting by my side, 'cause this bambani machero, safari, oh, safari ya bambani machero.
Oh, that is beautiful.
Hey. It's a little piece. It's a song that's
beautiful
on my upcoming record, featuring Nairobi Horns Project.
Well done.
It's pretty cool, yeah.
Coming out in December?
Coming out in December.
Okay, we can hold you to that?
You can hold me to an album in December, for sure.
Fantastic.
Yes.
Thank you so much,
Thank you for having
Silayo.
me. That was wonderful.
We are humbled and honored.
Myself. Yeah.
I did too.
Yeah.
Have a good night. Till next time. Have a good night, everyone, and God bless.
God bless. Bye.
Panadol Extra relieves multiple types of pain. Panadol Extra, now with new Optizorb technology to fight multiple tough pains with 3 times more pain-relieving medicine in the first 30 minutes when you need it most.
The 3 sides of Anna.
I promised my wife that during these 6 months I wouldn't see Ana Lucia, and I'm going to keep my word.
What about what you promised Ana Lucia? You made her believe that you were going to fight for her love, that you were going to leave your wife.
You ended up in prison for fraud. You've been conning other men like you did with me, and then you robbed them. Who are you?
Ramiro, I'm only a woman who loves you.
Don't trust Ramiro. Do not make the same mistake as Gina.
Loves me?
Gina wasn't always the best person. She left you at the most difficult time of your life.
I know your marriage is destined for absolute failure. Even though you don't want to accept it at the moment, it's all right.
The 3 sides of Anna.
With Lipa na M-Pesa, you get more. Every 100 shillings spent on Lipa na M-Pesa earns you an entry into the draw. Do more with Lipa na M-Pesa.
All aboard! NTV on the road heads eastwards of the great Mount Kenya to county number 12.
Kuma gatombeka Mount Kenya kwena mania na muro gwita mwito nejo mutheru jwa gatune gukurukira muro nejo kadita Meru tuichonjo.
From here we will tell you stories about development and hear the voices of the people.
NTV bukukaribishwa Meru mono.
Tutapata ya mlimani yaliyo moto na ya kupoza, bila kusahau nasaha kutoka koze wa Njuri Ncheke.
Tutaangazia sekta mbalimbali kuanzia mhimili wa uchumi wa eneo hili, miraa, utalii na baada ya kazi.
NTV ni Meru. Hata kamera iko hapa.
Whoa. See them, let them say.
This coming Saturday, Maze kama kawaida, catch me live on your radio 96.3 alongside MC you're watching, giving you nothing but the best of roots, lovers and dancehall music. Alafu saa 4, 10 p.m.
Buda. Yes. From 10 p.m. up until midnight, tunakupatia the best of everything. So the only thing you need to do is stay on your remote and stay on your TV. Check it. DJ Katiwa and my co-host
DJ Mo right here. This is Jam Down on NTV.
With Lipa na M-Pesa, you get more.
Lipa na M-Pesa.
Every 100 shillings spent on Lipa na M-Pesa earns you an entry into the draw. Do more with Lipa na M-Pesa.
Mam, hiyo avocado unauza pesa ngapi? Namwambia ni 30 bob. 30 bob. Huwezi punguza? Namwambia siwezi. Na ukitoa mbegu?
Ama Kenya tuko blessed na corruption juu 10% waga inaenda kwa kanisa, na badala pasta kusema rudisha mali umetoa, anasema zidisha mali imetoka.
Watu wengine wanatoa 10%. Wengine wanauliza hizo pesa zinaenda wapi?
Nilikuwa nakuuliza ile mjengo inaendelea biguni, unadhani mafundi wanalipwa na nini?
Hello 999, how can we help you? Yeah, I think I am being attacked. Can you please speak loudly?
Being a mother shouldn't invalidate our dreams. Being a single mother, we don't have to be labeled. That's why I always have my mantra, moms are girls too.
That's true.
And my desires are still the same.
You said you moved around a lot as a child.
Yes.
Did that affect you in any way?
I felt at some point like I was a burden. At the same time, my father had long rejected me. I almost took my life twice. Yes. And each time, God was like, what do you think you're doing?
With Lipa na M-Pesa, you get more.
Lipa na M-Pesa.
Every 100 shillings spent on Lipa na M-Pesa earns you an entry into the draw. Do more with Lipa na M-Pesa.
This is Fact Finder from the BBC.
We hear from Ebola survivors on the impact of myths and misinformation about the viral disease 5 years on.
The people that they suffer, they survive and they suffer.
A BBC Africa Eye investigation uncovers shocking evidence that multiple Nigerian security forces are using a brutal ancient torture technique. We tell you how.
Swapping faces in videos through artificial intelligence is cool, but tech experts warn this could have a negative impact on political messaging.
And did an airline force a passenger to take a pregnancy test before boarding a plane?
I think it's false.
It's not true.
Sour Shower has never been better with the new look Sour. Now with a new formulation too that will leave you feeling fresh for longer while the soap lasts even longer.
This is NTV.
Hii ni NTV Sasa na Salim Swale na Jen Goiri.
Naam, barabara kabisa. Hujambo mpenzi mtazamaji popote ulipo, ni shani na fahari kubwa kuwa nawe sana wakati kama huu. Tunakukaribisha kwa moyo mkunjufu na mikono miwili ndani ya jukwaa lako lipendalo la NTV Sasa ndani ya Alhamisi hii njema teule na tulivu ya tarehe 20 mwezi Februari mwaka 2020. Mimi ni Salim Swale.
Nami ni Jane Goiri, kama alivyotangulia kusema mwenzangu. Ikiwa ni siku ya Alhamisi, basi ndani ya NTV Sasa tunaangazia masuala yanayokuathiri wewe mwananchi. Na basi siku ya leo katika NTV Sasa tutakuwa tunaangazia uhusiano kati ya maafisa wa polisi na wananchi. Sema nasi kupitia mitandao ya kijamii Facebook, Twitter @JaneGoiriOfficial, @SalimSwale001, @NTV Sasa.
Bila shaka mtazamaji, kabla ya kwenda kwa upande wa pili wa studio na kuangazia yale ambayo tumekuandalia katika meza ya mjadala, kwanza tunatupia jicho matukio mbalimbali yanayojiri humu nchini na vile vile katika rubaa za kimataifa. Tunafuatilia matukio kadha wa kadha katika bunge la kitaifa. Tunafuatilia usaili wa waziri mteule wa afya Mutahi Kagwe. Baadaye kidogo alasiri hii tutakuwa vile vile na waziri yule mwingine ambaye alikuwa amependekezwa kuchukua wizara ya masuala ya viwanda. Lakini pamoja na hayo, katika kaunti ya Meru, ujumbe wa Umoja wa Ulaya EU umetembelea kaunti hiyo na kujadiliana kwa karibu na viongozi wa kaunti hiyo kuhusiana na ushirikiano kati ya pande mbili ili kufanikisha baadhi ya malengo kufikia mwaka 2040.
Lakini sasa tuelekee katika majengo ya bunge tupate kumsikiza Mutahi Kagwe ambaye alikuwa seneta wa Nyeri, lakini sasa ameteuliwa kuchukua nafasi ya waziri wa afya.
The creation of the equivalent of the Food Administration Authority or the Medicines Authority in other countries. So it's a long list. It's a long list of support that we will need from this House. And I have no doubt, I hope, these are things that we can expect support from you.
Well, you know, I'm also balancing how I found the people, how they came. Honorable Baride, those of you who found us here, perhaps you can wait, give us some little time.
Right? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm glad to see the Honorable Mutahi Kagwe on that seat, having known him for a long time, but also I know that he's a social democrat.
Indeed.
You and Ishongwa here have a history of social democracy. So I believe you're in the right place, because we believe that it's a human right issue to get proper health care. Now, I'll go back to matters UHC. The last 1 year, up to December last year, was really the pilot phase of UHC, being one of the big four agenda by His Excellency President Uhuru Kenyatta. From where you sit, and maybe with the research you've done, I believe you've done a lot on UHC, how successful has been this pilot phase? And what challenges has the implementation faced in the process of piloting? And going forward, do you now think, based on your research, that we are ready for a full-blown implementation of the same, so that Kenyans may get ready for it? Number two, the men and women who've sat on the seat you sit today, being vetted for the same position you're going for, have been men and women who are well-meaning, Honorable Mutahi. They all sat there and told us the great things they would do, and they meant well, and they were very clear that they are going to change things. Now, what is different about you that will make it happen? How will you overcome the cartels that are in the health sector, to the point that they later end up fighting you because you are stepping on them, or you get sacked right in? So what's different about you, Mutahi Kagwe, that we can carry home with hope for a better health care tomorrow? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
3 minutes.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Let me start with the last one, because I think it's important. First, I would like to say that I have tremendous respect for each of my future, hopefully, colleagues in the cabinet who have held this position throughout the Uhuru administration. I have tremendous respect for them. But I would like to say, Mr. Chairman, that each person is gifted with different things, and each person handles every job completely differently. And therefore, I do not want to dwell on what they did. I think there was quite an amount of success. Unfortunately, Mr. Chairman, there is also the old adage that a lot of negative things can be seen in the midst of some good things that were not seen. It is akin, but it is our fault, because we are not blowing our own trumpet as well. If you wink in the dark, you know what you're doing, but nobody else does. And Mr. Chairman, I can only talk about what I can do. And I intend to use my experience, as I said earlier, in answer to Honorable Bandi's question. I can only use my own knowledge and my own abilities to execute this.
Naam, huyo ni Mutahi Kagwe ambaye anahojiwa na bunge katika nafasi ya waziri wa afya, na usaili wake unawajia wakati ambapo ulimwengu unakabiliwa na tishio la virusi vya corona, na nasema endapo basi atateuliwa, jukumu lake la kwanza ni kuhakikisha kwamba taifa la Kenya liko salama na hakuna mtu ambaye ana virusi vya corona ataingia humu nchini. Ataweza kuhakikisha kwamba usalama katika mipaka yote, uwanja wa kimataifa wa Jomo Kenyatta pamoja na mipaka katika maeneo mbalimbali.
Mutai anaonekana kama anajitenga zaidi na kile kinachoonekana kama ni swala la kunyosheana kidole cha lawama. Anasema wale walioko wamefanya kazi yao na kila mtu anafanya kazi zake tofauti. Kwa hiyo ni usahili ambao tunaendelea kufuatilia kwa karibu sana, mpenzi mtazamaji. Kwa sasa tukupeleka katika kaunti ya Meru ambapo gavana Kiraitu Murungi anazungumza kwa sasa katika kikao pamoja na wajumbe wa Umoja wa Ulaya EU katika kaunti hiyo.
The ones you saw them, you saw the people who are running in the video. You know, these were his officers. You know, they were going to break a room where, you know, a girl who had been circumcised was hidden. So the chief reported, and then his officer, the Askaris, went to physically get that person, and they arrested the women who had, you know, done the FGM. So it is our cooperation with the national government, the security agencies, that this program is getting successful in Meru. But a lot more education needs to be done. Continuous, you know, education, convincing the people that even the women who are not circumcised are okay, they are better, as they are saying. So this is a jumbo.
Thank you, thank you. Your Excellencies, first of all, let me say that we feel greatly honored by your presence here, and we appreciate your support in the various areas. It is true that we have a very strong network to the grassroots level. We have the assistant county commissioners, we have chiefs, assistant chiefs, we have village elders. So our work is to enforce some of the programs and also to disseminate policies from the county government. So we work very closely. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The county commissioner is in Nairobi, but he'll be joining us in the evening. He was summoned by his boss in the office of the president. So he was to be with us, but he has sent his deputy, the DCC. I think we have a very good morning. I thank those who are managing time, including myself, because we have finished this session in good time. So now we can have a cup of tea, take a group photograph, and then we go and see what the two first ladies were doing for us, you know, opening the cancer screening center.
Na huyo ni gavana wa kaunti ya Meru. Kennedy Muriithi yuko huko, na pia kuanzia kesho jarida la jimbo kaunti ya Meru litakuwa katika kaunti hiyo kuanzia siku ya Ijumaa hadi Jumapili. Wanahabari wetu Kaltun Jama, Daniel Mule, Edbon Nyambola pamoja na Olive Barrows na Melita Ole Tenges.
Bila shaka itakuwa ni kikosi kizima, utapata kufahamu mengi zaidi yanayojiri katika kaunti hiyo, na ni kaunti ambayo bila shaka tarehe 29 itakuwa ni mwenyeji wa kikao cha BBI. Kwa hiyo kabla ya hapo tutakuwa tunajua kaunti hiyo imejipanga vipi na mambo mengine ya kimaendeleo, ya kijamii, kiuchumi na kisiasa. Lakini tuelekee sasa katika
spoti. Joshua Makori nimemsahau lakini yuko hapo. Na kabla hujasema waje tunazungumza kuhusu uhusiano wa polisi na wananchi. Na kuna mmoja tulipoandika tutakuwa tunazungumza kuhusu hilo, anasema Jane, afadhali ukutane na mwizi badala ya kukutana na polisi. Lakini tunataka kubadili dhana hiyo. Lakini tutafanya vipi?
Hilo ndilo swali. Mtazamaji, bila shaka katika mjadala wetu wa leo tunakuuliza swali letu la siku kwamba kutokana na hali hiyo ya uhusiano wa polisi na wananchi, je, uhusiano mwema kati ya polisi na raia utaimarishwa vipi? Uhusiano mwema kati ya polisi na raia utaimarishwa vipi? Unazungumza nasi kupitia mitandao yetu ya kijamii @salimswale001, @JaneGoiriOfficial, @NTV Kenya, hashtag kama kawaida ni NTV Sasa. Na vile vile baadaye kidogo tutakuwa tunafungua laini za simu kwa ajili ya kukupa wewe fursa ya kuchangia mubashara kabisa katika mjadala wetu ambao utakuwa unaongozwa naye Jane Goiri. Kwa sasa tupate taarifa fupi. Kumbuka siku mbili zilizopita kulitokea mauaji ya kutisha katika hospitali ya Mama Lucy. Mwendesha bodaboda ambaye alikuwa anampeleka mtoto hospitalini alikumbana na mauti yake baada ya kupigwa risasi na afisa wa polisi. Tupate taarifa hiyo.
Wema na hisani ya Daniel Mburu ndiyo iliyomchongea. Daniel alikumbana na mauti yake alipokuwa akijaribu kuyaokoa maisha ya mtoto aliyetumbukia mtoni eneo la Korogocho, kaunti ya Nairobi. Daniel Mburu ambaye ni mwendeshaji bodaboda anadaiwa kuingia hospitali hii ya Mama Lucy na pikipiki kinyume na sheria za hapa.
Huyo kijana akawauliza nifanye aje na mtoto alikuwa mgonjwa. Sasa wakaanza kubishana. Bila walibishana, soja wakamchapa kwanza. Polisi alikuwa hapo amesimama, akachukua bunduki. Akafanya hivi, unajua naweza nikakuua. Akamwambia sasa mtaniua na ni haki yangu. Wakamchukua wakamleta hapa ndani. Vile alipelekwa hapo ndani, nikaenda nikachungulia kwa dirisha. Akampiga risasi ya kifua.
Pengo aliloachiwa mamake Daniel Mburu linaweza tu kuonekana katika sauti yake ya kusinasina.
Kama mtoto wangu ameaga dunia juu ya kusaidia rafiki yake, hatuna haki ya kuzaa watoto wa vijana. Sasa mtoto wangu ameniacha. Sikuiba, alikuwa naiba.
Alikuwa anafanya kazi yake ya biashara ya pikipiki. Huyu ni mama yake, ameacha, ana kijana yote, ana mtoto mwingine, ana mzee, ni single mother.
Na walipouliza kwa nini alipigwa risasi,
amepaki pikipiki vibaya.
Ni tukio lililowaacha wengi na mshtuko, wengi wakishindwa kuyazuia machozi yao. Kufuatia kifo chake, wanabodaboda waliandamana kudai haki na iliwalazimu maafisa polisi kufyatua vitoa machozi ili kuwatawanya.
Sasa vijana wameshika, wamewashikia nini? Walikuwa wamekuja kwa rafiki yao.
Kisa hiki kinajiri wiki chache baada ya vijana wawili kudaiwa kuuawa na afisa polisi huko Majengo na Mwiki, huku mamlaka ya kutathmini utendakazi wa polisi ikitarajiwa kutoa ripoti kuhusiana na vifo hivyo.
Na ilikuwa ni taarifa ya Fatma Bugu ambayo inatukunjulia jamvi la mjadala wetu. Na naona tayari Wakenya wameanza kuzungumza. Je, na hapa katika mitandao yetu ya kijamii kuna huyu hapa ambaye anajiita Kabogo na sio yule Kabogo wa Kiambu. Anasema polisi hawako hapa kubembeleza watu au kufanya kazi ya PR. Sasa raia lazima wawape polisi nafasi ya kutenda kazi, kwani bila polisi society itakuwa bila amani. Wananchi wawape polisi information na polisi wasiwaharas wa Kenya. Kuna na huyu mwingine hapa ambaye anajiita Sir Josephat, anasema uhusiano wa polisi na wananchi utaimarishwa vipi? Na kwa recruitment wanaangalia tu meno ya watu na bribe bila kuzingatia akili zao. Haya ndio maoni yako haya, mpenzi mtazamaji. Narusha pasi safi kabisa kwake Jen kuendelesha mjadala na wageni wake.
Shukran sana mwenzangu Salim Swale. Bila shaka sasa bila kupoteza wakati ni wakaribishi wageni wangu na kuwatambulisha. Niko na Anthony Munga, naibu msemaji kutoka idara ya polisi. Karibu sana. Wanjeri Nderu, mwanaharakati haki za binadamu. Karibu sana. Karibu naye ni Gasheke Gishishi ambaye ni mshirikishi kituo cha haki cha Mathare na pia ni mwathiriwa. Alipitia mikononi mwa polisi, atatuelezea vipi na ilikuwa lini. Na mwisho kabisa ni Dorin Muthama, kamishna kutoka IPOA. Karibu sana. Na Munga, nitaanza na wewe na taarifa ama kisa cha hivi punde. Unaona wale wazazi wanasema haja gani ya kuzaa kama watoto wetu watakuwa wanauawa na polisi. Anaulizwa alifanya nini, wanasema hatujui alifanya nini. Maana yake aliambiwa asimame. Mbona ikawa vigumu polisi tu kumtia pingu? Na kama walikuwa nasema wanamshuku kama ni mgaidi ama alisoma mahali ambapo hakufaa kusimama, angekamatwa tu na apelekwe katika kituo cha polisi. Mbona apigwe risasi? Uchunguzi umefikia wapi?
Asante sana Jen. Ni masikitiko kwamba kifo kilitokea. Kazi ya polisi haitarajiwi kusababisha mauaji, lakini mara kwa mara mauaji hutokea, na ndio sababu huwa tunafanya uchunguzi, tunaangalia ni jambo lipi lilikoseka. Uchunguzi umeanza na kwa sasa siwezi kuzungumza sana kwa sababu ni jambo ambalo linachunguzwa na litaenda kotini, lakini ningetaka kuambia Wakenya kwamba uchunguzi umeanza na tunavyozungumza sasa yule afisa ambaye alihusika katika jambo hilo ako katika mikono ya polisi na atapelekwa kotini haraka iwezekanavyo.
Na kama IPOA, kwa nini polisi wako katika wepesi na yoyote yule ambaye anaweza changia wa kumpiga tu mtu risasi? Nini kinasababisha mambo kama hayo, Doreen?
Mwanzo shukran kwa kutualika hapa. Pia sisi tuko katika harakati za kuchunguza hii kifo cha mwana kijana ambaye ilitokelezea hivi juzi. Na kama independent authority tuko na jukumu la kuangalia afisa vile wanafanya kazi. Na watu wetu wako chini kule tangu juzi, tangu siku ya Jumanne. tumeweza kufanya kuokota evidence, kupreserve scene na mambo mengi sana, na pia kupata witnesses score. So kama tume ya IPOA tutapeleka hii kesi kotini. Pia sisi tunafuatilia sana, na hata zile ambaye hatua IG amefanya, manake tunaongea na IG kwa hii process, pia tuko pamoja na tutahakikisha kweli
IG amefanya hatua gani?
Mwanzo kulingana na ile information ambaye ama vile tumefahamishwa kutoka kwa IG ni kwamba huyo polisi ameweza file yake imeweza kuchukuliwa na DCIO na kupelekwa for analysis na pia some other evidence pia zimeweza kukolektiwa kuokotwa pale, ama Kiswahili kidogo ngumu, lakini kuna mambo yanaendelea kwa haraka sana. Hata hivi venye tunaongea watu wetu wako pale Soweto wanachukua statement za
ile hali ya uchunguzi,
yes,
yani ya kawaida imeanza. Lazima ile silaha ichukuliwe ipelekwe kwa ballistic analysis. Yes. Lazima pia mashahidi waliokuwa pale tuandike statement zao. Na kufikia sasa the preliminary zimefanywa. Uchunguzi ule wa awali umefanywa na hatua inachukuliwa. Nimesema polisi tuko na silaha, lakini silaha zile tunazitumia katika kazi, na kila police officer yeye binafsi yake amefunzwa jinsi ya kutumia hiyo, akizingatia misingi ya haki za binadamu, na mafunzo hayo yako katika hali zote kuanzia recruit level mpaka ile kiwango cha juu kabisa. Kwa hivyo police officer anafaa kuchukua hatua kulingana na mafunzo aliyopewa.
Kulingana na mafunzo, lakini tunaona kwamba wengi wanakiuka, na nilikuwa nataka tuzungumzie kiini, lakini kabla ya kuzungumzia hilo ningependa tu Gasheke atuelezee yale aliyopitia mikononi mwa polisi. Ilikuwa lini? Nini kilifanyika?
Sasa mimi nimesema ninatoka Maadhare Social Justice Center. Kwa majina ya Gasheke na coordinate Maadhare Social Justice Center. Na umuhimu wa kuanzisha community based organization kama hizi Maadhare ni historia ambayo nimepitia pia kama mwanaharakati na dhuluma ya polisi. Hasa sana kama unaishi kama mitaa za mabanda kama Maadhare, Dandora, Kiamaiko, kila siku lazima utashikwa, upelekwa kwa police station. Na afisa mwenzetu hapa lazima confirm kwamba mimi mwenyewe pia niliguzwa na nikaona kama hatuwezi simama na tuanze utetezi wa kusema polisi waache mauaji ya kiholela, waache police brutality. Na hata ukiangalia idara ya polisi kila siku inagonga vichwa za habari kwa utovu wa nidhamu, kama washiriki katika mambo ya uhalifu, wanaoa watu kiholela. Nadhani ninashangaa sana unazungumzia mambo ya uchunguzi. Mimi nilidhani Inspector General angekuwa amefika Korogosho na kuomba msamaha, kwa sababu kama ofisa wake wanaua raia ambao wanalipa ushuru. Na hapa wanatuelezea wanafanya uchunguzi. Na idara ya polisi kila mara, hata ukiangalia kwa historia yetu, na wanasema wanafanya reforms, wamebadilisha sura, lakini angalia kila siku mauaji ya kiholela. Juzi ilikuwa Majengo.
Unasema umebadilisha sare, lakini bado tabia ni ile
na maadili ni yale yale kila siku ni yale yale. Sana shindwa hivi, na mimi ningefurahia sana kama Inspector General mwenyewe ndiye angejileta hapa, kwa sababu juzi amesema yeye mwenyewe anataka kupeleka mabadiliko ya idara ya polisi kwa police stations zenyewe, kwa sababu hao wakubwa wako hapa katikati kama ndugu yangu hapa hana nafasi kila siku ya kukutana.
Na ningependa tumpe fursa nafasi pia ajibu, maana umeuliza swali nzuri sana. Umesema kwamba kumekuwa na mabadiliko ambayo yanafanywa, lakini kama ulivyosema sare mpya ambayo umevaa, lakini tabia ni ile ile. Nataka umjibu mwanzo.
Tabia ni ile ile. Sidhani kama kuna uhaki katika matamshi hayo ya kuwa tabia ni ile ile, kwa sababu lazima tukubali ya kwamba kuna maafisa wa polisi wengi sana wanafanya kazi yao nzuri sana. Ndio sababu tunaendelea na hali zetu za uchumi na za kijamii katika hii nchi. Ndio sababu tangu jana tunapanga huu mjadala tukiwa na hakika kuwa tutaenda nyumbani, tutaenda kwa usalama na tutarudi hapa na tumekuja kwa usalama. Kwa hivyo lazima tuwape heko pale inatosha kuwa wanafanya kazi nzuri. Tukifika hapo sasa, tutasema ya kwamba ni kweli kunavyo visa mbalimbali vimetokea ya kwamba maafisa wa polisi wamekiuka ile nidhamu, na tunachukua hatua, kwa sababu ukiangalia katika takwimu zetu unaona hivi tunavyozungumza saa hizi tumeamka zaidi na tunachukua hatua. Mwaka jana kuna maafisa kama 181 ambao kwa sababu ya kukiuka nidhamu, pengine kuvunja haki za binadamu, walisimamishwa kazi na uchunguzi unaendelea mwaka jana. Na ukiangalia mwaka wa nyuma hesabu hiyo ilikuwa kidogo. Hiyo inamaanisha tumezidisha katika mikakati yetu ya kutoa wale waovu katika huduma ya polisi. Naam, tumetia bidii sana. Na hizi kesi zitaenda na zitamalizwa katika koti.
Wanjeri, sijui mwanake wewe unafanya kama mwanaharakati, unafanya na watu ambao wanatetea haki za kibinadamu, unakubaliana na anayosema Bwana Munga kwamba je, kuna hatua wamepiga?
Sikubaliani kwa sababu hizo figures anasema na hizi kesi anaongea kuhusu sija interact nazo. Lakini hii excuse kila sana, mimi ninasema ni excuse kwa sababu tunaisikia kila mara. Sio sisi wote, ni wachache. Lakini hata hawa wachache wenye sisi kama wanaharakati na pia kama raia kwa ground, tunaenda tunasema fulani fulani na tunasema mpaka jina. Ameua mtu, amefanya hivi. Mbona hawa wachache wenye sisi kama raia tunawajua kwa majina, mbona hawako kwa hiyo list tunaambiwa ya last year? Unashika? Kwa hivyo mimi ninaona polisi Kenya wako nayo, understand wako na hizo challenges. Na problems zenye wako nazo kama polisi sio kitu at times ni fair kwa sababu unaona kama vile wanalipwa kwenye wanaishi, wako frustrated, labda wako na issues za mental health, lakini hiyo ni systemic problem. But tukiongea maneno ya police brutality, mimi kama mwanaharakati nina feel wanakuaga iko sanctioned kutoka juu. Kuna kila police station, kuna mapolisi wamewekwa pale, kazi yao ni kuua vijana. Ukiwa umezaliwa kama kijana kwa hizi informal settlements, enda Kibera, enda Mathare, enda all uko kote, ulize ni polisi mgani wa watoto kwa hiki jiji, watakwambia mpaka jina.
Lakini hapo nitakuuliza swali,
ningetaka kupiga dhana ya kwamba polisi tumetuma maafisa fulani kutenda mambo kama hayo. Huduma ya polisi haina msimamo kama huo. Haina polisi na hatuwezi kuwa na polisi kama hiyo. Huduma ya polisi imesimamishwa Kenya kwa mujibu wa sheria, kwa katiba, na hilo haliko katika sheria zetu za Kenya.
Na nafikiri pia Wanjeri anazungumzia kuhusu, ukiangalia katika mitaa mbalimbali kuna wale maafisa ambao wanajulikana katika majina mbalimbali. Kwa mfano nilipokuwa nafanya uchunguzi wangu ama utafiti wangu, ule Hesi mtu anafahamika kama Hesi wa Dandora, kuna Hesi wa Kayole na maeneo mbalimbali. Anauliza wale maafisa ambao wanajulikana kama hao, mbona wachukulie hatua? Lakini pia nataka kukuuliza swali Wanjeri, ni wapi tutalinganisha polisi na masuala ya uhalifu? Maana kama unavyosema katika mitaa ama mahali popote pale kuna swala la uhalifu, hawa vijana wanajihusisha na uhalifu, na nyinyi kama wanaharakati mnalaumiwa kuwalinda ama kuwakinga wale wahalifu. Maana polisi wanasema kwa upande wao huyu mhalifu anajulikana, nikimkamata leo kesho ametoka, anakuja anaendelea na uhalifu. Sasa wanasema si hoti kuwatetea, lakini wanasema afadhali tumalize atuondoke. Ni wapi tutaweza kuweka katika mizani na tuseme sasa iwe sawa, mhalifu akifanya uhalifu wake na pia polisi kutekeleza majukumu yake?
Wajua Jane, kuwa hawa vijana sio solution. Hiyo sio vile tunafaa kuwa go about it. Unakuta hawa vijana by the time hata wamekuwa wanasema watakuwa vijana wa kugrab hizo simu, jili yao ndo vijana wengi uwawa. Utakuta pia kuna wale wana hizo bunduki, na hizo bunduki wanazita bonoko na vitu kama hizo. Lakini ukichunguza vizuri Jane, hao watoto mali wamezaliwa na circumstances zimezaliwa. Ndio tena ninarudi back to the system. Serikali yenyewe from the top wameweka measures gani na make sure huyu mtoto crime is not a solution for them. Alafu polisi akija huyu mtoto ameondoa wale wezi wote, ameua, ametengeneza na amegenerate wezi wengine. Unakutume interact sana na watoto wengine wenye hawaendi shule, wazazi hawawezi kuwapatia chakula na vitu kama hizo, inafosiwa wanaenda kwa streets. Mmoja wao akiuawa, wengine nyuma yao wanakuja. Imekuwa ni kama kuuawa ni kama system of honor. Unaona, alafu wanakuja na hasira. Wale waliuawa, kwa kile mwenye unaua una generate wengine. Kuna mapolisi tunajua, tumeongea mpaka na watu huko kwa vijiji. Unakuta unaambia ule polisi fulani jina zatajwa, wanakuaga na list January ya Jane Ngoiri, Wanjeri Nderu, Gacheke, nani. Hii list lazima amalize kwa kila mwaka. Hizo vitu ni openly known kwa society.
Je, mmezungumza na wakuu wa polisi na kuambia hilo?
Hizo vitu zote hata ziko documented. Ukienda kwa social justice centers huko, hata kama nimefanya kazi na Mathare Social Justice Center, nimeona hata wamedocument huyu mtoto aliuawa hivi, hawa wanakuwaga wako na all that documentation. Hiyo documentation inachukuliwa inapewa labda IPOA. Jili sisi kama raia hakuna vile tunaweza go beyond tu kureport. IPOA sasa ndo watuambie wapi ndo wamefika, wanakosa kuenda.
Na before IPOA changie, ningetaka kusema jambo moja kwa sababu
lakini kabla hujazungumza naeleza kwamba seneta wa Nairobi Johnson Sakaja ameona tunazungumza kuhusu swala hili na hata alikuwa amenitumia ujumbe anauliza anaweza piga simu vipi na yuko kwenye laini. Hello Johnson Sakaja.
Vipi Jen?
Nakupata, uliza swali lako.
Sio swali tu. Kwa sababu lazima nichangie. Nimeona mjadala ambao mko nao. Na ni jambo la kusikitisha sana. Unajua strategy ya kudeal na mambo ya uhalifu sio kuua vijana wetu. Na leo ninatoa taarifa katika bunge la Senate kwa sababu ni kama imeenda excess, imekuwa mbaya sana. Juzi tu tumepoteza kijana kule Kayole ambaye amepigwa na polisi risasi. Na hata kwa sasa kuna shida, kuna hali ya sintofahamu kule Korogosho na pande za Kayole. Kuna kijana Hemedi Majengo amepigwa risasi juu ya kuuliza kwa nini vijana wengine wanashikwa. Alikufa. Na vile walifanya maandamano tena wengine wakapigwa. Tuko na kijana Steven Nandwa kule Kasarani walipokuwa wanaandamana kwa sababu ya barabara. Mbona polisi wanakuja na live bullets kwa maandamano, na sheria katiba yetu katika article 37 inapeana haki ya maandamano. So lazima haya maswali yaulizwe, lazima tupate majibu kwa sababu sio hatia kuwa kijana, sio hatia kukosa kazi. Kama kuna wale ambao wako rogue elements katika polisi tuambiwe, isikuwe ati mtu akifanya makosa kama hiyo anapigwa transfer. You should not transfer them, lazima wawe prosecuted, waende jela ili ijulikane ya kwamba polisi lazima wafanye kazi na wananchi wetu. So we must know ile strategy, na tutakuwa tunaita ID mwenyewe aje bunge pamoja na waziri wa mambo ya usalama waweze kutuambia ni mbinu gani wanatumia kuacha hii mambo ya extrajudicial killings kwa sababu imezidi sana. Na wale ambao wanazungumza hapo kwa sababu wanazungumza ukweli. Police tumefanya reforms. Na wakati hata nimekuwa vice chairman of security katika bunge la Senate. Police reform ilikuwa kubadilisha police, iwache kuwa police force, iwe police service, huduma kwa raia. Lakini raia wa kawaida akiona polisi anaogopa. Nchi zingine ukiona polisi yule ule ambao utaendea umuulize directions kama umepotea, umuulize usaidizi. But how do we integrate polisi wetu wafanye kazi na wananchi? Na kama kuna yule ambao ameongea hapo kutoka IPOA, watu waambie ni njia gani wanataka either tuongezee tip to bite ama tuongezee prosecutorial powers. But for now IPOA ni report tu wanatupatia, they just printing reports na hakuna kazi ambao wanafanya zaidi hayo. Watu waambie wanataka kusaidiwa kwa njia gani.
Asante sana bwana Senator Johnson Sakaja wa Nairobi. Wacha nimpe fursa kwanza bwana Munga alafu utajibu.
Mimi ndo nimeaffectiwa sana na masuala ya Sakaja na vile kumesemwa.
Maana anauliza acha tangulia sawa. Are you a truthless dog? Mnatoa tu ripoti lakini hakuna jambo ambalo linafanyika.
Asante sana Jen. Na mimi nasikia kabisa vile Sakaja mheshimiwa anasema na pia vile kumesema hapa hivi na mwenzangu Wanderi. Sisi tunafuatilia sana kama IPOA haya maneno. Mwanzo IPOA tunafanya uchunguzi. Na ndio sasa kama hii kesi ya Daniel sisi tutataka kuchukulia kipaumbele kama IPOA. Isikuwe na competition between sisi na polisi. Ili tuweze kufanya kazi ambayo ni independent na transparent ambayo Wakenya wataamini. Wakati tunafanya sisi kazi pamoja ama polisi wanaenda na faili yao na sisi tunaenda na faili yao, huwa tunaleta mvurutano kule kwa DPP because all of us will forward those files kwa DPP ili DPP aamue vile that person will be charged. So hatutaki hiyo mashindano, tunataka tushirikiane because kama vile afisa amesema ni kwamba polisi sio wote wabaya, kusema tu ukweli. Sio wote wabaya, kuna wale wazuri ambao wanafanya kazi. Lakini the last 1 year and half of last year mpaka sasa vifo vimezidi na hatuwezi nyamaza na hatuwezi kosa kusema kweli hapa kuko na shida. Wakenya wanauawa sana vijana. Sasa vile kama IPOA tuko na tabu kidogo ni mambo ya investigations. We have a few challenges kule kwenye ground. Kwa tunapata shida ya witnesses for example. Kama afisa amefanya kitendo kama kile amefanya cha Daniel. Ndio nasikia kutoka kwa afisa kwamba ameshawekwa mbaroni, ameshikwa ako kwa mikono ya polisi. Na then the next step kwanza ni kuminterdict because that one hitaji kwenda the whole process pending investigation and determination ya hii kesi. Basi so that akiwa pale chini hasiweze kuintimidate wale witness, because aipoa tukienda kule tunapata wale watu wanasema sisi tunaogopa yule mtu unajua anaishi hapa karibu, atakuja atatuua. Na mmeona pia ripoti ambayo watu ambayo witnesses, potential witnesses, high witnesses wamepotea. Sasa vitu kama hizo ndio zinatushtua sisi, ama zinatu as aipoa inazuia progress ya kesi kwanza kwa haraka. Pili, hatuna power ya kuprosecute. So lazima tukishafanya uchunguzi, na uchunguzi wetu mpaka uwe watertight. The reason why you uchunguzi uwe watertight, unlike sasa kama DCI ama uchunguzi wote wa afisa ambao wanaweza kushika leo na kesho wanakupeleka kotini, sisi hiyo 24 hour rule lazima tufuatilie. So kabla tumpeleke afisa au tumrecommend kwa DPP kucharge, ni mpaka tukue na uhakika kwanza hii kesi ni kesi ambayo ita lead to prosecution and possible conviction. Waelewa? Ama kesi ambayo tumechunguza ambayo ita lead to disciplinary action either by the Inspector General ama na tume commission ya National Police Service. So ni lazima kesi ambazo tunachunguza ziwe tight. Tena tunategemea DCI kufanya analysis za ballistics. Tunategemea tena polisi kutupa, kama sasa kwa hii kesi ya Daniel, lazima tupewe occurrence book tuone kama hiyo kesi ilibukiwa. Tuwaambiwe register, duty roster pia tuitaka kutoka wao. Tunataka pia register ya ammunition kutoka kwao. Sasa unaona hizo document bado ziko na wale ambao
licha ya kuitwa independent police bado hamko huru.
Unasema kweli je ni kwamba si tuko huru kabisa, lakini tunahitaji kusema tu ule ukweli, ni kuruhusu tu nimalize. Zile documents ni zao because ni yeye anafanya kazi kule, so ni IG ana keep the records, so we must work together. That is what I'm pleading with the Inspector General, whom has shown ametuonesha cooperation sana, lakini tunataka ifike mpaka chini. Na mambo ya tabia ya maafisa, kusema ukweli, kila mtu ana right ya kuapia kotini na kujitetea. Kuwa mtu yoyote si haifai kabisa kwa polisi.
Seneta pia hapo wameuliza kama aipoa mungependa nini ifanyike?
Pesa, hela. Wacha nikwambie Jane, nasikia na nimesikia very well vile Sakaja mheshimiwa amesema. Kama hatuna hela za kuprotect witnesses. Kama commission ya Kenya National Human Rights Commission ina kiti ambayo you can protect witness. Witness protection board ile tunayo ya Kenya, kuna threshold imesetiwa na sheria. Kwa hivyo you cannot put all witnesses in the unless the board is persuaded that huyu ni mtu ambaye in fact anahitaji hiyo protection. Now some of our witnesses hatujafika hiyo level ya hiyo threshold ya hiyo sheria. So tungependa tupewe njia ya even to relocate kidogo tu, hiyo ni hela. Pili, hela ya kudevolve mpaka chini kabisa. Watu kama sasa mtu wa regional offices, mtu ambaye ako na mambo shida yote na polisi, hako Marsabit, atakuja report wapi? Meru. So Meru region office pekee ina cover like 6 counties. It's so vast. Ni kubwa sana. So hivyo watu wengi wanawacha tu wanateseka because of accessibility. Pia tunataka resources ndio tuweze kueneza ujumbe wa vile aipoa iko na vile inasaidia.
Nitakuuliza tu swali hapo, kama aipoa, je, kuna afisa wa polisi yote ambaye mumemkamata mkamfungulia mashtaka na akafungwa?
Wengi tumefungulia, wasito already wana serve term size tukiendelea. Kesi 202 iko kwa DPP already. 76 ziko kotini. Now another thing sasa niyo mambo ya witnesses kupotea ku lose interest. Mambo tu ku happen hapo katikati. Sasa inakuwa sasa tena unajua kesi kama hizi ambazo ziko kotini sana zile za cause death, hizo ni kesi ambayo you must prove beyond reasonable doubt. So if there is a small gap ya kisheria hivi, sheria inatumika hiyo kesi inapotelea mbali. Na hivyo sasa ndio shida kubwa ambayo tuna. Na judicial system pia we don't have control. The dates maybe may take longer. Kuna zile kesi zimeanza 2016 zipo bado kotini. So tunaomba pia koti tusaidie sana kufast track kesi kama hizo. Maana yake their public interest. Polisi anafaa kunichunga mimi na wewe na kuchunga yule mtu yote ako pali popote pale. Iwe ni whatever mahali popote wa Kenya wako na right za toshana. So tufanye kazi tu pamoja.
Nataka Bwana Munga mwanzo amjibu seneta aliyesema.
Bwana Munga ajibu kwa sababu nataka ajibu maswali yote pamoja na sisi na aipoa. Kwa sababu nakubaliana na aipoa pia wanahitaji hela za kufanya kazi yao iboreke. Lakini pia wana mapungufu fulani kwa sababu tumeona makesi zile wamepeleka kotini pia hazijaweza kuendelea mbele kabisa. Lakini mimi nauliza hivi Bwana Munga, kwa sababu kuna ofisa pale Isli na wamesema huyu anaheshimu katiba, alionekana kwa runinga na akatangazwa anafanya mauaji ya kiholela in public. Wanamuita Rashid. Na nataka kuuliza pia aipoa, walimuona akifanya hayo na amekuwa kwa vichwa za habari, BBC. Sasa mimi nauliza hivi, idara ya polisi iko na gang ndani yao, criminal gang, ambao hawaheshimu sheria na polisi wenyewe wakubwa wanawaogopa. Kwa sababu nashindwa, kwa nini? Kwa nini hawajachukuliwa hatua? Na pia director wa criminal investigation Bwana Kinoti, juzi alitoa Januari akasema amevunjilia ile flying squad. Akasema imekuwa ikihusika kwa uhalifu. Na akawataja. Na wengine wao walishikwa pale Isli kama wanamnyang'anya mfanya biashara pesa. Sasa hii si swala tu tunazungumzia hivi kijuju, kwa sababu ukiangalia idara kabisa ya polisi, na mimi nilikuwa Kabete rais aliposema tunabadilisha idara ya polisi, tunaweka unified command pamoja ndio tutoa hii rogue element ambao wako kila police station. Mimi nauliza hivi, katika idara ya polisi na sheria, ni nini kimeshinda kudhibiti haya mauaji ya kiholela? Na kwa nini hata uongozi wenu haujitokezi ukasema tuna shida, wananchi watusaidie, kuna wahalifu ndani yetu wamevaa hizi sura mpya, tutawatoa aje? Na pia ujibu hilo swala la Isli, kama una believe na katiba, was that rule of law?
Na pia utaongezea kwa kumjibu seneta alikuwa anasema kwamba kuua sio suluhisho, na alivyosema kwamba utumishi wa wote. Na nilivyosema pale awali, mtu anasema afadhali nikutane na mwizi lakini sikutane na polisi. Ni vipi tutaweza kushirikisha jamii na kubadilisha dhana hiyo?
Seneta amesema kuwa si suluhisho. Nikikumbuka hata mimi hayo ndio yalikuwa maneno yangu ya kwanza, nikasema kuua si suluhisho. Polisi, kazi ya polisi si kazi ya kuua watu. Lakini the nature of the job, kwa sababu pia kunao wahalifu ambao wanatumia silaha, wahalifu ambao wanafanya violent crime. Hutokea wakati kukatokea maybe raia akaumia, pia polisi huumia, raia pengine huaga. Hayo hutokea kwa sababu ya kazi ya polisi vile iko, kwa sababu si kupambana tu na mambo madogo madogo, kuna mambo makubwa tunapambana nayo, na lazima afisa wa polisi mwanzo awe salama ndio akulinde wewe kukuletea usalama. Kwa hivyo polisi haina msimamo huo ya kuwa watu wauawe ndio tulete usalama. Hakuna kitu kama hicho. Nakubaliana na senator, na pia mwenzangu hapa amesema, Gasheke amesema vinaweza kuwa visa hivi vimeongezeka hivi karibuni, lakini pia nimesema zile takwimu zetu zinaonyesha kuwa pia sisi pia tumekaza zaidi. Ukiangalia mwaka wa 2018 wale maafisa walikuwa interdicted walikuwa 44. Sasa imeruka mpaka 181. Hiyo lazima inakuonyesha kuwa kuna kazi tunafanya. Ukiangalia katika jela zetu saa hizi tunavyozungumza hapa, kutoka zile huduma zetu za polisi, unajua NPS iko na mikono mitatu. Kuna DCI, kuna Administration Police Service APS, na kuna KPS. Wale maofisa ambao saa hizi wana serve sentence wako kwa jela. Wengine ni wamehukumiwa maisha, wengine wamehukumiwa kunyonga, wengine wanasavu miaka mbalimbali. Kutoka kwa KPS tuko na maofisa 31 tunavyozungumza leo. Kutoka kwa KPS, Kenya Police Service, kutoka kwa Administration Police Service tuko na maofisa 19. Na kutoka kwa DCI tuko na maofisa 17 ambao hao walipelekwa katika koti, walichunguzwa na polisi, na uchunguzi ukaendelea, kesi ikaendelea, na koti ikahukumu. Hiyo ni kazi yetu tumefanya. Haikufanywa na polisi wa Uganda ama polisi wa kutoka Amerika, ni sisi tumefanya. Kwa hivyo tunaposema ya kwamba polisi hawafanyi lolote, polisi wameshinda, takwimu zinaongea, tunafanya kazi. Na hata mwenzangu kutoka IPOA amekubaliana na sisi. Kweli zile karatasi wanahitaji ni zetu, ni legal documents zetu. Na lazima tushirikiane nao, na tunashirikiana. Amewaambia tunashirikiana. Kwa hivyo mimi sitaki kuwa, Waingereza wanasema pessimistic, sitaki kuwa pessimistic. Ninaamini ya kwamba tumepiga hatua, takwimu zinasema hazidanganyi, na tunazidi kwenda mbele, na mambo haya, malalamishi haya baada ya muda kidogo yatazidi kwenda chini. Hatutaruhusu afisa ambaye anavunja sheria, na kuna uchunguzi mbalimbali unaendelea.
Amezungumzia kuhusu ule afisa kutoka Isili, na nitakupa fursa ujibu, na maafisa wengine ambao wanajulikana katika maeneo mbalimbali, lakini naeleza kwamba mkuu wa idara ya upelelezi George Kinoti yuko Mombasa, na pia anazungumzia swala ambalo tunazungumzia hapa studioni. Tupate kusikiza anasema yapi, kisha tutarejea hapa katika mada yetu ya leo.
Being reported through our own criminal intelligence, we are going to go to that where we feel that our services are needed. Not necessarily because somebody has reported, but for us to feel there's a child suffering somewhere and who is in need of care, who is in need of protection, who is in need of security, safety, and we shall respond. Out of the settlement, and all regions saw an increase in child crimes except Nairobi, that recorded a decline from 797 reported cases in 2018 to 430 in 2019. All of you can actually recall, we have busted quite a number of rings where children have been suffering and been undergoing a number of criminal kind of experiences, and we have arrested quite a number. That's the reason I see the decline within the city has been progressively going down. And we promise even to do more. And most of the children also who have been trafficked from other countries equally find their way to the city of Nairobi. Some of them are waiting to be trafficked out of the country through the airport and all that. But we have been able to actually stop a number of criminals on their tracks. We have saved the children. We have taken back them to their countries. And those we did not have to take them, already the government has adopted them in our children's home. And knowing very well, even those our very children's home, we have stormed quite a number of them, where other than taking care of these children, it became some kind of business center to train with our children. Already we are investigating these cases, and we promise not any child, children, welfare kind of homes which have been established by private people, and all that is going to be spared in our purge. That is ongoing. The decline of the numbers is attributed to effort done by the Child Protection Unit in Nairobi that has really done a commendable job. Remember very well, Your Excellency, we opened more or less similar can be seen at CID headquarters, and they are doing a fantastic job. Equally, this is what we wish to be reflected even in a bigger way within the coastal region and then the adjacent and genuine areas. Through successive capacity building programs facilitated by the National Crime Agency, officers have received advanced skills, knowledge on curbing human trafficking, and on this score we are very
Naam, huyo ni mkuu wa idara ya upelelezi George Kinoti, anazungumzia kuhusu magendo na binadamu. Mwanahabari wetu Kevin Mutai yuko hapa anatupasha mengi zaidi, lakini tukirejea hapa studioni, Anthony Munga bado anaendelea kukazwa kamba hapa na wageni ambao wako hapa. Alikuwa amekuuliza swali kabla sijakwenda kwa Wanjeri, na fikiri ungependa kujibu kuhusu, na ni wengi wanauliza, kuna wale maafisa ambao wanajulikana, na Wanjeri alikuwa ameuliza kutekeleza mauaji kiholela na hakuna hatua yoyote ambayo imechukuliwa na hata wamenaswa kwenye video. Sijui utasema yapi kuhusu hilo.
Unajua, mtu anaposema wanajulikana hatuwezi kujua ni kiwango gani na wanajulikana na nani, lakini sisi kama huduma, kama ofisi yangu ya usemaji, sidhani kama wametufanish na habari kama hizo, lakini nataka kuhakikishia kwamba kama nilivyosema kabla tu sehemu ya kwanza ile, Inspector Generali amesema waziwazi ya kwamba habari yote atakayopata kuhusu afisa wa polisi ambaye anavunja sheria, anakiuka sheria, lazima hatua ichukuliwe, na hatua tumechukua, na nimewapatia na nitazidi kuwapatia, na nitazidi
kuzungumza. Basi unasema kwamba mtu anaweza azafika katika ofisi zenyu na kutoa ripoti?
Ofisi zetu ziko wazi. Ofisi zetu ziko wazi, tunakaribisha kila Mkenya akuja zungumze na sisi. Wako Wakenya huja kutuletea habari. Yote mwenye habari aje azungumze na sisi katika huduma ya kitaifa ya polisi. Tuko wazi. Kuna majina yametajwa ambayo naona haitakuwa vizuri mimi nikiwa hapa kama msemaji wa polisi kuzungumzia kuhusu individual cases ya maofisa, na nyingine ni kama ni mambo yanatembea katika mitandao ya kijamii ambayo si mitandao halali ya huduma ya polisi. Mitandao yetu ile tunazungumza nayo, ambayo tunapasha nayo watu habari, inajulikana. Tuko na mtandao ule wa NPS katika Twitter na Facebook, tuko na National Police Service. Hiyo ndio mitandao yetu official ambayo tunaitumia kuzungumza na wananchi. Kama kuna mitandao mingine imeundwa kule na watu wanasema wataua watu, watafanya, hiyo sio usemi wa polisi. Na tungependa habari kama hizo tuletewe, halafu tutachukua hatua ile inawezekana.
Amuoni kama watu wanachafua sura mpya ambao mmevalia?
watu hawakosi kuchafua sura yetu, kwa sababu for some reason watu hufikiria kuwa ni vizuri kujihusisha na mambo ya polisi. Kwa mfano hata mimi ni naibu wa msemaji. Kuna msemaji wa polisi mwenyewe wa Owino ambaye alikuwa na shida kama yako. Ukienda kwa mtandao wa jamii Facebook utaona watu kama 20 wanajiita Charles Owino na wanaongea mambo ambayo yanakiuka, na si yeye hayuko kwa mtandao huo, lakini watu wameweka picha yake pale. Jen mwenyewe huyo alikuwa victim nyingi sana pale, na watu wanaanza kufanya mambo ambayo hataki kuhusishwa nayo. Kwa hivyo hayo ni mambo hutokea na tunapambana nayo. Leo tukifuta page 2, kesho tunakuta zimetengenezwa 5. Tunapambana kila siku.
Sasa mimi nikuelezee nani Jane Goeri. Mimi na wenzangu kutoka Social Justice Center tuliwekwa kwa hizo Facebook za hii Dandora. Tukaziprint vizuri sana, tukazipeleka Dandora Police Station. Na tukakuta mwakilishi wa DCI pale. Sana kuuliza leo.
Niulize.
Kuna hiyo OB tulipatiwa na hiyo siku. Na iko Dandora. Tungeomba ufanye uchunguzi. Kwa sababu kusema ati mitandao ya umma na mtandao ya
basi, ningeomba hiyo OB namba tukimaliza mazungumzo hapa.
Nafikiri anavyosema ni kwamba kama uko na malalamisho yote unaweza wasilisha kwake
ama katika ofisi. Hiyo ulienda Dandora na ukapewa, unanipea na mimi kutoka hii ofisi yetu ya kitaifa hapa. Tutaangalia jambo hilo tujue limefika wapi na tutakujibu.
Na Mwanjani, kile nilikuwa nataka kuuliza, kama wanaharakati mnafanya nini ama mnashirikiana vipi na polisi kuhakikisha kwamba visa hivi vinapungua?
Wajua, kabla nijibu swali lako, ningetaka turudi kidogo kwa maneno ya kutumia mitandao na Facebook na Twitter. Sisi kama wanaharakati, threats zenye tunapata kutoka kwa hawa polisi ziko openly kwa mtandao. Pia mimi na mwanaharakati mwingine anaitwa Mildred Ati, muliona akiarestiwa kutoka kwa nyumba yake, akatupiwa tear gas ndani ya nyumba. Unarmed. Walikuja polisi 10 kwa sababu ameweka polisi kwa mtandao, alikuwa anataka hongo. Na huyo polisi pale mali alisimamia akasema hataki kubeba polisi kwa gari, na huyo polisi anataka hongo. Raia wenye wako hiyo area walisema huu polisi tunamjua, ndio kazi yake. Kwa hivyo si ati hajulikani anachukua hongo pale. The following day polisi 10 walikuja na wakatupa tear gas kwa nyumba yake na wakamchukua na wakampeleka police station. Kabla tumpate walimzungusha police station kama 4. Hiyo ni harassment. Na hiyo ni kitu very obvious. Ni kama hii mauaji tumeona ya Mama Lucy. Very obvious impunity. Sasa tulipojaribu kufuatilia kesi, walichukua hata majina yetu wanaweka kwa mtandao, wanasema tupigwe risasi kama Jacob Juba. Na unaona ni kabisa ni zile accounts zinatumika au mahesi hao wanachukua watu wanasema huyu tunamweka hapa tutamuua. Jana wameweka hata colleague wetu mwanaharakati mwingine anaitwa Happy Olal, mwenye yeye pia ako pale Social Justice Center ya Dandora. Wana document wamemweka pia kwa hizo pages. Hizo ni intimidation. Tulienda CID, DCI. By the way, kusema ukweli, kuna mapolisi wazuri. Tulitreatiwa very professionally kwa ofisi ya DCI pale Kiambu Road, na tukapatia kila kitu na wakatuambia tu andike statement. Na ndio tuna understand ni ngumu kuwa ati hauwezi kucontrol, lakini ukienda pale kwa ground uulize raia wa kawaida, huyu Hesi ni nani? Uulize huyu Saigon Punisher ni nani? Wanakuambia mpaka jina.
Na ningependa kumpatia Doreen fursa ajibu swala hilo kama IPOA. Hasa tukizingatia tuko katika enzi ya teknolojia na mitandao watu wanatumia kama anavyosema. Je, swala kama hilo alilotaja Wanjeri, mnafanya nini?
Kwanza Jane, Wanjeri anaweza sema kwa hakika IPOA ilija on the ground wakati ambaye Ati alikuwa ameshikwa na hiyo altercation yote. IPOA officers came on the ground, tukaweza kuuliza hata witnesses waandike statements, na we on the process of investigating that case independently. Over and above. Sasa shida kubwa, kuna hizi counter charges. Unakuwa maybe kuna shida katikati ya mwananchi na afisa, baadaye inageuzwa pia unakuwa kuna kesi pia na wewe. Sasa inafanya kunakuwa na counter claims between the complainant and the officer. Hiyo imezuia kesi kadhaa kwetu zisiendelee. Na pia hiyo kesi ya ambazo tumepata kwa mtandao, tumepata report kutoka kwa civil society, and even on our own motion tumeweza kuanzisha uchunguzi. Na wakati tunaenda kule kwa ground, tunapata conflicting information from people. Kuna wale wanasema hawa afisa wanafanya vizuri, Sasa na tunajua kusema ukweli hakuna mtu ana right ya kuchukua uhai wa mtu mwingine unless chini ya sheria. Na kwa sababu wakati ambao unatumia silaha ambayo unayo kama afisa, kuna zile conditions zimesetiwa na katiba na sheria.
Na hapo ndipo nilimuuliza Wanjeri, wajua wakati mwingine kama anavyosema, wakati mwingine mkienda pale kwenye ground, wananchi wanasema hao maafisa wako sawa.
Ni wazuri, sasa hiyo ndio shida.
Kazi yao manake wameweza kusaidia hapa kukabiliana na uhalifu. Na ndiposa kuna wengine ambao wanawalaumu nyinyi wanaharakati kuwakinga wale wahalifu na kutumia jina la polisi.
Jen, wacha nikwambie kitu kimoja. Sisi kama wanaharakati hatuwezi kukuwa successful na zile cases tunafanya kila siku bila usaidizi wa polisi. Naweza kukwambia for a fact tunafanya kazi na polisi. Okay? Hatusemi polisi hawatusaidii. Mimi kama jana tulikuwa tunaongea kabla tuingie
kwa studio. Wakumbuka kama ile tukio lilifanyika pale Isili, kuna wale vijana ambao waliuawa na wenyeji wakajitokeza wakasema polisi mmetusaidia. Angalau sasa biashara zetu tutaweza kuendeleza vizuri.
Kuna jambo Wanjeri amesema hapa, anasema ati kuna kesi unaona obvious. Unaona obvious, hakuna kesi kama obvious.
Kesi zote mpaka zichunguzwe kabisa.
Manake tukienda na hiyo spirit ya obvious, unaposema obvious huyo polisi ana makosa, ni kama hata wewe una justify ya kuwa polisi pia anaweza angalia aseme obvious huyu ni mhalifu.
Lakini hivyo ndio wanaoperate.
Hakuna mtu obvious. Sasa wewe ukichukua msimamo huo, utakuwa huna tofauti na yule polisi ambaye ana make decisions za kuwa obvious na
mimi word kama hiyo. Kwa sababu ile impunity yenye tunaona hawa mapolisi wanaoperate nayo na wana get away with it. Hata kama sasa hivi tunataja mtu kama Rashid. Hiyo ni kitu imekuwa hapo for years. Hiyo ni mimi, hata kama mimi si investigator. Kitu unaona kabisa polisi amesimama juu ya watu wameinua mikono anawashoot. Iko kwa mtandao. Sio Wanjeri alitengeneza hiyo. Hiyo ni it's an obvious case that needs to be investigated. It is not. Is it being investigated?
At least umeongea vizuri. Umesema that's a case that needs to be investigated because tukianza kuwa summary decisions namna hiyo,
mtu afisa Wanjeri azungumze, alafu naeleza bado Sakaja amerejea tena anataka
Jen, as I was saying, sisi kama wanaharakati kuna mapolisi maofisa tunafanya nao kazi. Nikipata kesi kama saa hizi mtoto amebakwa, ninajua niko na speed dial ni polisi mgani, ninajua watasimamia hiyo maneno haraka. Hatusemi the entire police force ni wabaya. Tunasema the police force itself, it's a force to me maliniko. Hata kama kuna wale wazuri, ninaita police force, ninaita
bado haijakuwa sasa kulingana na Wanjeri.
Bado si huduma kwa wananchi. Kwa sababu hizi complaints zenye tunaleta, hizo namba unatupatia ni nzuri sana, na mimi kama mwanaharakati nikisikia hivyo ninafurahi. Naona kuna kitu mnafanya. But is it enough? Inatosha kweli? Ati ninajua mimi nikaenda saa hii pale Dandora, Mathare, Kibera, kama saa hii enda Kibera, ni polisi mgani anaua watu huku? Blackie. Yaani wanasema obviously. Na hao ni watu tunajua kabisa, habari la kushika hawa vijana wapeleke kotini wanauawa. Tuchukue kesi ya Carlington Minor, Kibera. Carlington Minor alipatiwa scholarship akaenda Leeds University, one of the best universities in the world. Kutoka Kibera, a student. Akamaliza miaka 2 huko, after 2 years akakuja Christmas 2018 kusalimia mama yake. Akaamua wacha nitoke, niende nikawatch Arsenal. Akirudi akakutana na polisi. Jili ni kijana, ni kama ni crime kukua kijana kwa hizi kwa informal settlements. Aliuawa for nothing. So hata kama mnasema ati kuna wale ndio wahalifu wako na bunduki, katikati yao ni wangapi wenye wanakufa, wenye ni innocent, kwa sababu hatuchukui hatua kwa hawa mapolisi wenye wanaua kiholela holela.
Na nataka kumpa fursa kwanza, ngoja samahani, nataka kumpa fursa kwanza Sakaja, maana amekuwa kwa laini sana, kisha tuendelee. Hello Sakaja.
Asante Jen, na nimefurahi kusikia vile wenzangu hapo studio wakasema. Ni kweli kuna visa ambavyo you can't explain. Kama hiyo 22-year-old Carlington, kuna huyo kijana wa miaka 2 Duncan Livinji, Soweto, pigwa risasi 3. Kuna kesi nyingi. Lakini kwanza hata nimjibu Bwana Munga. Kusema kwamba ni kweli sio polisi wote. In fact ni polisi wachache sana ambao the rotten apples. Majority of police, na ndio maana nimekuwa nawauliza watu eleze sisi kama wabunge. Tuwasaidie vipi mambo ya welfare, because pia polisi waneka maisha yao. There are many thugs out there, kuna wale ambao ni wahalifu and we're not supporting criminals. Watuambie kama ni stress, mambo ya makao, kuna wale ambao sasa vile walibadilisha policy, hali ya kuishi imekuwa mbaya. We want to help the police because pia kama kesi ya Kasarani ndio tulipoteza kijana yule Steve, lakini pia kuna polisi waliumia, na hiyo sio sawa pia. But I must say this, sana kwa Doreen. Doreen ambaye ni rafiki yangu namjua. Doreen kabla kuwa commissioner, najua ni mwanasheria. She is very good in drafting. Tumefanya naye sheria mbalimbali.
Thank you, mheshimiwa.
Zile challenges ambazo unazo Doreen as a commissioner, you can draft amendments katika hiyo act of parliament.
Yes.
Leta tupitishe, tuwasaidie. Wawesema shida ni kudevolve IPOA. Yet of all the cases in the last 15 months ambazo zimetokea, 50% of those cases, ilikuwa 107 cases, 50% ni Nairobi. Hakuna mambo ya kusema ati IPOA haiko Nairobi. So tell us how to help you with those cases ambazo obvious sana. Tuongezee the power to deal with this issue. Kwa sababu tuko na matumaini mengi kwenu. Na naambia vijana ambao wanasikiza, sisi hatutawalinda kama nyinyi pia ni wahalifu, because some actually ni wahalifu. But it does not give the right kwa polisi yote. Kuna sababu tuko na sheria na tuko na the rule of law. Hata ukiona hiyo case mnasema tuko na obvious case or non obvious, I think everything must be investigated. Solution sio kupiga kijana risasi. So bwana Munga, we want to work with the police. Nataka tuwasaidie mambo ya welfare, lakini please waambia wenzenu waache kupiga vijana risasi. Mbona mnaenda kwa demonstration na live bullets? Which law allows you to go to a demonstration with live bullets, kupiga vijana risasi? Inakuwaje mtoto mdogo anapigwa risasi? Kijana huyu Carlington ambaye ametoka Leeds University, matumaini ya familia yake, ya jamii nzima. Jamaa amepeana TED Talk. Watu wanamwangalia, saizi hayuko na hatarudi tena. Steve hatarudi tena. Akina juzi hapo kwa ile hatarudi tena. So help us without this element, msiwa transfer. We are ready to work with you. Kama ni resources, Doreen, kujeni bunge, we are doing the budget process saizi. Mtuambie how much money you require. Kama ni polisi, mtuambie what you require, because tunataka uhusiano mzuri. Mimi kama senator wa Nairobi, wale wamama ambao wananyanyaswa na vijana, wale ambao wanaibiwa, pia ni watu wangu. Lakini pia vijana ambao hawana hatia, pia ni watu wangu, lazima tuwalinde wote. Asanteni sana Jane, I'm sorry nimepiga simu mara mingi, but this story is very close to my heart. Na leo saa 8 nitatoa taarifa bunge. Hii mambo tutaleta kutoka NTV ije sasa bunge, ndio tupate suluhisho ambayo inadumu. Ya mwisho, vile hao wamesema ni ukweli. Kuna officers ambao tunawajua, wengine wako na kesi 30 za extrajudicial killings. Are they untouchable ama hiyo ni strategy? Labda bwana Mungu utatuambia. Hii sema ndio mitandao are not official channels, but what Wanjeri is saying, ndugu yangu anasema si uongo, hawajakubaliana kuja kudanganya kwa TV. So take it as good information, useme tufanye namna gani nani na tupatie ushahidi. Ushahidi tunao. Kuna kijana ametolewa Madhare, Dandora, juu ya truck ya takataka. Juu ya truck ametolewa, juu ya truck akifanya kazi yake anapigwa risasi. Surely, you know, isiko tu kusema bwana Mungu unasema vizuri sana, you're a spokesperson, lakini kuzidi kusema sasa tuanze kutenda tafadhali. Asante sana.
Asante sana. Asante sana Senator hapo amezungumza vizuri.
Nashukuru sana kwa
kidogo tu, manake lazima tuende mapumzikoni kisha tutarejea. Lakini alivyosema ni natumai kwamba baada ya kumaliza mjadala wetu leo tutapata suluhu na tutarudi mwaka ujao ama mwezi ujao na tuseme kwamba visa vya vijana kuuawa kiholela vimepungua, na sasa tunashirikiana vyema na maafisa wa polisi. Ukiona polisi hupigi kona, lakini unakwenda kwake. Lakini lazima tupumzike kidogo, tukirejea tuuliza tamjibu anazungumza kuhusu maandamano. Kwa nini mnatumia live bullets na mambo swala la police transfer? Lakini pia ningependa kujua kwa nini visa hivi kama unavyosema vimepungua, lakini alivyosema Doreen kutoka IPOA, ukiangalia katika kipindi cha miezi 6 vimeanza tena kurejea. Ni kwa nini? Lazima tupate sababu ama kiini na tupate suluhu. Lakini haya yote ni baada ya kupata matangazo ya kibiashara.
Top Sport ndo mwanzo tu.
So much football.
It is a chance to enjoy Kenyan football.
Crunch time for the Kenya Sevens rugby team. Why Formula 1?
I'm interested in cars.
The speeds that those cars attain is crazy.
But I'm supposed to be a fan.
Asante sana Kigogo. Karibu, sijakupata vizuri sana. Lugha gani hiyo ya Kimayai? But good to see you there.
New Blue Band peanut butter. Made with 100% pure peanuts. And a good source of omega-6. Grow healthy and happy kids with New Blue Band peanut butter.
Breastfeeding tips for new mothers. Anticipate your baby's desires. You can anticipate their needs by watching for a few telltale signs. Get comfortable while nursing. The constant squirming and moving on your part can disrupt your baby's breastfeeding.
Kiss Kids diapers. Kiss Kids. No rashes. Kiss Kids. No rashes. Bye-bye rashes. Buy diapers. Choose Kiss Kids.
Naam, karibu tena mpenzi mtazamaji popote ulipo. Kama ndio unafungulia runinga yako na kujiunga nasi, unatazama NTV sasa, na leo katika studio tuna mjadala ambao tayari ni moto wa kuotea mbali, uhusiano kati ya polisi na raia. Kwa upande wa pili tayari naibu msemaji wa polisi Anthony Munga anapambana vilivyo na wanaharakati pamoja na wawakilishi kutoka IPOA. Lakini katika mitandao ya kijamii nao Wakenya wamefungua roho tena kwa kinywa kipana baada ya sisi kuuliza swali letu la siku: je, uhusiano mwema kati ya polisi na raia utaimarishwa vipi? Ninaye huyu hapa ambaye anajiita Jacob Abera, anasema kwa kweli swala hili ni gumu. Yale ambayo yatafanya uhusiano mwema uwe ni askari kuwaongelesha raia. Kwa mfano, jambo mwananchi, naomba kukushika au twende kituoni. Kama hilo litawezekana, Mungu atatuambia. Kuna nyingine hapa ambayo huyu ni Prince Blackie, anasema mimi polisi siwezi mtrust, anaweza akakushika bure from experience. Haya, na kuna huyu hapa ambaye ni community development specialist, anasema polisi ni wanyang'anyi kuliko wezi. Let them teach morality and integrity in police colleges to recover the trust from mwananchi. Na the CEO hapa anasema kuna uhusiano mzuri sana tangu the men in uniform pia waanze kuja Men's Conference 2020. Anachukua mfano wa taarifa ambayo tulikuwa nayo katika ukurasa wa NTV. Embu Mans runs away with traffic police officers bribe cash. Haya, na mwisho kabisa nina huyu hapa ambaye ni Cheza KE, anasema vipi utampiga mwananchi risasi hata kama ni mwizi? Kuna koti, mbona washukiwa wa wizi wa corruption wanapewa escort? Haya ndio maswali na madukuduku ambayo yanaendelea kutolewa na Wakenya katika mitandao ya kijamii. Endelea kuzungumza nasi @salimswale001, @JenGoiriOfficial, @NTV Kenya, @NTV Sasa, hashtag ni NTV Sasa. Haya, mimi nitakuwa naondoka, nampisha mwenzangu Jen Goiri, lakini vile vile tutafungua line zetu za simu mapema kidogo ili na upate nafasi ya kuchangia. Jen, kwako.
Naam, asante sana Salim. Kuna huyo mmoja anasema ati mbadilishe, labda mseme naomba kukukamata, naomba tuende kituoni, labda ndio uhusiano mzuri utaanza. Lakini kuna swali ambalo nilikuwa nataka tuangazie, kama alivyosema Senator Sakaja, kwa nini katika maandamano mnakwenda na live bullets? Na pia nitaka nielewe, na yote naweza jibu. Maana unasema katika kipindi cha miezi 6 visa vilikuwa vimepungua, tena tunaanza kuona nini kinasababisha? Ni watu wako na mawazo, polisi, ni mazingira ya utendakazi, ama ni nini?
Swala la live bullets, askari polisi anaruhusiwa kufanya kazi yake na silaha ambayo ni live. Anaruhusiwa kufanya hiyo kazi, na kwa sababu huwezi kujua kutatokea nini watu wanapoandamana, na kazi yako ya kwanza ni kujilinda na kulinda wale ambao wanaweza kuwa raia watulivu, raia wema. Kwa hivyo huwezi kulinda maisha ya raia wema ukiwa umebeba blanks.
Lakini mara nyingi tukiona hapa Kenya kama ni kuandamana, tunaandamana na mawe. Hasa huwezi ukalinganisha ile live bullets na jiwe.
Unataka kuniambia jiwe haliwezi kuua mtu?
Lakini sasa hata Ngori ukiangalia.
Okay, nasema hivi. Wacha mwanzo. Tulia. Nimewacha mkazungumza kwa muda mrefu sana. polisi anaruhusiwa kutembea na silaha na anaruhusiwa kutumia silaha, lakini anapotumia ile silaha, je, ameitumia katika misingi gani? Kwa sababu kuna vigezo vinne vya kuangalia matumizi ya silaha, especially pale ambapo mwananchi anaweza umia ama apoteze uhai. Jambo la kwanza ni lazima itumike kwa mujibu wa sheria. Jambo la kwanza, je, sheria inasema nini? Katika kile kisanga kinatokea pale, sheria inakuruhusu kutumia silaha. Kigezo cha pili ni usawa wa silaha uliotumia, nguvu uliotumia na makosa yanayofanywa. Je, kuna usawa, vinakaribiana? Huwezi kuwa pengine una mtu anaiba hamri alafu unampiga risasi. Ushaelewa? Kuna kigezo cha tatu ni umuhimu. Je, ni muhimu wakati ule? In Kiingereza tunasema is it necessary at that time?
Lakini mara nyingi kama ni mtaa kwa mfano na unatumia risasi inamlenga ule mtoto, labda kwa mfano alikuwa tu nyumbani, yuko tu nyumbani, hivyo basi pia unafaa uangalie mazingira yako.
Kwa hivyo ni jambo ambalo linatatiza kidogo, kwa sababu lazima uwe salama, lazima wengine wawe salama, na kuna maafisa wengi ambao wamepoteza uhai wakilinda Wakenya wako. Na Wakenya ni saa ingine wakiwa katika mob ni watu hatari. Mimi binafsi nishawahi pigwa na mob. Na nilikuwa sijakuwa polisi. Nimetoka kinyozi, nimenyoa vizuri, wakaniangalia, wakasema huyu ni polisi, wakanitandika sana. Kwa hivyo wacha nikwambie, lazima polisi wawe salama. Lazima uwe salama mwanzo ndio uweze kulinda wengine. La pili, wacha nikwambie hivi. Tumeongea kuhusu upungufu wa IPOA. Tukaongea kuhusu upungufu wa polisi. Lakini huu mjadala kwenda mbele, lazima pia tuongee upungufu wa jamii. Bila hivyo tutakuwa we are not balanced. Lazima tuongee upungufu wa jamii. Je, sisi pia tumepungukiwa wapi katika kuhakikisha kwamba tunajenga jamii ambayo inaheshimu sheria? Tumefika wapi? Je, tunaweka mikakati gani katika jamii? Ndio sababu tusonge mbele sote pamoja. IPOA tuende mbele, polisi tuende mbele, jamii pia nayo iende mbele. Upungufu wa jamii ni gani? Now, Senator amesema ako tayari kusupport polisi. Na shida za polisi ni nyingi. Lakini katika uongozi wa Inspector Generali anatubeba na anaweka mikakati ya kusaidia polisi kwenda mbele. La kwanza ni ile nimesema, uchunguzi ile tunafanya, uchunguzi mbalimbali. La pili, nimesema labda polisi pengine kuna wale ambao kwa sababu ya kazi vile ipo wanapatwa na stress, mawazo. Na kuna program tumeanza ya mwamko mpya ambapo maafisa wa polisi tumemaliza hapa Nairobi, hata tumeanza kwenda nje ya Nairobi. Maafisa wa polisi wanaelimishwa jinsi ya kucope na stress za kazi zao. So ni jambo ambalo tumechukua hatua sana, na hivi karibuni tuta launch hiyo program iwe nationwide ili maafisa wa polisi na jamii zao waweze kubenefit kwa hii program ili wawe balanced. So msaada kama huu ambao Inspector General amechukua na mengine mengi, viongozi wetu, Senator vile amesema, tunahitaji misaada kama hiyo. Wazidi kushinikiza yale ambao tumeanza, na of course mwanaharakati hapa amesema hatulipwi vizuri. Hiyo sio siri. Hatulipwi vizuri. Labda pia inachanganya ile stress ambayo tuko nayo. Kwa hivyo Senator, kama unanisikia, tunahitaji kulipwa vizuri. Motivate zaidi na maofisa wetu pia nao tupunguze zile stress.
Lakini sio swali mimi nauliza. Kusupport Bwana Munga. Sisi kama wanaharakati tuko alive to the fact wenyewe pia wanaumia. Jane, unalipa polisi almost nothing, alafu unampatia risasi. Mbona asifanye kazi na wezi? Mbona isiwe hiyo bunduki ndo atatumia kwa raia? Tena kitu kingine tumeona kama
sio justification.
Lakini sasa umesema mlipo vizuri.
Nimesema inaleta ile stress, ambayo inaweza leta maneno mengine. Lakini si ati polisi achukue bunduki kwa sababu halipo vizuri.
Anasema ni mambo ambayo yanachangia mazingira, huenda kuchangia.
Kitu kingine unakuta wanasiasa wenyewe wamekuwa na kitu kama private armies zao using mapolisi. Sisi kama wanaharakati, hizo arrests zenye haziendi, atuendi kotini, hizo ma intimidation zinafanywa na polisi, wanaambiwa na mwanasiasa mwenye amekasirika kwa sababu tumeongea kuhusu ufisadi in their region. Hiyo pia inaonesha wanapewa incentive, kuna ile pesa wana
na ndiposa pia Mungu anasema tunapaswa kuangalia, tumesema upungufu wa IPOA, upungufu wa polisi, na sasa hapo ni upungufu wa jamii pamoja na viongozi wetu.
Hapo tumenyamaza.
Na hapo ningetaka kuchangia sana.
Nyumba wanashare hizo nyumba zao za mabati, wanaweka pazia family mbili hapa, alafu unapatia polisi, una expect kwenda the mental attitude ya kufanya kazi yake vizuri, na kona silaha hata taka kukushika kukupeleka kotini. Hiyo kazi nani atafanya? Wacha akuue. So ni vitu vingi vinachangia, na ndio tunafaa kukubali kuna problem, na problem hii yenye by the time inafika polisi ameamua kutuua, system problem iko, na hiyo lazima iangaliwe pia.
Na ndio Jane, tukakutana pale Kabete, nadhani ulikuwa ndio wakaleta hizo sura mpya, wakasema katika mazingira ya polisi na ni vibaya sana, wanaishi kwa nyumba za wakoloni. Ukienda hapa karibu unakuta wanakaa kwa nyumba ya mabati, hata uwezi ingia ndani
lakini tumechukua hatua, usisahau
hoja Mungu nakuelezea
hizo za hapa tumevunja
na zingine ziko pale Madhari hapo juu, zilijengwa na mkoloni 1950s. Sasa ninauliza hivi, wakasema ya kwamba mazingira ya polisi ni mabaya sana na lazima turekebishe, na mimi naunga mkono hivyo. Na Mungu usione mimi hapa hivi niko na namba za OCS from Huruma na wapi, na nawapigia simu na tunaongea, na wengine ni wamama ni wazuri sana na wanaelewa sheria. Si ati hatufanyi kazi na polisi, na hata leo hapo Mathare St Teresa tunafanya ushirikiano mmoja na polisi, na hata hospitali anakuja na wengine tunazungumza. Lakini kuna hii ya kwamba hataki kukubali ya kwamba ndani yao kuna watu, na Sakaja amezungumzia mtu mmoja ni king wa area fulani, na ukienda hiyo area contraband ziko, wizi unaendelea, lakini anaweza kachukua kijana kwa barabara na mpiga risasi na anatangaza dunia ninapigana na uhalifu. Na ukiangalia pale hiyo area unakuta drug barons wako ndani pale, lakini tunashindwa kwa nini?
Ningependa IPOA ijibu.
Na sasa hiyo ndio tunataka tuulize Bwana Munga. Mapolisi wa babe wako kwa mitaa, wana magari kubwa kubwa na na pesa nyingi nyingi, wamewashinda ama nani anawakomand?
Ningependa Doreen ajibu, maana pia
hakuna polisi ametushinda. Na nataka kabla uende kwa Doreen, kama umepeleka habari kwetu na hujaridhika zile hatua tumefanya. Unajua katiba yetu mpya imekuja na mikakati mizuri ya kuhakikisha kuwa mwananchi analindwa. Tuko na kile kitengo chetu cha Internal Affairs Unit. Kama mimi wa huduma ya kitaifa nimeshindwa kukuridhisha katika kazi yangu, lazima wananchi wajue kuwa wana njia hiyo ya kwenda kwa IAU, Internal Affairs Unit. Waniseme huko kuwa Munga kazi yake si nzuri, tafadhali mchunguzeni. Kama hujatosheka na hiyo, kuna wenzetu hawa ambao ni wanatupatia oversight. IPOA wanatuangalia mikakati yetu, mipangilio yetu ya kazi, kama tunafuata sheria, kama tunafuata nidhamu ya kazi wako. Pia kwa hivyo usiende ukagonga mwamba ukachoka. Usiende kazi yako haijaenda vizuri katika station kwa OCS ukachokea hapo. Kuna mkubwa wake ni OCPD, lakini huduma isipokuridhisha, kuna Internal Affairs Unit iko hapo kwa mujibu wa sheria. Kuna Independent Policing Oversight Authority, dadangu yuko hapa. Zote hizo ni njia za kuhakikisha kuwa zimeundwa na sheria ya Kenya kuhakikisha kuwa wewe mwananchi unapata huduma nzuri ya polisi. Lingine tunafaa kama wananchi, upande wa raia tunafaa kusisitiza na let me use the English word demand. Yeah, we need to demand for professional services from the police. Tuulize huduma nzuri kutoka kwa polisi. Lazima tujue, na tujue ni njia gani tutatumia, kwa sababu unaweza kuwa kweli hujafanyiwa huduma nzuri, lakini umekwama pale na unalia pale na unasema polisi ni mbaya, polisi ni mbaya kila mahali, lakini kumbe wewe umepatana na yule tunasema mbaya, the bad egg, umekutana naye pale na umekunja mikono, umeridhika. Sasa kumbe ungeenda tu hatua moja mbele, ungefaidika sana na ukasema polisi kweli wanahudumia Wakenya.
Mimi niende hatua mbele.
Nataka mwanzo Doreen ajibu kwanza Bwana Gasheke, alafu ndio aendelee. Na pia utaangazia masuala ambayo Munga amesema kwamba ni kweli polisi walipi vizuri, mazingira ya utendakazi si nzuri, nyumba kama IPOA.
Tumefanya nini?
Mmefanya nini?
Thank you. Asante sana. Mwanzo wacha ni appreciate what Mheshimiwa Sakaja amesema. Amendment law is coming. Very inaja. Mimi ni huwa naandika sheria ama drafter, kwa hivyo nitafanyia hiyo kazi. Pili, kesi za Nairobi zile zote zimeshtakiwa kwetu. Hata leo nimekuja na ripoti ya kukupa every step ambayo tumechukua kwa hizo visa ambazo zimetokea Nairobi. Pili, welfare of police officers. Hiyo ni kitu ambayo IPOA imechukulia kipaumbele. Tuko na functions nyingi kama IPOA, lakini la maana sana ni reforms za polisi. We do this independently. Tunaenda tunafanya impromptu visits kwa stations, tuna monitor operations zao ili tunapeana ripoti, na tumefanya recommendations za maandamano. Na maandamano ambayo yamekubaliwa kwa katiba, I think article 37, na zile ambayo imepewa kwa hiyo Public Order Management Act, tumeiangazia vizuri kabisa. Kwa nini huwa kila wakati ambao kuna maandamano watu wanakufa, watu wanauawa, ama hata polisi wanauawa katikati ya hiyo altercation? Hii mambo IPOA imeweza as in to demystify mpaka tukaweza kupata shida huwa wapi. Right equipment for the right job. We have a problem. Wakati ambaye kuna maandamano kama hiyo na kuna Wakenya wanaona polisi na ameshika tools of trade zake, Wakenya mwanzo wanageuka. Wanakuwa sasa tena sio wale walikuwa wanafanya peaceful demonstration, because the katiba is very clear. The katiba and article 37 says that demonstrations, picketing, whatever assembling should be peaceful. Sasa ambao Wakenya sasa tena wakianza kubeba mawe pia ni silaha, mawe huua. Mawe huua. Hata mwiko bahati mbaya, hata kuteleza pia waweza anguka ukaumia vibaya sana. So anything that is not peaceful, polisi sasa that public order management is a big challenge, but we have given a recommendation kama IPOA vile ambayo policy ya polisi inafaa kubadilishwa ku address hiyo.
Mmependekeza nini?
So many things, including the right equipment, the right gear, allowing watu wawe kwanza peaceful demonstration without first reacting. 2, the Public Order Management Act does not require consent. What it does is information. You inform, then the police is supposed to protect. Sasa kama ile protection sasa inakuwa ni vita, inakuwa wale wa Kenya pia perception, unajua that is another thing ambayo as a service we must work very hard about, and we want to partner na service kama IPOA. Perception, public perception is not very good about maafisa. Wakiona police officer, ukiangalia vile tumeonyeshwa hapo hivyo kwa Twitter, ni kwamba Kenya tu akishaona polisi anaona huyu ni pesa nataka. Huyu. Sasa lazima sisi wote, na ndio maana nimekubaliana na Tony kwamba we have to look at where is the problem. Why is it that Mkenya aamini polisi, na polisi amepewa the first function under section 24 na section 27 ya National Police Service Act. Both APS, KPS wamepewa jukumu la kusaidia. Si hata first function is to assist a Kenya when he need. Yes. So kama mimi siwezi enda kwa afisa nikamuomba usaidizi because I have already formed an opinion that sasa tutaanza kusumbuana, atanishika, siwezi report kwake. Sasa that perception issue we have to deal with it. Now tuomba kama IPOA tusaidiwe, because our main core business is not actually to punish officers. Hatukuwekwa IPOA tukuje tuchunguze ili tuwapunish. Tumewekwa tuchunguze ili tusaidie mabadiliko. Article 244 of the Constitution is about reforms and holding them accountable on behalf of the people. Tunaomba sana tusaidiwe na resources ya civic education ili tuweze kuelimisha Wakenya, ili tuweze kuwapatanisha pamoja. Community policing, hizo institutions zinafaa kuestablishiwa. Hiyo ni role ya waziri internal security, interior. Anafaa kuform hizo institutions ili ukaribiano na uhusiano wa watu wa Kenya na polisi we sawa. Kuna award ambayo huwa tunapea maafisa. Kuna maafisa wajabu wazuri sana, wanafanya kazi spectacular, na tuko na hiyo award ambayo IPOA huo inafanya, na very soon tutai roll out for purposes of ku award wale maafisa ambao wanafanya vizuri, kuwapa mtisha, because one of the challenges wako naye, the equipment is bad, gear is bad, vitu kama hizo ndogo ndogo. Again, another thing is training, Jane. Training, mtu akishatoka kiganjo ama akitoka pale training school anakuja, sana sana wale wa chini wanakawia sana kabla waweze kuwekwa kwa trainings. So tunaomba sana sana kwanza hizi za human rights, partnership with the donors and the development partners na kina Wanderi hapa. Basi tusaidiane, to work pamoja, because they are not our enemies, they are our brothers and sisters, they are our neighbors. In fact sasa kwa hii housing policy ambayo sasa tutaishi nao, mimi nafurahia manake jirani wangu ni afisa. Na ndio sana ambayo nilikuwa nataka kukuuliza kuhusu, mimi ningependa kuwa jirani wa Mungu, nitakuwa nitembelea sawa. Lakini kabla tuzungumzia hilo, naeleza tuko na Martin Mwaura katika county ya Murang'a, anazungumza na wanabodaboda wengine ambao pia hulalamika sana kuhusu maafisa wa polisi, na tulishuhudia kisa siku ya Jumanne mwanabodaboda kupigwa risasi katika hospitali ya Mama Lucy. Martin Mwaura, wahudumu bodaboda wanasema vipi kuhusu uhusiano wao na maafisa wa polisi?
Asante sana mwenzangu sana kwenye studio. tuko katika kaunti ya Murang'a hapa, na kama ulivyosema kweli ndio nataka kuzungumzia mada ambayo mnajadiliana hapo kwenye studio, na ningetaka kuzungumza na waendeshaji wa bodaboda ili tuweze kujua kama ulivyosema uhusiano wao na polisi hapa kaunti ya Murang'a uko vipi. Na bila kuchukua muda mwingi, ningetaka tu kuanza na kijana aliye pande yangu ya kulia. Nataka tu nianze kwa majina, uniambie hapa Murang'a uhusiano wenu na polisi uko vipi?
Kwa jina naitwa Henry Kadhamaro. Mimi ni mwendeshaji bodaboda hapa Murang'a. Kwanza mimi naweza sema kwamba polisi wamekuwa marafiki wetu hapa Murang'a. Mimi naongelea kuhusu Murang'a. Kama kwanza ukiangalia mambo ya base commandant, amekuwa rafiki wa karibu sana, kwamba anatuita hadi mkutano ya hadhara kwamba tujadiliane mambo mawili matatu. Lakini pia kuna wale, unajua kila soko ina ile nyanya mbaya. Kuna wale pia wana kashida, acha nikete kashida, kwamba unapata wanakusumbua na ili hali una kila kitu. Kama usiku, unajua hakuna kafyu ya kuwa unafaa kuenda nyumbani saa fulani, kwa sababu tunajaribu kufanya kazi 24 hours, lakini unapata wanakuharas usiku sana sana. Naam.
Sasa ungetaka kuambia askari nini ndio muweze kuendeleza the good relationship ambayo mko nayo?
Wajaribu tu kutuchukulia kama ndugu zao. Pia hii ni kazi kama yake, hii ni ofisi kama yake. Tofauti tu ni kwamba the CEO, hiyo ndio tofauti. Unajipata mimi ni CEO wangu, yako na CEO wake, yako na mkubwa wake. Hiyo ndio tu tofauti. Naam.
Asante sana. Nataka kuzungumza pia na kijana mwingine hapa hivi. Nataka tu niambie wewe, kulingana na wewe, uhusiano wenu uko vipi na askari?
Okay, kwa majina naitwa Brian Baru, na ningependa kusema uhusiano wetu na askari hapa Murang'a si mbaya sana, ilhali kuna wakati ambapo unapata wanakushtaki kwa makosa ambayo haujafanya, na ukipelekwa pale kotini, the judge never minds kutaka kujua kama ilikuwa ukweli ama iko ukweli. Unapata tu umeshtakiwa mashtaka ambayo sio yako, na juu sasa hauna any other choice. Unapata hata mkipatana nao kwa barabara akwambie wewe leta 500 tumalizane hii maneno, itabidi tu umetoa juu, hautaki kwenda pale mbele, utapigwa faini kubwa. So mimi ningesema hivyo tu, ndugu yangu amesema watuchukulie kama mandugu zao. Pia sisi ni vijana na tunajaribu kutafuta riziki yetu hapa tukifanya kazi yetu, so wasituharas sana, kwa sababu hata sisi tunajijenga kimaisha.
Asante sana.
Karibu.
Haya, nashukuru. Jane, tu hayo ni baadhi ya maoni ambayo nimeweza kupata hapa kutoka kwa vijana wa bodaboda. Wanasema kuwa wamekuwa wakishirikiana vyema sana na askari wa hapa na hawajakuwa wakisumbuliwa. Lakini pia kuna wengine wamekuwa wakisema kuwa askari wanapoona wanawakimbiza, saa zile wamebeba wateja, inakuwa wanahatarisha maisha yao na ya mteja. Na wanasema kuwa kama askari angeweza tu kuchukua namba ya pikipiki, waweze kutafuta mtu polepole waweze kumshika, bila kuhatarisha maisha yake na aliyebebwa, wangeshukuru zaidi. Na kurudisha kwenye studio Jane Goire.
Na asante sana Martin Mwaura, na tupenda mpa fursa Munga ujibu. Wanasema kwamba wanabodaboda wanasema badala ya kuwakamata uchukue ile nambari ya usajili kisha utafuatilia badala ya kuwapiga. Maafisa wa polisi kuwapiga ama kuwafukuza. Kuwafukuza.
Najua Jen, nikiwa hapa Nairobi NTV studios, itakuwa si vizuri mimi nikianza kuambia officer yule yako kwa ground vile atafanya kazi yake. Naweza kumweleza zile standards za utendakazi, lakini katika kila jambo officer anafaa, kila incident officer mwenyewe atafikiria na ataamua vile the most effective way kufanya hiyo kazi, kwa sababu labda kesho atapatana na mtu ambaye akimwambia simama atasimama. Akipatana mwingine kesho atamwambia simama, hata simama achukue mawe ya mpure, atasema tuliambiwa tusifukuze watu. Kwa hivyo polisi anafaa afanye uamuzi akiwa pale ground vile atatenda kazi yake. Lakini katika kile unalotenda lazima uwe na wajibikaji. Accountability is the key word. Uweze kueleza kwa nini umefanya hivyo na umefanya katika hiyo njia.
Na Doreen, kabla tujakwenda kwa Martin, ulikuwa unazungumzia utendakazi wa maafisa wa polisi na ukasema kama IPOA ndio mnakubali kwamba kuna changamoto maafisa wa polisi wanapitia, na Mungu amezungumzia hayo na sote tumekubali, kuanzia nyumba duni, malipo, na ukazungumzia kwamba wanapaswa kuwa na right equipment and right gear. Sijui hapo unamaanisha nini kabisa?
Sasa kama vile Bwana Mungu amesema, when you're dealing unajaribu kuregulate kama watu wa bodaboda, usitumie live bullet. Huyu gari ni registered, I mean pikipiki iko registered. Pili, kuna zile njia za kuongea na wale watu, kuna wameform association. What is the right approach ya kama hawa ambao wanajulikana, sio wale wezi wamekuja usiku. Unajua kuna tofauti. Kuna wale ambaye kuna right, by the way police officers wana right ya kutumia force. Actually they are the only ones under the constitution na sheria ambao wamepewa ruhusa ya kutumia force na pia kutumia nini, silaha. Hiyo ni ukweli kabisa. Na vile ambayo Bwana Mungu alisema, mambo ya proportionality. First, in fact, you ask yourself kama afisa, hii ni haki? I mean, is it within the law? Two, is it necessary? Yeah? Is it proportional? Sasa the question of necessity, hiyo ndio sasa swali nyeti. Because vile huwa happen, the decision is made by the officer at that particular moment. Yeye ndiye anagauge yule mwenye the offender or the suspect or whatever. Sasa at that point it becomes subjective.
Unajua unapozungumza hapa studio tunakuelewa vyema. Na nataka kuuliza, je, unapata kama IPOA nyinyi ukwenda pale mashinani kuwazungumzia hawa maafisa hivi? Maana Wanjeri pia unakubaliana. Anavyotuambia ni sawa, maafisa anafanya kuuliza hili. Lakini yule afisa saizi ambaye yuko Dandora, Mathare, amepewa habari ambayo unazungumzia.
Sasa je, hapo ndio tabu kabisa. Hiyo ndio ela tunaomba usaidizi na partnership even with the service. Kwa sababu IG anaweza kuleta watu wake kwa urahisi. Sasa wakati wamekuwa convened in one hall, whatever purpose, hata kama ni training pale kule Kiganjo ama mahali popote pale, we are given an opportunity to train. Because this information is very, akitoka pale na huo ujuzi na hiyo idea kwamba IPOA itakuja itakuangalia mahali ambao umeenda zaidi, umekiuka, umepita sheria, tutakupatana na.
Lakini kwa sasa hamfanyi hilo.
Sasa hizi tunafanya kama juzi tumesaidiwa na International Crescent of Red Cross. Tumesaidiwa na wengi sana ambao lakini sana tuna train kulingana na vile wao wanataka. Kwa mfano sio ati content ya training but the targeted audience. For example, hii ilikuwa tuna train managers wakubwa wale. Kwa DCI pia tumekuwa tukitrain wakubwa kabisa. Tumekuwa tukitrain wale wakubwa. Sasa wale wakatikati ambao ndio wanafanya kazi na wale wa chini kidogo, wale sasa ndio wanahitaji usaidizi zaidi. Because wale tutakuwa na managers ambao they are very good. In fact, by the way, ukiangalia kwa hizo statistics zote, wakubwa hawafanyi uhalifu sana. Wale wana shida ni wale ambao tunakutana nao.
Ndipo mheshimiwa akaja akasema kama unataka usaidizi umtafute.
Sasa kidogo tuje niweze kuongea na Bwana Munga. Kunayo issue of issuing a command or instructions. Now these are done kwa signal. Sana haziandikwi. Uelewa. So wale ofisa ambao tunawapata chini na wamefanya kitendo fulani, wanasema tumepewa orders kufanya kitu fulani. Sasa na haijaandikwa popote. What can we do? Kama ni sheria, kama ni standing order, tunafanyaje ili tuweze kuwa na communication ambayo it's documented? Because the law
sijaelewa vizuri.
Anasema kwa mfano kama wamekwenda ni maandamano mama alipoppote pale, kuna yule ambaye anapiga katika ovao kitoki, anasema sawa, sasa mnaweza
can proceed. So wakati ambayo
hiyo sasa haijaandikwa mahali kwamba mtu fulani kama ni Munga ndio alitoa amri kwamba maafisa.
Sasa hiyo ni kitu ambaye tunaweza ongea zaidi beyond hapa. Sasa la pili pia allow me tafadhali. La pili ni holding facilities in terms of infrastructure of the police. Ile za zamani archaic zote tafadhali tuweze kuzi eradicate pole. Vile tunajua sisi kama IPOA, because we've made the proposals through our monitoring and inspection report kwamba to face out hiyo ili tuweze ku hold special groups. Tuko na special groups kwa sasa wametambulika Kenya, intersex. Tutawaweka wapi? Tuwachanganya na wanawake, tuchanganya na wanaume, unaelewa? Hizo zote ziko kwa sheria. I think section 126 of our act, there's a responsibility of government to ensure that pia na women pia most of the whatever unapata mali reception tu panudo
Nataka Bwana Munga ajibu, lakini
kukumbusha mabadiliko yaendelee vile tumepropose as IPOA. Na IPOA tumefanya ripoti nyingi sana. Hizo ripoti zote tumefanya kulingana na sheria, tumekubaliwa kila wakati tufanye recommendations kwa
na kwamba ripoti hizo sasa zitaweza kutekelezwa.
Exactly, uptake.
Na mtazamaji, kukumbusha tu unaweza kuchangia katika mada yetu kwa kupiga simu au uliza swali. Nambari za simu zimewekwa kwenye runinga yako. Bwana Munga,
kabla ajibu ningetaka kumpatia practical example why hivyo vile anasema kuhusu hii command structure, ni nani anapeana, why it is important ikuwe documented. Tukifanya maandamano ya switch off KPLC kuhusu wezi wao watuko nao pale Kenya Power, mapolisi wanakuja wanatuambia tunaelewa mnatutetea, tuko na nyinyi, lakini tunaambiwa na wakubwa lazima tuwa disperse. Tunasema tumewapatia notification. Sisi si ruhusa, tunauliza kama raia tuko na right, tunakuja tunawapatia notification, tunakuja kwa street mtupatie security, okay? Wanakuja wanatuambia unajua tumeambiwa na wakubwa, na tulienda paka pale Central Police Station na tunakaa chini na wao maofisa wanasema unajua tukiambiwa na mkubwa lazima tunachapwa tear gas, wengine walishikwa. Huyu mkubwa ni nani? Na ndio sisi kama wanaharakati tunajua huyu ofisa anajitetea na mkubwa wake. Mbona hakuna hiyo
vizuri sana anajitetea na mkubwa wake, kwa hivyo hatuwezi jua kama alikuwa, lakini lazima tutambue ya kwamba ni kweli Wakenya wako na haki ya kuandamana. Hiyo ni haki ya kikatiba, hatuwezi ipinga, lakini kama watu walinda usalama, huduma ya polisi, tuko na advisory role. So saa ingine tutakuambia kuwa maandamano hayo kulingana na sababu fulani yanaweza leta shida fulani, pengine weke siku nyingine. Tukisema hivyo watu wanaona ni kama tumekataa. Tuko na advisory role ambayo wananchi wanafaa wakubaliane na sisi ni professionals katika kulinda usalama. Kwa hivyo tunaposema hivyo msiangalie sababu zingine na kufikiria labda tumekataa.
Na lile swali ambalo wanasema kudocument kama ni
sasa hata kudocument inakuja hapo. Kazi ya polisi katika kila stesheni, katika kila ofisi huwa iko na mpangilio na duty roster. Wale watafanya kazi fulani. Lakini pia kazi ya polisi, it is one of the most unpredictable jobs. So tunaweza kuwa tumepanga huyu hapa, kuna jambo limetokea la dharura saa hizi hapa NTV hapo chini, na watu watakusanywa haraka sana. Kujeni wale wako hapa, kujeni hivi, twende pale. Wakati huo our main aim, objective yetu ya kwanza ni kurespond na kulinda usalama na kulinda property ya watu.
Lakini katika harakati hiyo lazima kutakuwa na mtu ambaye atasimamia hao watu.
Ndio. Lakini wakati huo tunakimbizana watu. So tunakutana na situation. Mimi kama komanda niko na haki ya kusema tuache hii, fanyeni hii. Labda hata tulikuwa tuko kwa field, OB iko kule kwa station. So we will communicate some things, you record after tumeenda hivi na tukakutana hivi. It is not practical ya kuwa tuseme kila hatua polisi wanachukua ianze mwanzo, tukusanyane, turudi station, tukaandike tunaenda wapi.
Equipment that can translate.
Unaona? So kazi ya polisi iko na challenges nyingi sana.
Na ndiposa inazungumzia vifaa vya kisasa.
Tunafanyia hapo kwa hapo. Na hata yule ofisa ambaye anakutana na mtu anafanya uhalifu, umeongea mambo ya necessity proportionality katika utumizi wa. Yes. Na ile ofisa pale anapambana na watu ambao wamechukua miezi 3 kupanga kufanya uhalifu. Yeye ako na sekunde 5 kuamua. So police officer ako na challenge nyingi sana, lakini hatutachoka kuelimisha maofisa wetu. Lazima tuwaelimishe, lakini pia kuelimisha, kuna wale watashika, kuna wale ambao hawatashika. Ndio sababu tuna hii mikakati mingine hata kwa boma, kwa nyumba. Wazazi huongea mpaka wakachoka. Wengi wetu ni wazazi hapa. Hata sisi tukiwa wadogo, wazazi walikuwa wanatuongelesha mambo. Kuna mwingine tu atafanya tu opposite. Kuna watu wamefanya uhalifu katika nyumba zao. Mtu anakaa tu hivi, anaamua leo ataua mama yake na anaua. Hiyo utaieleza namna gani? Kwa hivyo these are challenges in society, and that's why we are there as a police officers and all stakeholders, that we must always be discussing
tuendelee kuzungumza.
Tuzungumze na tuone tutapata njia gani.
Naeleza kuna wapiga simu, lakini kabla ya hapo nataka kumuuliza Wanjeri swali. Maana wanasema mgala muwe na haki mpe. Kumbuka Munga ni mume wa mtu, ni ndugu, ni kaka. Nyinyi pia kama wanaharakati mumelaumiwa wakati mwingine kuchochea. Na kuna wakati mwingine, na nitatoa mfano wa mwanahabari hapa NTV alifanya taarifa ya habari kuhusu, alikuwa anazungumza George Kinoti, magendo ya biashara ya watu. Na mwanahabari yule mkamshambulia katika mitandao ya kijamii. Mpaka mwanahabari yule ilibidi tumzungumzie. Manake kila saa mkiandika kuna wengine wanakuwa nasema anapaswa kunajisiwa, anapaswa kufanya. Pia nyinyi kama alivyosema, aipoa ifanye yake, polisi ifanye yake, lakini pia nyinyi wanaharakati wakati mwingine mnachochea. Wakati mwingine mnatumia mitandao kama unavyosema polisi anatumia mitandao vibaya, pia nyinyi mnafanya hivyo.
Unajua Jane, na hili ni swali lenye limekuja before na nimedeal nayo before. Mimi kama mwanaharakati, ile tool ninatumia kwa activism yangu ni social media. Okay? Kwa sababu sisi kama wanaharakati, the only way tunaweza kupatiana information as quickly as possible na kwa watu wengi as possible ni using online. Siwezi kama for instance wewe kama follower wangu, because sengine tunakuta hizo vitu na tunazidelete na vitu kama hizo. Mimi siwezi control Jane Ngoiri atafanya nini na comment zake kwa a case that has been brought forward.
Lakini kama wewe ndio umechapisha, kwa mfano acha nikupatie, mimi niko kwenye mitandao, wakati mwingine nazaandika kitu na nitaona mtu amejibu ambayo si nzuri, nitakwenda pale na nitamwambia hiyo haifai, na nitamwambia kindly pull it down, if you don't pull it down I will block you. Sasa wewe kama Wanjeri, kama unaandika kitu, kwa mfano useme Jane and NTV has done this and this, na sasa Dorina afike pale asema yeah, I think Jane should be raped. Wewe kama Wanjeri, manake wewe ndio ulipost wa kwanza, ni jukumu lako kuhakikisha kwamba huyo mtu unamwambia naomba hili halifai. Lakini unaona nyinyi kama wanaharakati mteka pale, alafu Ruth shame nani watakuja pale, watatusi mtu, watafanya nini? Sasa inakuwa ile kuchochea.
Sasa unajua tuwezi kublanket wanaharakati wote in one box. Okay? Ile lugha tunatumia, kama mimi sasa nikiwa na evidence ya huyu alishoot mtu na tumeona kabisa kama yeye yenye tunaongea kuhusu Rashid, mimi kama Wanjeri nitaiweka pale na niseme Rashid amefanya hivi, amefanya hivi, amefanya hivi. It is upon us kama wanaharakati to do our due diligence first kabla tuweke kitu kama hiyo mtandaoni. Okay? Lakini si kila mtu anakuaga na the same standards. Tumeona kuna watu wengine wanajiita wanaharakati wameshikwa kuhusu extortion. Wamepelekwa, wameshikiwa Westlands, atiwalitisha 17 million. Sasa unajua siwezi kublanket, na tena hata kama tunasema wanahabari na nini, si wanahabari wote wakokosha. Mimi I am a trained journalist by profession. Ninajua kutoka the way tumetoka college mpaka mali unafika, that chances of us having our rotten apples kama tu vile kwa polisi wako ziko, na tunajua wanahabari wengine wanaweza hata kuwa ni wale wanapatiwa pesa, wanachapisha kitu. Hiyo ni obvious na inajulikana.
Ndio, lakini anasema kama ikitokea jambo kama hilo, kama anavyosema Munga, kama kwa mfano ni hapa NTV, una kila haki uje kwa Emmanuel Juma umwambie nafikiri Jane alipokea, na kama uko na ushahidi, lakini sio kwenda kwenye mtandao na sasa uanze kuandika maneno. Ndio ndipo wengine wanasema hata kwenye mtandao. Kuna mmoja alikuwa ameuliza swala la wanaharakati kuchochea jamii na hujatoa ile ushahidi na kusema unafanya mtu tu analengwa.
Na hiyo mimi ningetaka kujibu. Na sasa uchochezi kwa hii nchi, uchochezi si wanaharakati, kwa sababu si kitu ni maadili ya human right na social justice, na ndio tunatetea. Na haujasikika mimi pale nimetajwa na nimekuwa na harakati kwa miaka kama 20 sasa Kenya, nimetajwa pale ati nimeweka mtu ama nikasingizia polisi. Na ujue Ngoiri, hatuzungumzii kama idara ya polisi haijawekwa hata kwa international level kuchunguzwa kwa sababu ya wanasiasa kuitumia katika kufanya violence katika kwa hii nchi. Kwa hivyo hii si mambo tofauti tuzungumzie hivi tu kwa chini, kwa sababu na hata ndio walisema unified command. Ilikuwa so clear ya kwamba kuna crisis kwa Kenya Police Service. Na ndio tunasema hivi, tunajiuliza hivi. Tuseme tu mambo ya mitandao, kwa sababu kama ni crime inafanyika kwa mitandao, nani wako na mandate ya kuinvestigate?
Polisi.
Nani wana mandate ya kuhold accountability? Kile polisi letu lina shida kubwa, ni kitu tunaitwa impunity. Na tukubaliana, nataka kukubalia na Inspector General lazima ajue hivi ya kwamba kuna maeneo ya kwamba pale pengine wanasiasa ambao wanachochea wako na command ya police service. Unakuta area fulani, mwanasiasa fulani na mfanyabiashara fulani wanashirikiana na they can command. Acha nikuulize hivi, the entire Eastern every Friday.
Hiyo dhana
Wacha nimalize hivi bwana Munga.
Kwa sababu unaposema kwa uhakika ati polisi wanafanya hivi na wanasiasa na halafu wewe ndio unasema ya kuwa sisi wanaharakati hakuna lolote baya kwetu, nafikiri utakuwa hutimizi
mimi
haki.
Mwenyewe Munga na nakuuliza wewe ni ofisa wa polisi.
Naam.
Umevaa hiyo sura, watu wanakuheshimu.
Naam.
Na nakuuliza hivi, wewe huwezi sema natoka kwa jamii ya wachawi, kwa hivyo mimi ni mchawi. Kwa sababu kuna maadili fulani unafuata. Lazima tutoke kwa hiyo kusema jamii yetu ni halifu, ina ufisadi. Hapana, ukipatiwa jukumu sema mimi natoka kwa hiyo jamii, lakini naheshimu katiba na nataka kufuata hizo value na mimi ndio nafanya hivyo. Swala ambalo ujibu na Sakaja alikuuliza hapa. Kuna ofisa fulani amehusika na mauaji kama ya kiholela kama 30. Hilo swali ujibu. Na hiyo ndio inafanya watu wanaangalia kama huo Daniel Mburu aliuliwa. Ukiangalia impunity ambayo imekithiri idara ya polisi ndio inafanya hata watu washirikiane. Na mimi sisemi kuna police officer wazuri sana na wanataka kufanya kazi. Lakini kama wanataka kufanya kazi, unakuta wanataka kupigana na uhalifu. Unakuta katikati ya ofisa wawili, kuna mmoja hapa anashirikiana na uhalifu na anapinga au endelee. Na kuna ofisa wengi sana hata wanalalamika kwenyu.
Nataka Munga kabla hujamjibu siwezi kuzungumzia swala ambalo umelileta hapa saa hizi kuhusu afisa mmoja ama wawili as individuals na utarajie niko na majibu. Lakini nimekwambia ukiwa na ulienda mahali na ukakwama, ofisi yetu ya Inspector General iko wazi. Na niko hapa na nimekwambia baada ya hapa unipatie habari alafu
na mimi niko katika. Nataka tuchukue kwanza wananchi ambao wanataka kuzungumza nasi. Kuna Alfred kutoka Mombasa. Hello. Nalo nakupata, sema nasi.
Habari yako mama?
Mzuri. Habari ya Mombasa?
Hiyo imada imenipendeza sana.
Asante.
Kitu ambao nimeona sisi wenyewe viongozi ambao wako hapo wanadanganya raia. Huyo mkubwa haipoa. Atuambieko ni raia wangapi wabaya ambao washawahi kupeleka katika polisi akaambia polisi huyu raia ni mbaya katika mtaa wa wananchi. Na polisi nao leo hii mtu ametrainiwa kama polisi, amekutumia pesa ya wananchi, anamaliza mwezi mmoja anafutwa kazi, anarudi kuungana na wananchi. Huyo anaenda kufundisha wale wengine ambao hawajui mambo ya bunduki, anakwenda kuwafundisha kwa sababu hakuna mahali ambao anaenda. Kuna njia ambao wangekuwa wanatafutia njia ya polisi. Polisi akikosa ambao ameshatrainiwa, huyo ako tofauti na wananchi. Huyu mtu kama amekosa afungwe na akitoka katika kifungo chake akimaliza arejeshwe kazini. Maana huyu mtu unamfuta na unamfukuza anarudi katika raia, hana kazi ambayo anakwenda kufanya. Sana kwenda kufundisha wengine ujambazi.
Naam, asante Alfred. Kuna Victor kutoka Wasingishu.
Hayo ndio yangu.
Naam, uliza swali lako au uchangie mada yetu.
Halo,
nakupata.
Mimi napenda kuchangia mada ya leo. Kwanza nawapongeza polisi wetu. Na kidogo napenda kuwakosoa wanaharakati hao wa haki za binadamu. Kukosoa kwangu ni kusema unakuta wakati mwingine polisi amejaribu juu chini. Unajua sasa enzi zetu za Al-Shabaab na vikundi mbalimbali ambavyo havieleweki kabisa kutokana na uhalifu wanazozitekeleza. Ni jambo ambalo hata wewe ukiwa polisi kuna wakati mwingine inakulazimu uchukue hatua ambayo pengine wao watakuja kumtetea sana yule ambaye pengine polisi alimshuku kuwa pengine ni mhalifu, kwa sababu Al-Shabaab hajajiandika uso kwamba mimi ni Al-Shabaab. Lakini sasa kwa mfano tukio la juzi la hospitali ya Mama Lucy imeandikwa vizuri sana kwamba pikipiki hairuhusiwi iingie kwenye lango kuu. Natumai walioandika vile walikuwa wanajua kwamba hospitalini kuna wakati ambapo pengine jambo la dharura laweza tukia. Lakini sasa kuna vile ambavyo yule angeitisha usaidizi
kwa wahusika baada ya kufika kwenye lango kuu. Lakini unajua sasa hata wewe mwenyewe ungekuwa polisi, ingekuwa vigumu sana kwa sababu anakulazimisha kwamba nataka niingie kwa lazima. Simtetei kwamba eti ni jambo zuri ambalo lilifanyika la. Lakini nataka niseme tu kutokana na tukio hilo. Wewe ungekuwa polisi ukiwa gate pale. Ungejuaje kwamba huyu anayeingia kwa pikipiki si mhalifu, si Al-Shabaab? Saizi kuna tahadhari kubwa sana. Mimi ni mwalimu ninapozungumza. Mimi si polisi. Sasa utajuaje? Saizi mtu anaweza ingia gate ya shule. Watchman ama polisi wamewekwa pale. Na anakulazimisha, anakupigia kelele. Utajuaje kwamba yeye si mhalifu? Wakati huo itabidi ujitetee kidogo kwa sababu chochote chaweza tokea. Hii ni Kenya nyingine bwana.
Asante.
Harakati lazima wa revise syllabus yao kidogo kulingana na uhalifu wa saa hii. Hatusemi kwamba wafanye vizuri, lakini kulingana na uhalifu wa saa hii. Saa hizi si kama zamani, waje niwaeleze ukweli.
Asante sana. Tuko na Charles kutoka Kisii. Hello.
Yes, habari.
Mzuri, habari yako? Naam, sema nasi.
Nimefurahia mjadala mko nao.
Asante.
Sasa hii kazi ya polisi na hawa wanaharakati zingine ututatanisha sana, kwa sababu unapata polisi anataka kufanya yani kitu fulani isifanyike. Lakini sasa polisi akiwawa wanaharakati hawasemi. Lakini raia akigongwa labda huyu alikuwa anajitetea na risasi, kwa sababu ana risasi, amepigwa mawe. Atafanyaje? Hana panga ya kupiga mtu ama hana silaha nyingine. Unapata amefiatua risasi imegonga raia. Kingine ni kwamba naomba huyo mkuu wa polisi anieleze kwamba kuna hii maneno ya community policing huwa inachaguliwa na kina nani? Chifu, assistant chief ama raia?
Asante sana. Na Wanjeri, nafikiri tuanza na wewe mzungumzie kuhusu wanaharakati. Anasema mambo yamebadilika.
Mambo yamebadilika. Sasa ukideal na case kama ya Al-Shabaab sio ndio ni wahalifu. Hiyo ni section ya uhalifu yenye inadiliwa nayo separately. Na ndio ijiandike hapa ni Al-Shabaab. Lakini hatuwezi kuwa na assumption ati huyo polisi anakuwa na hii mentality nina deal na wahalifu na we are in new times na uhalifu umeongezeka, kwa hivyo nitumie extra force. Hiyo sio solution. Lakini tena nataka kumwambia hii maneno ya Mama Lucy. Amesoma selectively, amesoma tu pale panaweza kumsaidia na argument yake. Ukiangalia hata news reporting ya kijana vile aliuawa, alipofika pale walipomkataza na ikaonekana kabisa huyu mtoto mwenye alikuwa amebeba ana need urgently kwenda pale, walimtoa yule kijana kwa pikipiki yake, wakampeleka na witnesses wanasema wakampeleka kwa nyumba ya soja pale na wakampigia risasi hapo. Kama ni kitu ilikuwa urgent, waliona kuna risk, ninge understand kama saa zile anajaribu kuingia pale kwa hospitali ndipo walimshoot. Hapana, kulikuwa na conversation, kulikuwa na interaction kati ya huyu kijana na ule polisi, ule AP. Kulikuwa na interaction kati ya wale masoja na huyu kijana.
Tutafanya makosa.
Kwa hivyo hiyo yake amesema ni selective.
Na nafikiri tutachukua fursa hii kusema kwamba kisa hicho
kinachunguzwa na tutafanya sheria, tutaanza kuzungumzia jambo hilo.
Polisi wafanye kazi yao. Lakini kuna ule Alfred kutoka Mombasa anasema mtu amefutwa kazi alafu tena anarejeshwa katika jamii na huenda na wafunza.
Alikuwa anasema askari anatrainiwa muda kidogo alafu anafutwa. Kwa hivyo mtu huyo akifutwa hafai kufutwa, anafaa afungwe, alafu akishamaliza kifungo arudi kwa polisi. Sasa hilo ni wazo lake, lakini mambo yanafanywa kulingana na mujibu wa sheria ya Kenya. Kuna sheria, watu hufutwa kwa makosa mbalimbali na si kila jambo linalofanya askari afutwe kazi linatosha kuwa afungwe. Tutakuwa tunakiuka haki za binadamu.
Kuna wewe pia raia kama ni wabaya,
hapa nauliza. Kweli. Mwanzo acha ni to add on to what Bwana Tony amesema. Hata ipo wakati tunachunguza, hata kama kuna vifo ambayo vimetokea in police custody or during a police operation, not all of them ambayo constitute to murder. because unajua sheria iko clear of what ingredients must be proved kwa kuhakikisha yule afisa ameshikwa kwa mauaji, murder so to say. So zile zingine kuna zile ambazo they end up zikawa ni disciplinary. Tuna propose disciplinary action. We also look at kuangalia kama wale afisa ambao wametrainiwa miaka mingi na kureleasiwa back to the society with skills ambazo ni kama yule Mkenya ambaye amesema hapo. Kusema kweli huwa tunarudisha kwa society, sio mtu mzuri sana, waelewa. So tungependa sana pia reform. Vile tunafanya hizi correctional whatever for our wafungwa, tungependa sana
pia
abadilike tu. Huwa tuna recommend training. There are things that we want done administratively. Not everything must be punished. Na counseling pia tuna recommend pia counseling na mambo zingine ili kuimprove our officers. About hiyo mambo ya raia ambaye ni mbaya, naomba sana msamaha. Amesema kwamba kuna vile tumedanganya, hatudanganyi. Tunasema tu vile ambavyo viko kulingana na sheria. Sisi tumeestablishwa na sheria. Na hiyo sheria imetuambia sisi tuangalie afisa. Hatujaambiwa tuangalie raia mbaya mzuri tumpeleke mahali pale. Sisi tunaangalia nani? We are guarding public interest kwa afisa. Na tena tunaangalia historical. Where did the rain start beating Kenyans? Why did we even have to think about Article 244 na establishment of an independent entity kuchunguza polisi independently. Kwa hivyo tunaweza kuwa hatuwezi kuongea sana kuhusu polisi wakati ambaye although we condemn, we actually condemn, but we can't do much because hiyo sasa ni jukumu la DCI, because yeye ndiye ako na responsibility ya kuinvestigate vifo ambazo vimefanywa kwa polisi officer na mwananchi.
Na bila shaka tungependa kuendelea, lakini muda haunasi. Ningependa tu kuwapa fursa kila mmoja aseme maneno ya mwisho ili kuangazia uhusiano kati ya maafisa wa polisi na raia. Cheke, nitaanza na wewe. Tusonge mbele vipi katika suluhu?
Nashukuru sana na Mungu pia tunakushukuru kwa kujitokeza hapa na kuzungumza. Hiyo tunafurahia. Ni ofisa wengi sana ambao wanafanya uhalifu waweze kukubali, wanaogopa, lakini wewe kwa sababu unaheshimu sheria, katiba, na hii ndio ushirikiano mwema. Na siku ya leo ni World Social Justice Day. Tuko pale St. Teresa's. Tuko na mkutano pamoja na maafisa wa polisi, tunaita ushirikiano mwema, na hasa sana kuzungumzia mambo na vile tunaweza boresha idara ya polisi, na pia sisi wananchi wa kawaida, hasa Social Justice Center tunashirikiana aje na local police station. Langu tu ni kusema Inspector General alitoa ujumbe mzuri sana, nikafurahia sana. Akasema my legacy, I want to take reform in the police station. So mpelekee ujumbe. Na mimi niko na wenzangu kutoka Social Justice Center Working Group, tuko katika Police Reform Working Group. Na saa zingine tunakutana.
Ungependa mfanye kazi pamoja?
Tungetaka tufanye kazi pamoja.
Tunafanya kazi pamoja na tutaendelea.
Mimi kwangu kwanza ni kusema asante.
Asante pia.
Tumekutana na yeye pale nje na hiyo uniform, na sisi kama wanaharakati tukiona polisi tunaruka. Na physically niliruka. Kwa sababu ya
niliona, lakini nikalenga tu
interaction zetu na mapolisi, na kama sisi tumeshikwa, kama mimi nimekuwa ndani 13 times nikitoka na sipelekwi kotini, vitu kama hizo. Lakini also ni kusema asante kwa wale maofisa wanafanya kazi na sisi. Sisi nakwambia Jane, tunaendaga DCI Kiambu na tunaingia na tunatreatiwa like proper citizens na wanasikiza. Na pia tuko na wale mapolisi tunapigia simu tukiwa na maneno, tunawaambia kuna hii kesi, na immediately hiyo maneno inachukuliwa. Waraia by the time hata waende kwa polisi, mara mingi unakuta kesi zinakuja kwetu kwanza kama wanaharakati. Alafu sisi ndo tunaambia polisi kuna hii kesi. Tunasema asante sana kwa wama polisi kama hao, but hata tukiwa wasema shukran ni muhimu. Pia serikali, as much as sisi kama wanaharakati na kama raia tunataka kublame polisi all the time, waangaliwe maslahi yao. Wana shida mingi sana. Hata tukisema wanafanya hivi haya maneno Jane, ukikaa nao one on one utajua wana shida mingi.
Doreen, kwa haraka kabisa kama utakwenda bungeni kupeleka mapendekezo yako kwa haraka kabisa.
Asante sana Jane kwa hii fursa, nimefurahi sana nimeweza kukutana na wenzangu tuongee ili tuweze kuendelesha hii dialogue ya partnership kwa kufanya Kenya iwe secure. Police officer pia ni damu kama sisi, ni ndugu zetu na nini. Pia wao wana rights zao. Tunawatakia mema na tunataka pia serikali iangalie sana kwa makini ili waweze kupata zile mahitaji wanahitaji za welfare yao tu. Naomba sana fairness. We are going into a period hapa hivi karibuni. Hatutaki kuwa hii situation ni heightened because the tempo ikienda juu pia inaleta tabu kwa Wakenya, inaanza ku raise anxiety. Naomba tu tukimanage crowd, tukimanage maneno ambayo inaendelea nchini, tuangalie kuwa uchumi wa nchi unategemea security. Maisha ya watoto wetu inategemea security. Kwa hivyo tuendelee hivyo vyema na Mungu abariki Kenya.
Asante. Mungu tu kwa haraka tu kama integration of police na wananchi kwa ufupi tu.
Nataka kusema hivi. Polisi ni walinzi wa haki za binadamu, jambo la kwanza. La pili, Inspector General hatavumilia utovu wa nidhamu katika huduma ya kitaifa ya polisi. Ukiukaji wa haki za binadamu haukubaliki katika kazi yetu, na polisi wameelimishwa na wanazidi kuelimishwa.
Naam, asante sana. Bila shaka tungependa kuendelea, lakini muda unasi. Kufikia hapo na kamilisha NTV sasa. Kama nilijifunza leo ni kwamba kila mmoja wetu ana jukumu kuhakikisha kwamba uhusiano kati ya polisi na wananchi unaimarishwa. Asante sana, naitwa Jane Ngoiri. Kwaheri.